You're listening to Too Late, Book 4 in the 180 Days and Counting, series by B.R. Paulson. The virus delivers more surprises as it takes more lives. Who dies and who survives? The world is choking as each survivor faces more terror beyond just the sickness of others and themselves. As the virus moves across the country, who wins and who loses? Survive with Cady and her family, or don't. Either way, you won't be able to stop reading. Dear reader, things are getting crazier and crazier. Thank you for sticking with Cady, Margie, and Bailey so far. I'm still washing my hands after I finish writing. Have you started questioning your rashes and your fevers? I do that. I have shingles, and I'll tell you what, it bothers me that this story ended up having a focus on them. My training in microbiology and biophysiology taught me enough to take these viruses and twist them. If my training was enough to conjure those thought processes, what are others out there doing? I hope you're staying healthy and that those around you aren't sharing their germs. I'm the furthest from a germaphobe you'll ever meet. My kids pick things up off the floor and eat them. Stop. But I don't stress it. And this series has me questioning my sanity. Let me know what you think of the virus. I'd love to know your experiences with any of the zosters. Chickenpox, cold sores, shingles, etc. Drop me an email at brpaulsond@brpaulson.com. I hope you enjoy this series. Hopefully, you're not too mad at me for what happens in Book 7. I'm not looking forward to it. Death is not my favorite thing to put my characters through, but unfortunately, it happens. I'm just very attached to my people. Who do you think is going to die next? Stay alive, my friend. Paulson.
Chapter 1. Scott Ranger's matted fur consoled Scott as he intertwined his fingers in the mess. Keeping his voice low, he murmured, "Good boy. We're almost there." There being Scott's house. They had to get to his house to get a gun so he could protect them. The need for quiet and protection was directly related to the pack of coyotes slowly stalking Scott in his weakened state. The virus had left Scott confused and debilitated. He even thought he could take care of himself if he could just get back to his house. He couldn't breathe fully, each pant for air a desperate inhale as his lungs tried to compensate for his weakness. Moonlight broke through the treetops, and Scott stumbled, his bare feet softened by the wet ground and torn up by the gravel and large rocks protruding from the packed dirt of the road. A soft yip from a fringe coyote made Ranger stop and growl louder. The sound came from deeper in his throat than a bark. Scott could feel the vibrations in his hand as he held onto his dog. He was so glad to have Ranger back. He'd thought he'd lost his best friend south of Coeur d'Alene. Ranger didn't look worse for wear. The dog had made it home and he felt like he hadn't lost too much weight in the last few days. Even as Scott faced the danger of a pack of hungry coyotes, his elation and relief at seeing his dog was noticeable. His muscles wanted to give up. He wanted to sleep. He needed rest. As much as his body wanted him to give up, Scott didn't want to stop. They had to keep going. The house wasn't more than 20 yards away. He could see the shape of Rachel, his neighbor, as her dead body lie on his grass. The gun she'd shot herself in the head with would be somewhere right in that area. The moon was high in the sky, casting tree shadows across the road. Glancing at Ranger, Scott debated running without him, or grabbing Ranger's collar and hanging on. No matter what Scott did, he wouldn't have the energy for more than a few seconds of action. He was getting better, but not enough to fight off the pack of coyotes. Thank goodness they weren't wolves. No, wolves would be a nightmare he'd never wake up from. At least with coyotes, there was a chance. Maybe. Scott limped forward, determined to reach his house. He had to reach it. If he could get that gun, then he could protect both him and his newly returned companion. Where was the weapon? Would his feet get him over the grass and onto the concrete pathway leading to his porch? Goosebumps rose on Scott's skin. He wasn't sure if it was because of the early spring breeze that carried a hint of winter still on its edges, or if his fever was returning or worse. What if he sensed something from the coyotes, like a sixth sense of a prey? He dragged his feet forward, forcing each step. 15 yards. Scott glanced at Ranger, who stalked alongside him. Ranger flicked his glance to Scott, and something passed between them. Scott suddenly knew what to do. He had to make it to that gun. That's all that mattered. Ranger would give him backup. Not even taking the time to tense up and prepare, Scott bolted toward his yard. The sudden burst of energy came grudgingly, as if even his body didn't want to live long enough to save them. Scott ignored the soft padding of the chilly grass beneath his feet as he left the roadside. Even the damp blades hurt his tender skin, trying to impede his every step. His sudden sprint away triggered the predators waiting and watching. The coyotes sprang forward, yipping and snarling chased Scott's heels. He pumped his arms with an intensity for survival he hadn't felt since his high school football days. Ranger wasn't running beside him. Scott couldn't afford the time to look back when Ranger's growl turned into a bark and a snarl. Scott had to get to that gun, and now he reached Rachel's body, ignoring the flesh torn from her bones. Her face was no longer recognizable, but Scott would focus on that later. Gun. Gun. Where was the gun? Her hand had fallen to the side, beside the bushes, and Scott dropped to the ground, digging along the rocks. His fingers closed around the cold metal of his firearm, and he pushed himself back to his feet and swung around to aim at the pack. Hopefully, he had more ammunition in the chamber. Hopefully. His heart stopped. Ranger snarled and bit at two coyotes attacking him from either side. The pack had tightened around the three animals, as if looking for a way to get at their next meal. Scott had been abandoned for a moment. If he didn't hurry, he would miss his chance. He wasn't going to miss out on a proper reunion with his dog. Not because some coyotes decided a sick Scott was dinner. With his arms weak from the virus and the mad dash to get the gun, Scott struggled to lift the firearm. He wasn't sure how many bullets were in the clip, but he really just needed a couple. Even one would be more help than harm. Using both hands, he aimed the gun, but couldn't get a solid bead on one of the coyotes fighting with Ranger. Not without a chance of hitting his dog. After a long moment of trying to get one of the coyotes in his sights, he shifted the position of the gun and squeezed the trigger. The slight recoil combined with his exhaustion, and he jerked his arms back. Was he strong enough to try again? A high-pitched yip let him know he'd hit something. As he aimed again, he hoped it wasn't Ranger.
Chapter 2. Bailey. Bailey jerked her head up from leaning against the wall. The sound of the gunshots in the distance pulled her from her wallowing. Everything was easy to hear with the silence left behind with the absence of power. The nights were still getting cold, and Bailey wasn't sure what was ahead of her. At the top of the stairs, Bailey listened closely. Where were the shots coming from? Was there a killer on her driveway? As prepared as Bailey was to shoot a target stapled to a tree, she wasn't ready to defend herself with a gun. Not yet. A loud thud hit the porch, and Bailey held Jessica closer to her chest as she darted down the stairs in the dark. The overhead skylight clung to a layer of snow along the edges of the bubbled glass, dimming the moon and starlight. As Bailey's shirt skimmed the textured wall, the whisper of the contact matched her breathing. Had Scott shot Jason? At the bottom of the steps, Bailey reached out with her free hand and felt for the door handle. Flinging the door open, she waited for her eyes to adjust to the minimal light. At least she could see shapes, so she didn't trip on anything. Jason had fallen to the deck, his white t-shirt almost glowing in the shadows. He wasn't moving. Had he been shot? Was the gunman waiting for them out on the drive? The house was darker than outside. Bailey's silhouette could stand out against the pale house exterior. Glancing around, Bailey knelt by Jason's side. She adjusted Jessica in her arms and reached out cautiously as tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Jason. Her whimper broke the silence of the night. Another shot rang out, but further away. The distance didn't matter. Bailey ducked backwards and then crouched closer to Jason's fallen form. Patting his chest and head, Bailey sighed in relief. He hadn't been shot, at least from what she could feel. She had to get him inside and figure out what was wrong with him. Standing, she carried Jessica into the living room, laying her on the couch and rolling up a blanket to create a makeshift crib line so the newborn wouldn't fall from the cushion. Bailey had no idea how old a baby was when they started crawling, but Jessica seemed too small to do much more than eat, poop, and cry. Oh, and sleep. Jessica didn't stir as Bailey transferred her to the makeshift bed. Bailey didn't have time to wait to see if she was going to wake up. Listening for Jessica's cries would have to be enough monitoring for now. On the porch, Bailey knelt again and shook Jason's shoulder, peering as close to his face as she could get. Her warm breath rebounded from his skin and hit hers, cooling as it made contact. Jason! Wake up! Can you hear me? She kept her voice low in case there was a killer out there taking pot shots at them. Nothing from Jason. No response. Bailey settled back on her heels, wrapping her arms around her knees and staring in the direction of the road. With the loop and curve of the drive and the large island of trees in the middle. She couldn't see all the way to the road, but that didn't stop her from looking in that direction. Okay, she didn't honestly think someone was out there shooting at them. She would hear the shots closer, and that wasn't the case. The shots were further away, more hollow sounding. What Bailey needed to focus on right then was getting Jason inside. For whatever reason, he'd collapsed, and she couldn't help him by leaving him outside. How did she get him in, though? What if he was hurt? She couldn't fully check him or fix him with him crumpled there on the deck, half on and half off the steps. If that was her dad, what would she do? Bailey was tough. She could move him herself. She had to. She had no other choice other than to leave him there, and that wasn't an option she could live with. As much as her dad treated her like a princess, he'd told her to make sure she stayed in shape. Bailey hadn't taken him seriously, but she hadn't ignored exercise either. Right then, as she faced having to move a solidly built teenage boy inside, she wished she could go back and tell herself to work out and get stronger. Taking a deep breath, she stood and then bent over, hooking her hands under his armpits and pushing backward with her butt. The movement dragged him toward her, and she did it again, stepping back as she slid him closer to the door. Another gunshot split the night and cut across her breathing. She jerked her head up. She had to find out who that was. What if Scott was in danger? If he'd found a gun, he might be protecting himself, or he was going on a delusional rampage. Neither was a good thing. Jason obviously hadn't found Scott, or the man would be nearby. So the safest bet would be to assume that Jason hadn't been shot. Maybe Jason had turned back for a flashlight or something in the all-encompassing darkness. Actually, that was being dramatic. It wasn't that dark out. With her butt up against the door, Bailey reached behind her. She pulled the handle down and thrust a hip out to push the door in. Back to her maneuver to pull Jason into the house, Bailey yanked under his arms 2 more times. All she had to do was get Jason in the house. She couldn't spend any more time with him. At least, not until she found Scott. Not until she figured out where her neighbor was. He was supposed to be there, in the room beside her mother, where he was supposed to be getting better or getting ready to die. What would she say to her mom if she lost Scott on the first night she'd been left in charge? Rather than just leave Jason on the floor, Bailey ran into the living room and retrieved a throw pillow. Returning to his side, she carefully placed it beneath his head. His skin burned beneath her touch, and she gasped. "You've been sick." "Oh, Jason." Bailey shook her head. How long had he been hiding it? The rash hadn't been evident on his neck, and his eyes had just started to look red-rimmed. She hung her head. She couldn't focus on that right then. "I'll be back." Not that he could hear her. Not that he knew what she was doing or even cared. Bailey couldn't go far with Jessica, Cady, and Jason alone in the house with no one to watch them or tend to their needs. No, she didn't have the time to search far for Scott. If she did get lucky and found him, she couldn't carry him back. Not on her own. She had to take the 4-wheeler to retrieve him. There was no other way to bring him back. He'd been too sick to leave. In fact, if she found him and he survived, she was going to give him a hard time about being stupid enough to leave the house. He deserved some teasing after the scare he'd put her through. Listening one more time for any crying or sounds from Cady or Jason, Bailey softly closed the door behind her. She ran to the shed, sliding onto the seat of the four-wheeler. Would they get to the point where they'd find a routine again? Now that the power was out and everyone was sick, Bailey needed to hold on to something to look forward to. She needed hope. Anxious to have one person pull out of the sickness, Bailey really just needed to find some hope. That would help with the hope. If just one would survive, she could find a glimmer she needed. That's all she wanted, all she needed. Hope that someone could survive the virus. Her mom, her neighbor, Jason, and Jessica. She needed hope that she wasn't going to be alone at the end of it all. If she had to face the world alone, why would she want to survive? Bailey started the engine, giving it a couple seconds to warm up. What would she find when she left her driveway? Was she just putting herself in harm's way? She had no other option before her. The overwhelming weight of the situation she found herself in made her want to lie down and cry. She'd have to just make do with letting the tears out. Bailey wiped her cheeks and shifted into high gear. Revving the throttle with her thumb, she set her jaw. Suck it up, Bailey. She wouldn't take the time to dwell on her self-pity. She had to get it together, and then she had to find Scott. If he shot her, she'd never forgive him.
Chapter 3. Jackson's truck had been ransacked. All of his weapons were gone. He stood at the door to the cab, with an eyebrow arched and a smirk on his lips, while he held his hand on his hip. He wore clean clothes. His old soiled outfit littered the carpet in the motel room he wouldn't be returning to. After wrapping his feet and hands with bandages, he'd forced himself to get dressed and gather his belongings. He was hungry, and not the kind of hungry some vending machine snacks would assuage. First, truck. The way the truck had been picked over, Jackson wouldn't be surprised if those men had been real from his hallucinations. They probably had looked through all of the room keys at the front desk and figured the missing one was where the truck owner was. They wanted the keys to steal the truck. And who wouldn't? The truck was mean-looking. Too bad it was pretty worthless now. Jackson might have been loud as he'd suffered from the effects of the cure. He wouldn't be surprised. He was the type to groan when getting a massage from a stranger. He had no shame. The gas cap was left off, which meant they'd probably siphoned his fuel. Jackson leaned his head back and took a deep breath. He wasn't going anywhere with his feet injured the way they were. He needed another day or so to let his feet rest before he could start searching for a vehicle that worked. Limping back into the office, he grabbed another room key and settled for pulling some of the remaining items from the machine. Trail mix would have to work for now. He didn't want it to, but he wasn't stupid. Nutrition was imperative for his feet to heal. With water and nuts, he should be able to at least give his body energy to beat the initial mending. In a clean room, Jackson sighed as he carefully lowered himself to the bed. This room didn't stink like urine and misery. He didn't bother blocking the locked door. Keeping himself in wasn't a worry anymore. Keeping others out? He'd love to see someone try to hurt him at this point. He was invincible. Next, he had to find Cady and let her tell him how amazing he was. He was getting sick of telling himself.
Chapter 4. Margie Kelsey's car smelled like vanilla air freshener. The overabundance of the scent suggested she had a stash of them tucked somewhere like other people would hide a rotting lunch. The sweet normalcy of the scent was offsetting, and Margie tried to get her head back in the game. Riker climbed into the back seat of the two-door car and hugged his bag to his chest. He stared at his home, and Margie's heart hurt for him. Leaving his dead family behind wouldn't be easy, and the stark pain and longing on his face promised many sleepless nights ahead of him. But leaving was the best bet for his survival, even if, in the next few days to months, he didn't want to survive alone. Offering him a reassuring smile, Margie clicked the seat back into place and joined Kelsey standing at the back of the car. They finished stacking the last of the supplies they'd taken from Riker's home. At least what they could get, and determined important enough to take up valuable room in the car. While Kelsey and Margie had the sleeping items from the convenience store, Margie had asked Riker to grab a pillow and whatever he needed to bring with him from his own home. She'd promised him they would make room for anything he brought, even as Kelsey shot a questioning look at Margie. Riker had opted for whatever was in his backpack, his pillow, and an intricately designed quilt that someone in his family had probably made. Margie glanced over the back seat at Riker, taking in the items in his hands in the shape of the pack. Nothing resembled a book or photo album. Touching Kelsey's arm, Margie nodded toward the house. "Give me a few minutes and then we can go. We've already been here too long, Margie." Kelsey's whisper didn't stop Margie. After a few minutes, Kelsey's words followed her. "Okay, but hurry!" Margie braved the stifling odor of dead bodies in Riker's family home. She didn't dare go into the bedrooms. All she needed were some family picture albums, or even just a family picture from the wall. Anything to tie Riker back to the people he loved the most in the world. Most houses had memory items stored in the living room or an office where they were easily accessible. She swept the living room with the small flashlight Riker had handed to her earlier while they'd been looking for food to take, and gas cans in the garage. The white LED light sent shadows of objects against the walls and ceiling. A wood and metal shelf had been positioned against the far doorway. Books and thick spines on the bottom shelf caught her eye. With one arm over her nose and mouth, Margie approached the collection and grabbed anything that looked like it might hold pictures. The weight of about 5 books made her lower her hand, and the smell of death and disease assaulted her again. Rushing from the home, Margie climbed into the front seat of the waiting car. Closing the door behind her, she turned at the waist, while Kelsey shifted into gear and drove slowly down the street. "Here, Riker, I think you might want these." She didn't dare turn on the light since they could be seen by anyone, and they didn't want to give away their position any more than the brake lights would have to. He took them slowly, and Margie settled back into her seat, pulling on her seatbelt and trying not to overhear Riker's reaction. He lifted up a book and used the dashboard to see it better. His words came slow, as if he couldn't believe what he held. Thank you." The book closed, and he set them on the seat beside him. Judging from the soft rubbing sound, Riker's hand hadn't left the books as he softly stroked them. He was grateful for them now. But Margie knew just how much he would want them in the time to come. His lack of words didn't bother Margie. She understood the need for no words, no reaction. A simple thank you was more than she'd expected as he left them all behind. "I'm not going to take the freeway, not yet." Kelsey finally spoke in a normal volume. "I don't know about you, but I'm not interested in going through Clay Elam. Not like this. We're not ready. What if they have the freeway blocked?" She shook her head, her skin pale in the green and orange light from the dash. Margie couldn't argue. What if the same people who had blown up the gas station were out there? She shook her head and leaned her elbow on the windowsill, looking out into the darkness. "I can't believe they blew up the convenience store. How did you make it out?" Snickering, Kelsey shook her head. "They didn't blow it up. That was me. You said we needed a distraction. I grabbed some of the lighter fluid and turned on the pumps. A few of the handles had been bound open, probably so they could see what pumps were being used during the day. Gas had spilled from one of the faucets lying on the ground, and it went everywhere." She laughed again, turning down another dark street, seemingly confident where she was driving. Margie had no idea where they were or where they were going in the dark night. The only light she could see was from the still-burning gas station off in the distance behind them. She glanced back a couple times just to orient herself. Kelsey shrugged, shifting in the seat and glancing in the rearview mirror. "I used a drink cup, stuffed it with napkins that I lit on fire, opened the door, and threw it outside, then started a fire inside, too." She looked quickly at Margie. "I've been wanting to do that for a while now, but I was too scared to do it. I thought I was going to die in there. You at least showed me I didn't have to stay in there. Motioning with one hand, Kelsey continued talking. The group of men scrambled to get away from the front. I went out the back and grabbed my car. I saw you as I drove along the back of the parking lot. You guys ducked into the forest, and so I followed into the neighborhood I knew was back there. Wow. But Margie was more astounded than she let on. Kelsey wasn't the risk-taking type. Her tattoos, piercings, and hairstyle were for shock value. There was no risk there. Just something she did because it garnered her attention. Kelsey had been so averse to leaving until the next morning. Margie couldn't help wondering what had happened to make her change her mind. Why'd you decide to leave now? Falling quiet, Kelsey didn't reply. After a long moment where Margie thought for sure Kelsey had either not heard her or wasn't going to answer, Kelsey finally spoke. All humor gone. Don't freak out. But they pulled the bug from the road and were messing with it. She swallowed, the sound audible in the silence of the car. Messing with it? What do you mean? Margie glanced behind them, as if she could somehow see what they were doing with David, her dead husband, and the car he'd killed himself in. No, look, I don't mind telling you stuff, but there are some things that are better not knowing. Kelsey cleared her throat and glanced in the rearview mirror. What about you, Riker? How old are you? Why haven't you been sick? Her abrupt change in topic scared Margie more than she wanted to let on. Margie disengaged from the conversation. How bad had things gotten at the gas station that they had spurred Kelsey to leave? Margie didn't want to know. I'm not sure. My family all got it, but I didn't. I had a rash on my arms, but that was it. Of course, Riker hadn't had shingles. He wasn't old enough. There was too much data and not enough information to create variables or track the progress of the disease. As much as Margie was trying to pinpoint the cause and treatment of the virus, she severely lacked the ability to track anything down with any certainty. Kelsey turned the car again, heading north this time. Where are you going? Margie shifted in her seat. She only wanted to head east. If they had to get on the freeway, then that's where they needed to go. You said your family is up in Spirit Lake. I know a back way to get to Newport, and we can go south from there. Kelsey nodded, keeping her expression tight. If those men are coming out of Clay Elam, there's nothing good that can happen if we go that way. Let's just go a little longer route and get where we need to go. That made sense. The back country of the inland northwest was a myriad of roads and paths. If you wanted to get somewhere, chances were you had more than one option to do so. But if Clay Elam had gone bad, who was to say any of the other towns hadn't gone bad too? They'd lengthened their drive, which meant they would need more gas and more food, and they had to plan with more time. Margie had a sinking sensation that they weren't all going to make it to Spirit Lake, and she wasn't sure what to do about that. Not for the first time. She wished one of them had access to a gun of some sort. But Kelsey hadn't had access, and Riker's family had been legitimately liberal with their disinterest in owning weapons. Riker had shaken his head when she'd asked him, and he'd scoffed. My dad didn't even get mouse traps because he didn't believe in taking lives. No weapons left them decidedly more vulnerable. And Kelsey wanted to drive off the main roads. Hopefully, Kelsey knew what she was doing. Margie had no idea how to get back to the freeway, which was the only way she knew of to get home. Panic clenched in her stomach. What if Kelsey didn't know what she was talking about? What if something happened to Kelsey and Margie had to find a way home without a map or GPS? What if Margie had promised Bailey she'd be there soon and she never showed up? Some things weren't acceptable. Dying in the backwoods of some Washington county was one of them. Chapter 5. Somewhere in Atlanta. Douglas Whitaker had never seen such an elegant virus hybrid. If he could only meet the creator of the varicella cross, he'd consider his bucket list complete. As it was, he had a lot left to do on his list, that he wouldn't be able to complete before he died. Which, in retrospect, was pretty sad considering he wasn't even 40 years old yet. He chuckled, the sound dry and forced. Swiveling the chair to the side and then back, he stared into the dim room. His eyes hadn't stopped hurting, and yet that hadn't stopped him from doing what he loved. Scrapings of his mother's pox had given him the bump in information he'd needed. She'd had shingles, though, and the virus that was decimating the world wasn't able to reach its full lifespan in those with a medical history of shingles, chickenpox, or herpes simplex, cold sores on the mouth. What Doug wouldn't give to see how it affected those with genital herpes, a more localized form of the virus. Swallowing to moisten the interior of his mouth, Doug lifted the dictating recorder to his lips, pressing the record button and murmuring into the darkened room. The virus is simple while being complex. There is no ability to create a vaccine with the evolutionary traits that have been added in the genetic diversification process, which makes the vaccination process null. He pulled the recorder back, cleared his throat, and continued. Half of the virus dies as it infects, shunting the white blood cells by killing them on contact. I want to reference it by calling it kamikaze, but that simplifies the process more than necessary. Doug lowered his recorder and stared toward the corner of his desk. He had no one who would listen to his reports, no one to study the evolution of the virus or the toxicity of the ointment being touted as the cure. Well, not anymore. It was pretty evident by the few who were still alive that the cure was just another step in a horrible plan to eliminate the human race. All of that to the side, Doug wanted to know more about the virus. He reached up and pressed gingerly around the pox on his own skin. He'd never had chickenpox, shingles, or even cold sores. He had barely moved from his desk as he'd gotten sicker and sicker, but he'd been fortunate to have various drugs on hand to eliminate the fever in temporary bursts and to treat the general pain. Even as prepared as he was with drugs and his own knowledge of viruses, Doug knew when he'd hit the end of his rope. If he'd been in better health and hadn't smoked, maybe. But he knew that wasn't true. There was nothing that would help him get over the sickness at that rate. He wasn't young, and he wasn't healthy enough to give it a fighting chance. Setting the recorder down with a soft thud on the veneer surface, Doug sighed. Why was he even taking notes? His posterity died a few days before, and he'd been able to look at the whole situation with practicality instead of with emotion. His own weakness and illness had taken its toll, and he'd barely had enough energy to look in the microscopes and work on the petri dishes. His religion had always been science. Turning that way, as his death loomed before him, seemed only natural. His mother had been comforted with prayers and scriptures. Douglas was comforted, calmed even, by studying the virus that seemed to hold back on killing him. Almost as if it too wanted to be studied, known. Who would listen to his dictations? Would anyone find him in his basement in the next 50 years? Why would they? He was in a random neighborhood, in a random town. There were thousands and thousands of homes all around him. Nothing stood out about his home. His whole life he'd sought notoriety, to be known for a discovery. The one time a discovery was made that actually mattered, Doug and the world were too far gone to do anything about it. If he could have discovered it earlier, found a way to treat it, he could have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize. Maybe. Or he would have just been pushed under the rug while a higher-up scientist had taken the credit. None of it mattered anyway. All the conjecture weakened him further, and he sighed. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at his fingers as he pulled them back from his face. Blinking, he then squinted at the black tar-like material smeared across his skin. That didn't look good.
Chapter 6. Scott. The smell. Scott couldn't escape the smell, no matter which way he turned his head. A general rotten food smell came from his house, which wasn't a big deal. Cady had mentioned something about Rachel digging through his kitchen. She probably had left the fridge open, and then with the power outage and animals having free access, things weren't being saved properly. No big deal. But he hadn't thought about the way Rachel's body would stink as it decomposed on his lawn. The smell of rotting flesh wasn't something one got used to. Even Ranger kept his nose down as he watched the road. Breathing out of his mouth didn't help either. Scott couldn't figure out what hurt more, his skin, his muscles, his bones, or his soul. His hands shook as he leaned back against the porch steps, watching for more coyotes, more predators, any danger. He had to be out of ammunition soon. His gun didn't have unlimited bullets, no matter how much the movies made it seem possible. An engine and metal creaking announced a visitor. Small headlights glowed in front of the house, visible before the actual ATV was in view. He raised the gun and then hastily lowered it to his side when he realized who the driver was. Bailey seemed to come out of nowhere, the rattle and bumping of the trailer over the shallow ditch as she cut the corner on his drive jarring to Scott's sensitive hearing. Ranger's whine was more of a gentle admonition that Scott was okay. The dog had settled beside Scott, on alert as if he knew Scott wasn't going to be able to do much from where he sat. He knew who Bailey was. The dog wasn't worried. In fact, he was probably glad to have someone see that Scott had been saved. And yes, Scott was going to be okay, and it was all thanks to his best friend. His tears started anew that Ranger had made it home. Not for the first time, Scott reached down and rubbed behind Ranger's ears, grateful to see his friend again. Seeing Bailey's shape and dim features in the silver light of the moon was almost as much a relief as seeing his dog again. Bailey pulled to a stop and stared at Scott. She took in his boxer underwear and the pale skin of his lower thighs and knees. Arching an eyebrow, she jerked her head toward the trailer. "Okay. I've seen too much, Scott. Why'd you leave? And in your underwear?" She shook her head, as if amused by the crazy man's antics. Scott tugged the hem of his shirt. The chilly spring night worked its way across his flesh. Of course, he would notice the dropping temperature when he was most vulnerable. Why hadn't he noticed how cold it was when he was trying to leave Cady's? That would have been more appropriate. He could have turned back. He patted Ranger's head. No, if he'd gone back inside, he would have missed out on finding Ranger. That wasn't something to miss. Ranger stood beside Scott, watching Bailey with curiosity, but also keeping an eye on the road and the direction the coyotes had scampered off in. Bailey reached under Scott's arm and helped him stand. Shaky, he'd gripped the gun like a lifeline and tapped it against his bare leg nervously. "I'm going to load you in the trailer. I can't carry you or have you leaning on me on the four-wheeler, okay? It's going to be bumpy. We have to hurry. Jessica is by herself at the house." Bailey helped Scott make his way to the back of the trailer. As the adrenaline faded, Scott's aches and pains became more apparent. As much as he hurt, the pain wasn't the same kind that he'd been plagued with while he was sick. Settling on the plywood bottom of the trailer, Scott reached up and felt his forehead with the back of his hand. If anything, his skin was damp with sweat, but cool. He didn't have a fever anymore. He'd take it. The discomfort in his body was similar to after a long day's work. His muscles were sore, but not burning. He was tired, but not beyond exhausted. Breathing wasn't close to impossible. Was it reality that he might survive this thing? The questions roiled in his mind, but he clung to the gun as if it held all the answers. He couldn't let it go. The incident with the coyotes too recent for comfort. Scott let out a low whistle, and Ranger fell into a trot behind the trailer as Bailey drove toward her house with caution. She didn't seem concerned about coyotes, wolves, or other predators. Why should she? She wasn't weak or sick. She was fully in control of her faculties. Embarrassed Bailey had to retrieve him, Scott worked to get himself ready to exit the trailer by himself. She pulled to a stop in front of the house and climbed down to help him. "I'm going to put this away. I'll be back in just a minute, if you want to wait here on the porch." Scott nodded, grateful for help and glad to be back at Cady's. Yes, he wanted to get to his own home, especially when he'd thought he wasn't long for this world, and he didn't want to be a burden on Bailey and Jason. But as he continued to pull further from the clutches of the virus, he realized he would be able to help at Cady's. Bailey wouldn't have to do anything by herself. Not for long, anyway. Sure, Scott was tired, but not an invalid. He could do more than he'd thought he could. Ignoring the sharp pain in his feet, Scott heaved himself upright when they stopped. Dark shadows in the shape of Zach's sandals had been pushed to the side of the porch, against the wall of the house. Scott remembered seeing them there when he'd come by a week or so ago. It seemed like longer than just a few weeks since the world started falling down around them. He would need those sandals on his feet before he could go inside. He didn't need to see the blood to know he was bleeding. I knew the power went out, but I didn't realize just how quiet and dark it would be, Scott murmured as Bailey stood beside him, helping him cross the few feet to the deck. He didn't turn and sit on the steps like she indicated wanting. Instead, he carefully reached out and grabbed the closest post and pulled himself up the 2 steps. He had to get those sandals on. The tender flesh of his feet would need first aid attention, but first he had to make sure he didn't get blood all over the place. Bailey stepped away from him and revved the 4-wheeler, disappearing around the side of the house to put the ATV into the shed. Scott knew his way around Cady's place. As soon as he was able, he'd help Bailey with taking care of the homestead. After his adventurous night, he just wanted to say goodnight to Jason and Jessica and get some sleep. Slipping the sandals on his feet, he sighed at the cooling pressure of the rubber soles on his feet, like a bandage that pushed all of his flesh together. Standing at the front door, waiting for Bailey to return from the shed, Scott glanced through the slim front window. Even though the power was off, the moonlight glowed through the windows in the dining room, shining down the hardwood floor into the hall. Scott's nephew lay on the floor, tucked against the wall with a pillow under his head. It didn't take a fully lit house to see Jason wasn't moving. Scott wasn't sure how he was still moving himself, but he was. The new jolt of adrenaline wouldn't be wasted. Scott didn't wait for Bailey. Bursting through the front door, Scott knelt beside the young man and touched the side of his throat. Thready and fast, Jason's pulse beat against Scott's touch. Hanging his head, Scott's temporary relief allowed him to droop beside his nephew. He couldn't lose Jason. There was nothing left of his family that he knew of, only Jason and Jessica. That was all he had. He couldn't let anything happen to them. If for no other reason, then he'd promised his mother. Pressing the back of his hand against Jason's forehead, Scott shook his head at the incredible heat eating at Jason's flesh. "You're burning up, kid." Jason didn't respond. Not that Scott expected him to. Hoped, yes. If Scott were stronger, he'd carry Jason up to a bed, but Scott didn't even have enough energy to drag his nephew into the living room. Bailey pushed through the front door. "Let me get some candles lit. I didn't have time after the power went out, and I had to find you." She wasn't guilt-tripping him, but Scott didn't need to be reminded that he was mostly to blame for adding more stress to an already stressful situation. She passed him, feeling with her feet to make sure she didn't step on Scott or Jason. The closet door opened, and Bailey made a few passes between the doorway and the table. After a few minutes, the door closed. The sound of a lighter grating and clicking, and then suddenly, a small flame appeared. Lighting multiple candles set up on the table, Bailey soon had candlelight flickering and casting a jack-o'-lantern glow about the lower level of the home. The sensation of comfort accompanied the light, making up for the absence of the furnace humming in the distance or the disappearance of the fan above the fireplace displacing the heat. Scott rocked back to his butt from his feet and looked up at Bailey. "Is Cady—" He didn't want to know, but he had to. He could just revel in possibility for a little longer, but that wasn't how he worked. Bailey shook her head, her expression tight. "She's only been completely down less than a day. It's still my birthday." She glanced at Jason and then back at Scott, like that didn't matter, but she had to tell someone. Scott glanced at Bailey quickly, drawing his eyebrows together. "Today?" "For another couple hours. Jason didn't know and Mom, well, she told me happy birthday last night when she helped you, but..." She offered a half smile that tore at Scott and shrugged. "Yeah, I get it." He pressed himself against the wall and used it as leverage to stand. "I'm feeling better. The pain is manageable. My feet..." He glanced down and grimaced. "I wasn't very smart. Do you think I can use some of your mom's first aid stuff to bandage it? The fresh air and moving around had seemed to help with the pain along his skin, and the adrenaline had spiked, numbing him to the intense pain in his feet and back. Standing on his feet was about all he could do for the moment, but he'd take it. Glancing over his shoulder, toward the front door, a sudden sharp pang hit him. "Ranger?" His dog wasn't an indoor dog, but Scott had to know he was okay. "Don't worry. I set him up in the garage. He has food and water and a safe place to sleep. He dropped onto the blanket after drinking a bunch. I'll watch over him until you get feeling better." Bailey's smile was hard to see as she stood with her back to the candles. His relief made it easier to breathe. "I missed him. Yeah, I missed him." Scott couldn't yet voice what Ranger had done to save him. Another thing to add to his list of regrets and guilt. He'd abandoned his dog to save himself and his nephew and niece. When faced with insurmountable odds, Ranger hadn't budged from Scott's side. That was loyalty. "Can you see in this light?" Scott angled, turning his shoulders toward Bailey. "Does it look like my rash is worse?" Bailey stepped closer, pulling out a small pocket flashlight from her pocket. She studied his shoulder and neck, where the collar of his shirt didn't cover it. "No, actually, your pox looks lower, not gone, but lower." The burning was drastically lessened, but an itch had taken its place. Was the itch like the chicken pox, where if you scratched, it would just get worse? "You mentioned Jessica has it. Is she okay?" Worry clenched in his gut and he turned around. "Can I see her?" There were so many things piling on him. He couldn't keep them all straight. Jason was lying on the floor, sick, but at least he was safe. There was nothing they could do for him at that moment, but let him rest. Jessica had been sick, or was getting sick. Cady was sick. Bailey had everything on her plate, and she seemed to be holding up pretty well under the circumstances. Scott had to contribute. He had to help out. He couldn't be another item on her checklist of responsibilities. Bailey disappeared into the living room and then came back. She held out her arm and offered him help. "She's sleeping on the couch. You want to sit by her? I can grab the first aid stuff and move some candles in there." Scott didn't have enough energy to sit down and then get back up. He had to check on Cady. "Let me check on your mom first. I'll come down and watch over Jessica and Jason while you get some sleep. I'm not sure how much sleep I'll be able to get since I've been sleeping the last 3 days already." Bailey chewed on her lower lip and shot him a grateful look. She didn't fight him, which meant she was more tired than she'd let on. Scott waited for Bailey to return to Jessica in the living room before falling to his knees on the steps. He could crawl up if he split the load between his hands and legs. Each movement pulled at his energy, but he could do it. He'd just walked to his house and survived a coyote attack. Climbing those stairs was a no-brainer. After an agonizing amount of time, Scott found himself kneeling beside Cady's bed. Her eyelids fluttered when he took her hand. She was deep in sleep, and a fever flushed her skin. "I'm better, Cady. It might not be permanent. I might just be dealing with endorphins, but I feel better. I'm not sure what's going on. If I can get better, though, this should be cake for you." Fatigue dragged at him, and he touched her hand before pulling back. He hadn't wanted to be touched when he'd been down. His skin had hurt too much. Cady would feel the same. What could he do to help Bailey have a better birthday? Survive?
Chapter 7. Beth night was the time of nightmares. Shooting one's husband had to be the epitome of nightmare fodder. Beth fell to her knees beside her husband. Faint traces of his cologne reached her as he gasped for breath. The concrete flooring was unforgiving as she panted. She'd shot him. No. Seriously. How had she shot him? Why hadn't he said anything? He was a cop. He knew better than to go into a situation without identifying himself. If he'd only called out, she could have recognized his voice, instead of thinking he was a looter, or worse. What was worse? Did it matter? She'd shot Stephen, and she wasn't in the position to play nursemaid. How bad was it? He'd fallen to the cement floor of the garage, his flashlight beaming toward the side. into the corner. The light reflected off the white wall, illuminating the dark splotch of blood spreading from his shoulder down his chest. Okay, it was only the shoulder. She'd shot him in the shoulder. Maybe he could still live. Turning to the workbench, she grabbed a wad of blue paper towels and pressed them against the curve of his upper arm and chest. He moaned, his eyelids opening as he tried to pull from her touch. His legs dangled over the edge of the unfinished steps. Beth pulled him further off the stairs onto the ground. She couldn't think. She'd shot him, and guilt ate at her like acid. Her thought processes were screwed up. Was it possible for her to go into shock even though she hadn't been shot? Would she be eligible for shock since she'd been fine after her children were dead? Well, maybe she wasn't fine, but she'd been functioning. She had to get back to functioning. Gathering a sleeping bag from the shelf on the far side of the garage, Beth pulled it from its bag and tucked it around Stephen. She couldn't lift him, but she could try to keep him warm. There was no way to elevate his shoulder, but she returned to his side and held pressure as long as he would let her. The smell of blood was vastly preferable to the scent of rotten bodies or disease. Beth? Stephen's strained voice didn't need an excuse, with obvious reasons for his stress. The kids... His voice ended on a groan of despair. He rocked to the side, but returned to lying on his back. For a little bit, Beth had been able to forget. If not forget, she'd been able to shove them from her mind. Dwelling on their deaths wouldn't return them to life. Regretting their deaths would be like regretting who they'd been and how they'd been present in her daily life. Reliving the last few days wasn't an option. Not right then, while her skin chilled and her blood flow slowed. She shivered, grief all too ready to consume her from a conscious level. Yes, but that's all she could say. He hadn't asked a question, but he got that response all the same. Beth checked Stephen's neck surreptitiously for the rash, but there was nothing on his skin. How was that possible? Was the virus something that only infected the young? If that was the case, then Stephen had a chance. If he could stay alive from the shot. But her neighbors negated that theory. How many of them had become infected and died? They weren't all children. In fact, Beth wasn't sure who had died from the virus and who had died from the cure and who was still alive out there like she was. Sweat broke out on Stephen's forehead, and his breathing grew shallower. He moaned, reaching up to push at Beth's hand holding the towels there. She wasn't even sure where her first aid kit was. Beth shushed Stephen. The wound didn't want to stop bleeding.
Chapter 8. Manson. Stint. Manson jerked awake at the sudden silence. The air slowed and no longer blew from the thin vent slats in the air. The air circulation was no longer running. He could hear the absence of the electricity as the lines stopped humming. He'd taken for granted the movement of the smells in the building. The odor of unwashed bodies settled around him. He took a deep breath. A general rustling and murmuring filled the air as others woke to the difference. When you lived in the same environment for days, weeks, months, and years, the slightest change was more noticeable than an earthquake. The all-encompassing darkness covered any possible searching that might be going on in the corridor. Manson sat up, reaching for the crowbar he'd snuggled against his side when he'd lain down for bed. There were no other weapons in the prison community that could beat the bar. Not yet, anyway. No one had searched out Phil and the security office as they looked first for food. Some of the prisoners had snuck food into their cells. Those prisoners were no longer alive, and their food had been confiscated. He stood, slipping his boots on and tying the laces. He'd been able to keep the men in line, as he'd promised that the locks would no longer work with the absence of power. That's the only thing that had kept them in line. The promise of change, the promise of freedom. Manson had no idea the power would go out so soon. The outage would give him opportunity sooner rather than later, and he was grateful for the chance to stretch his legs. What did he need? He didn't want to return to his cell ever again. He couldn't wait to get out of there. Judging by the sounds of the other inmates, he wasn't the only one. General talking filled the air as voices charged with excitement rebounded off the cement block walls. Many lingered in their cells, unsure of where to go and what exactly they would do, since they hadn't been anywhere else but the penitentiary in more years than they'd been out. Manson was ready to leave. Murder wasn't something he wanted to do. It was something he needed to do. The inmates he'd killed had been covered with a grace period, and most hadn't yet been acclimated into a gang or group, so they weren't protected. Manson wasn't stupid. Everyone was afraid of him, but even he knew that if a group of them got mad enough, they could kill him, and there'd be nothing he could do to stop it. He wanted nothing from his cell but the bar. Gripping the warm metal, he left the small room, grateful his roommate had died a few days ago. Manson had slid the man's body to the catwalk and pushed him over. The pile of dead accumulated under the stairs of the cell pod. The stench was getting to them all, even stronger now since the air had stopped. Hurrying toward the exit doors where the exit sign used to glow above the double panels as it taunted the inmates, Manson pushed through a few slow straggler groups. Of course, it was only an exit for a fire escape, and it led out to another tightly patrolled yard with a fence that was also monitored with electric access. But that didn't matter. Just testing to see if it was open or not was the point. If the door was open, they should be able to get out of the rest of them. And wasn't getting out the point? The exit doors were impossible to open when the power was on. There had been a power outage once when Manson had first arrived a few years back, and he'd been by the doors. Another inmate had pushed against the handle in frustration and been rewarded with the door popping open. Sunlight had spilled into the common area, and the inmates milling about had become paralyzed as they'd stared at the door for a split second. The prisoner had rushed into the yard and ignored all orders to get back inside. He'd stood in the center of the yard with his arms held out and his head tilted back, as if he'd really found freedom. He did a week in solitary confinement for that stint, but Manson had learned from his mistake. Electricity held the prison together at the seams. Manson approached the doors, his palms sweating with excitement. He wanted out. He needed out. As he reached the doors, other men fell into step behind him, as if he needed a posse to push open some doors. He ignored their presence and slowed as he reached the panels. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and pushed on the handle. It depressed, and the door opened, filling the large room with fresh air. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. It wasn't freedom, but it was a key component. The men cheered, rushing past Manson into the empty yard. Under the moonlight, they stopped, bathing in the celestial light. Nighttime excursions weren't an option, and midnight air was something they hadn't experienced since their life began in the pen. Two men laughed and pushed as they reached the far end of the fence where the gate waited to be opened. Manson held his breath. The men would escape and he could just walk out of there, his future ahead of him. He watched as they reached out, their hands in sync with each other. The prisoners pushed and pulled, but the gate didn't open. The metal didn't budge. After a few desperate attempts, they turned to face Manson, their eyebrows drawn together. "What is this? You said we could get out." Anger lowered the last syllable on their two-syllable words. Impossible. He didn't say it out loud. He couldn't, or he risked losing control of the yard and the rest of the men inside the pen. If they'd been free, he wouldn't care, and he'd start killing at random, but they weren't free yet. Manson pushed past their posturing forms to study the gate. Padlocks held chains in place, and those chains kept the gates closed. He hadn't seen the locks when he'd glanced outside the last time. A cursory scan was all he'd been able to get. And truth be told, he'd been mesmerized by the sight of unmown green grass and the idea of freedom beyond. He stilled. He had to get the answers together, or he risked losing control of the entire prison. Manson turned, holding his hands up, one with the crowbar in his grip. "This isn't permanent. We can get out still. Let's start checking the other wards. If we can't get out yet, we can at least access parts of the prison we couldn't before, like the kitchens." The mention of food did more than alter the focus. It gave them something to target, something they wanted more than freedom, at least for the foreseeable future. Men shifted on their feet, anxious to check the kitchens. now that their freedom wasn't guaranteed immediately. Food had been scarcer than anything else the last few days. Now that the electricity was out, would the water be rare too? After staring at Manson another minute, the men moved back inside, one by one, hurrying to check the kitchens and the cafeteria for food. Something to fill the hole they wouldn't be able to ease with escape. Manson went back inside. He was hungry as well, but he needed a plan, and he needed to know just what he was dealing with. Scoping out the prison and the limitations of the fences and the doors would be Manson's only chance to gather a plan. He wasn't planning on leaving with the men in the prison, but he'd do what he had to in order to stay alive and get out fast. As he walked the perimeter of the interior of the building, he couldn't help noticing that D Block was the least inhabited, but had the most bodies. Not all of them had black seeping from their eyes and noses either. Some appeared to have taken their own lives, or had been killed. Doors to the interior were unlocked, but the doors to get out had manual locks in place. It seemed that the prisoners escaping in a power outage had crossed the minds of the security of the prison. Probably because they had families out in the community. Power outages could last for a few seconds to days and weeks. No one wanted their families in danger because the locks didn't hold during a grid blip. Manson didn't blame them, but their cautionary steps trapped him more fully in the cement hell he refused to call home. Checking the fences and the visitor center as well, Manson tightened his jaw further. Escaping wouldn't be easy. If anything, the power going out had only made things more desperate. They had to get out or risk killing each other. The latter was more a possibility than getting out at that point. The only room that had any chance of escape was the security office where Manson had killed Phil. Judging by the chains on the gates, even Manson's crowbar wouldn't break the locks or the chains. He turned back to the cafeteria after investigating that direction. No reason to lead the others toward the security office. The crowd had gathered outside the cafeteria doors. A line separated two factions as they faced each other. "We're going in, Scuzz. Get out of our way." Someone in the group to the left offered, but Manson couldn't make out the speaker. "Not until we go inside." A man with tattoos crawling up his arms and around his neck pulled a shank from his waistband. He waved the makeshift knife in the air. An illegal shank was more common than security had known about, unless they'd known and just turned the other cheek. Either way, Manson's crowbar was still the biggest weapon in the prison. He rolled his eyes and strolled forward. "Move!" He didn't have to raise his voice. They all recognized the sound of authority. Even if they balked at following it, something innate made them respect it when they initially heard it. The men shuffled out of the way. The one with the shank dropped it to his side. He backed into the men behind him as they made room for Manson to walk through. You'd think he was 4 times his size at the amount of space they gave him. Manson stopped in front of the doors and turned to the closest prisoner. No one was inside where there was food, and everyone was starving. People were stupid. "Did you already go inside? Why isn't the door open?" "Leave it to the idiots to get access, and then lock it again just to thwart others. Talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face. Hopefully, someone went inside and didn't wait. That would be stupidity." His tone droll, Manson looked over his shoulder with a twisted smile. No one met his gaze. Clutching the crowbar, Manson reached out with his empty hand to pull open the door. He needed this to re-establish his leadership. If he couldn't even get them food, then his attempts at unification to create a work team would be null and void. Taking a breath, Manson pushed, and the doors opened inward. The groups forgot their differences as they rushed inside, jostling Manson as he maintained his post at the door. If they got food, they would be easier to control, for the most part. Exhaling as the men passed, Manson didn't monitor the food situation. Edging around the group, Manson headed for the fridge. With the power out, cheese and milk products would go bad first. The size of the prison dictated he would walk into an overabundance of food, so much it would be hard to eat it all before it spoiled. The opportunity to see such a rich supply was a little exciting. In the walk-in freezer, Manson stilled. There wasn't more than 2 containers of mayonnaise, 5 or 6 dozen eggs, a box of milk, and a slab of sandwich cheese. Where was the food? He turned back to the shelving area. The men rifled through half-empty shelves. "I found that. Give it to me." The man with the shank didn't wait for the other man to comply. He pulled back his homemade knife and jabbed it repeatedly into the other man's chest. The prisoner fell to the floor at Manson's feet, a bag of sliced bread yanked from his grasp. His eyes stared up at the ceiling. Maroon spread across the top of his jumpsuit. What a waste. Manson was all for killing when there was an abundance of people, but with the pandemic sweeping the world and wiping out mankind, they didn't have a lot of people to go around. He'd have to ration his murders when he got out. When, not if. He shook his head, lifting his crowbar in the growing noise of panicked prisoners scrambling for food. He hit the broad side of the steel bar against the post of a commercial-grade metal shelf. The resounding ringing filled the room and rang off the walls. Everyone stopped and stared at Manson. He lifted his chin. "Listen up. There isn't a lot of food. I'm not sure why, but we need to get out of here. I've studied the perimeter of the grounds and it looks like we have a good chance of escape if we get into the grounds keeping shed on the back of this building and start digging. The fencing is buried 4 feet. That's it, guys. 4 feet. If we can dig down and under the fence, we can get out of here. No one is here to stop us. I've tried all the doors, all the other fences. We're stuck." His face grim, Manson grabbed both ends of the bar and held it at waist level. "We need to find food. This can't be the only place they stored it. There has to be some kind of a loading dock, or maybe there's a storage facility. We need a crew to work on the fence and a crew to work on finding the food. Who wants the glory of feeding us, and who wants the glory of freeing us?" Manson could be persuasive when he wanted to be. As the men volunteered for jobs, Manson had no doubt they would get free. Once he had them set up and working, it was only a matter of time before he was walking out of the prison facility, with or without the rest of the idiots he'd been forced to live with. He was getting out. He just needed to distract the others while he figured out how.
Chapter 9. Margie. "Do you see that?" Margie leaned close to Kelsey, keeping her voice down. Riker had fallen asleep a few hours before, and Margie didn't want to wake him. The vanilla air freshener had become commonplace, but every once in a while, Margie caught a whiff, and the scent was fast becoming cloying. Kelsey glanced in the rearview mirror and nodded solemnly. She kept her voice down, but concern laced the air. "Yeah, it's been there about 20 minutes. She glanced at the dashboard, tapping the gas gauge behind the glass cover. "We need to stop soon, or we're going to—" She grinned. "Stop!" Margie got the joke, but her worry at the presence of the red lights behind them smothered even her attempt at polite laughter. A red glow followed them, but only like it floated behind something. The only thing that made sense was a car with its headlights off. Their brake lights would glow about 10 seconds after Kelsey would slow down or take a turn. The only logical explanation was someone had picked up on their lights. "Why are we being followed?" Margie twisted, glancing around to see out the back window. The defrost lines crossed the glass, breaking up the vision of the lights glowing sporadically behind them. "How are we going to get away from them?" Kelsey asked as she carefully picked up speed. She'd stuck to the frontage road to keep moonlight on the path ahead of them so they could see without lights, but she'd kept the speed down for safety's sake. "I can unhook the brake lights, if you want." Riker's voice cut through the tension in the front. He must have woken up because of the tension in the car. It wasn't something Margie could cover, no matter how much she whispered. Whipping her head toward him, Margie nodded tightly. "It's a good idea, but we can't stop." She furrowed her brow. Was that even possible? Didn't cars have like a governor switch or something where they wouldn't work if things were broken? How would you do that anyway? It's an old car. You can do almost anything with these classics. His smile was hard to see in the dim lighting, but was easy to hear in his confidence. "It's easy. Hold on." He unclicked his seatbelt and turned on the seat to kneel facing backwards. He moved things around in the back, placing some of them on the seat, beside him, and even handing one to Margie to hold. Some clicking and a jerk of his arm, and then suddenly it went completely dark in the back. Riker appeared between Kelsey and Margie's seats, his face glowing in the slim light from the dashboard. If you twist the headlight knob, you should be able to dim the dash lights. We can go stealth without being high-tech. Kelsey reached up and fumbled around until the dashboard lights grew dimmer and dimmer. Gripping the steering wheel, she dropped her jaw. I've had this car almost 20 years, and I had no idea it did that. We need to get off the main road. Margie looked in the side mirror. Flashing closer, the light suggested the vehicle had sped up. The driver must be confused as to where Kelsey's car had disappeared to. In less than a second, Kelsey turned the wheel, pressing Riker and Margie against the right side of the car. Margie reached out, gripping the dash for something to hold onto with one hand and clutching the strangling chest seatbelt with the other. The car bumped along the dirt road Kelsey had somehow found in the dark. She stopped abruptly, and Margie and Riker jerked forward, unseating Riker with his seatbelt removed. Kelsey turned off the car, and they all turned in their seats. Would they get to watch the car pass by, or would they be under attack any second? The red light slowed, but continued moving out of sight. They couldn't tell if it was a car or a truck, but whatever or whoever it was, they were definitely following Kelsey's driving route. We need to lie low for a while. We can't drive anywhere at night. There's no way to see what we're facing. The constant need to wait until daylight seemed to be Kelsey's mantra. This time, though, Margie could see logic in the recommendation. She nodded, her breathing uneven and hitched. Where do you suggest we hunker down? Margie couldn't see anything but the trees climbing into the dark, star-sprinkled sky above. Just here. I don't want to open the doors and turn on the dome light. I'm not sure which way the switch goes to turn it off. If we guess wrong, it could give away our position again. Let's just stay here until morning. Then we can use some of the gas in that container and find somewhere to load up on food and more gas. Kelsey's tone was relieved. Margie felt bad. Of course, Kelsey was relieved. She'd had to drive in the dark, unable to see much with a lot of pressure with 2 passengers in the car and someone following them. For once, Margie had to agree with Kelsey's plan. Okay, everyone get comfortable. Riker, can you hand me one of the pillows, please? They had to hunker down for the night. The least she could do was try to get comfortable. If only she could avoid the images of David and his accusing eyes in her sleep. Chapter 10. Cady. How many nights and days had passed since Cady had quarantined herself in her room? Sunlight had been too bright to handle, and moonlight had given way to clouds, and a migraine that ran the whole of her head without localization. Cady gripped the tangled edge of her sheet and blankets. Her hands were weak, but she could feel something besides pain and itching. The burning had subsided. How long had she lain there with sticky and sweaty skin? She blinked with caution. Moving her head too fast would increase her headache's reach, maybe send it down her neck and into her back. Had her rash materialized? Did it pox yet? What lay beyond this wave of lucidity? Cautiously, Cady reached up to tentatively search her skin for the spiky rash. Bumps greeted her search, but there were no pointy sections. Did that mean her pox hadn't come in yet? She didn't know how much longer she could handle the bouts of pain and occasional nausea when the pain was so intense. The familiar scent of helichrysum came off her fingers when she pulled back. Bailey had kept up on the oils. That comforted her. When her shingles hit, those oils soothed the pain and itchiness of the sores to the point that Cady carried a roll-on applicator everywhere with her. She'd had one bout of them that had run along her lower right breast, right where the underwire had been, and she'd applied that oil almost every hour. She wouldn't be surprised if that's what it took to help minimize the pain from the virus. Touching her forehead, Cady marveled at the clammy sensation. She breathed in deep. It didn't hurt as she stretched her diaphragm. Of course it was sore, but there was no stabbing pain. Her eyes hurt, but it wasn't a pain like being burned with acid. How much time had passed? Slowly pushing herself up to a sitting position, Cady waited for the dizziness to pass. She needed water. A cottony sensation had taken root in her mouth, and she worked her tongue to unstick it from its settled place. Even as she was wrapped up in the present state of her condition, the physical discomfort didn't matter. Could she feel so stable while in the middle of the disease? Had she made it? How was that possible? Scott had died. Had he died? He must have, from the way Bailey and Jason were carrying on the other night, whenever that had been. Pressing her fingers to her forehead, Cady couldn't help wondering if she was delusional. She could swear she could hear Scott's voice as the pounding in her head pulsed with determination. Wait! The pounding worked with her heartbeat. Her headache must be attached to being dehydrated. She needed some water. Bailey's voice broke through the pain in her head as well. What were the odds that she could hear Bailey and Scott at the same time? If Scott was dead, how could she hear Bailey with him? Did that mean Bailey was dead too? Her breath caught. No, not her daughter. It was enough of a concern to make her try to move, investigate. She'd collapse afterward. Sadie scooted to the end of her mattress and slowly pulled herself off the mattress. Her feet ached, but didn't hurt with a stabbing pain like she'd expected. In fact, nothing hurt like she'd expected, like she'd grown to accept since she'd fallen into her bed too weak to move. Could she move around and walk? How much was going to be too much? She had so many questions, but no way to find out except by trial. Each step was forced, but doable. If she steadied herself by holding on to things, she could do it. She really just felt like she'd been down with an excruciating flu. On shaky legs, Cady found herself at the door and slowly opened it. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, and even though the power was off, the spring sun fully lit up the house. Time had passed, but how much? She slid to the top of the stairs, leaning her head against the wall. She'd made it that far. Bailey murmured, and Scott's voice answered. Those were real. They weren't fake. Cady's chest loosened. Scott had lived. Bailey was okay. If Scott had lived, then that meant the possibility that Cady could, too, was high. Cady had made it. At least so far. She did it, somehow, some way. Do you think he's going to be okay? Bailey's words finally penetrated the fog around Cady's head. Someone was in danger of not making it, and that fact greatly saddened her daughter. I don't know, I hope so. I have no idea what makes this virus work. Some things are pretty easy to figure out. Like rabies, right? Go crazy. You know what spreads it. You know what the disease symptoms are as they play through. You know there is no chance of survival. But this? There's nothing standard about it since I'm the first one to survive it that we know of. Thanks for helping with Mom. I didn't want to see her hurting like you were. Bailey sniffed, and utensils clinking on dishware gave away their location. I understand. It's okay. She helped me a lot. I wanted a chance to repay the favor. They were somber and almost monotone as they spoke. How much time had passed? It must have been days since she'd gone to sleep. The Ambien had put her under, and she wasn't sure that was a good thing or a bad thing. If she'd slept through the sickness, tossing and turning as the pain had warranted, it could have been days since she'd gone into her bedroom where she thought she would die. The time frame didn't matter as much as Cady was focusing on it. She simply didn't care. For intents and purposes, she'd woken up. She was lucid. If she really wanted to drill down into the blessings of the moment, she had to admit that while the aches and pains were uncomfortable, the pain itself waved in and out. She could walk. Her muscles ached, but not with an intense burning that made her want to rip them from the tendons. She could breathe without the sensation of branding irons scalding her throat and chest. Warm tears of gratitude and confusion and fatigue welled over her lower lids. She closed her eyes, but they still escaped and ran down her lashes. All she knew was that she could walk, and she could hear Scott and Bailey. She'd gather all of her answers in a minute. Chapter 11. Bailey worry had become Bailey's only constant. Scott had returned about 36 hours ago. She'd gotten some sleep, but what if Scott wasn't over the sickness? She'd tossed and turned when she'd woken up. Would he hurt anyone if he wasn't over it? What if he just left again? There were a lot of variables at play, and Bailey couldn't believe she used the word variable. One of the last things she'd learned in school before her mom had pulled her out to quarantine them. If Scott was fine, then did Bailey have the right to hope her mom would be too? Scott was right when he said that the illness treated each person differently. She'd had no idea Jason was so sick. She knew almost to the minute how long Scott had been gone. She'd started counting because Jason had collapsed so close to the same time. And if Scott could get better after 3 days and he was old, then Jason should be able to do the same. Jason was young. He hadn't even been as sick as Scott had seemed. If Jason had been, he'd hidden it well. Enough time had passed. Scott and her had kind of fallen into a comfortable expectation of each other. There wasn't a lot to be done when you were too weak to do much. Scott had taken over Jessica's care. That actually left Bailey with the easy things to do. Feeding and watering the chickens, gathering eggs, and checking on Ranger were small compared to figuring out when to feed the baby and change the baby. With the worry about Jessica off her shoulders, Bailey was able to focus her concern more fully on her mom and Jason. She wasn't sure if that was a bad thing or a good thing. Swallowing a bite of oatmeal, Bailey smiled half-heartedly at Scott as he cooed at Jessica, while she sucked on her bottle in his arms, and he ate more of his breakfast. After a minute of silence, Bailey met Scott's gaze when he lifted his eyes her way. "Do you think my mom's going to be okay? I mean, she should be better tomorrow, right? You're getting steadily better." Was that accusation in her tone? She didn't want to be that way. She didn't want him to think she wasn't glad he was still alive. Faintly, she added, "And it's almost been 3 days, right?" While she didn't want him to think she wanted him sick, she also needed answers. Plus, she couldn't deny that she was a little mad that he was there and Cady wasn't. Bailey had already lost her dad, her grandparents, and countless others. Why did she have to lose her mom, too? True, she and her mom weren't the closest they could be. And maybe, if Bailey made a deal with whatever universal being was out there that she'd do better, maybe that deal would get her mom back and better. Scott set the bottle on the table and shifted Jessica to his shoulder, careful to support her head. His lips downturned thoughtfully as he considered her question. "I think expecting your mom to get better in the exact same time frame that I did isn't realistic." He patted Jessica's back. "Why? You're both old. You're both pretty healthy. Why wouldn't you get better the same way?" Bailey swallowed her last bite of oatmeal. She didn't want to sit at home and wait for everyone to either die or get better. What she really wanted was to go out for pizza, the kind with loads of cheese, pineapple, and Canadian bacon, and so much sauce it dripped on your fingers. You know when you get the flu and you throw up 4 times, but your friend gets the same flu and only throws up twice. Or doesn't get a fever, but you do? Scott returned Jessica to a cradled position and put his finger into her small fist. That makes sense, I guess. Bailey shrugged and half shook her head as if to say, "Get to the point." "It's a lot like that. We don't have a basis for this sickness. We have no idea what is normal for what it does. Does everyone get a fever? Does everyone get the rash? Your mom's rash hasn't gotten the pox look to it yet. I'll check again when I put more oils on her. Which reminds me, did Jason put oils on at all? I really think that helped me." Scott finished eating his breakfast, while Jessica stared around, her eyelids droopy with sleepiness. "I can't put them on him. So you don't have to." "Not that I know of. He didn't ask for any, and I didn't think to offer them since I didn't know he was already this sick." She couldn't look Scott in the eyes. She'd been too busy flirting with Jason and hoping he wouldn't get sick to notice that he'd already been very sick. To be fair, she'd noticed his eyes were red-rimmed, but that wasn't enough. She didn't want to be the one to blame, but the sad reality was that if Jason died, it would be her fault. How would she ever be able to tell Scott that she'd killed his nephew or Jessica, that she'd let her cousin down? There might be worse things than getting the sickness, like surviving to regret one's actions. Bailey was there, and her regret was already growing by leaps and bounds.
Chapter 12. Scott didn't know how to help Bailey. Her haunted eyes suggested she had a lot of demons to deal with. Things that she shouldn't have to worry about plagued her, and he'd been part of that. His own actions in the past cut into him, taunting his conscience around every turn. He couldn't catch a break, and huge part of him worried that he might have been better off, where he deserved to be, when he was down with the virus. His death would have been nothing when he had taken so much in that hospital wing. The very real possibility that he was living his penance for actions he'd taken repeatedly occurred to him. Would Scott lose Cady and Jason because he'd killed all those babies? Their defenseless bodies hadn't stood a chance as he'd gone around the NICU. How long would that torment him? Well into the eternities? Would he forever struggle with the actions he'd taken? If he couldn't forgive himself, he'd never be able to move on and be who he needed to be or do what was required. Second-guessing himself would make him dangerous to be around if a situation came up where he had to make a split-second decision. If he doubted his actions, he wouldn't be able to decide. He had to be able to own what he did with those babies. He had to own it. The only problem was, he didn't know who to hand it off to. Was that something you could confess? He wasn't Catholic, but the idea of confessing his sins to someone and to verbally hear of absolution was something he could really get behind. Do you think Jason will die because he didn't get oils on him? Bailey's small voice broke through Scott's thoughts, and he blinked at her as he came back to the moment. I think it's going to be fine. I'll put some on him in a minute. He smiled reassuringly at her, but his smile dimmed at the sudden presence of tears in her eyes. Bailey, what's wrong? She shook her head. The oil you used on Mom is the last we had. I didn't know I was supposed to ration it. Mom said to use what we needed, but she never said we had a limited supply. Scott's realization of what the situation actually looked like slapped him in the face. Bailey hadn't known Jason was sick to put oils on him, and they were out of the oils that had saved Scott's life. He believed they did. The relief they gave had been the only way he'd been able to rest. What would they do to help Jason get better if the only things that had relieved Scott and Cady were no longer available? What did Scott do if they didn't have those? The only treatment Scott was aware of for shingles was the oils, vitamin C, and rest. He couldn't force Jason to swallow the vitamin because he was already resting. The only other thing he could do was get the oil on his skin. Where does your mom keep the oils? He had to see for himself that Cady was really out. Maybe Bailey didn't know which oils Cady used. We're out of the helichrysum and the ravinsara. We have some anica oil left, but that's low too. Bailey finished her oatmeal, despondent as she stared at the final lumps in her bowl. She glanced up at Scott. I don't know what else to do to treat Jason. I'm not sure what else to do about anything. Scott understood. He relished the feel of Jessica in his arms. She seemed to be doing fine. The rash was going down. According to Bailey, she'd only had a skiff of the sickness. What had made Jessica only have a passing encounter with the virus and knock Jason down to where he was non-responsive? I'm not sure what to do without the oil either, but I can assure you that we do the best we can with what we know. We're trying hard. There has to be some kind of grace allowed for that. Scott hoped his words came across as optimistic instead of negative, like he felt deep inside. Without those oils, he didn't know what to do for his nephew. He stood. Would you mind holding Jessica so I can use the restroom? I thought I would check on your mom and air out the upstairs as well. Plus, he needed to think. He had to come up with a plan on how to treat Jason and help Bailey out. Bailey pushed her empty bowl toward the center of the table and held out her arms. Sure. She cast a glance over her shoulder at Jason, then looked back at Scott. Do you think he's going to be okay? If we can get some oil on him, I have no doubt he'll be fine. I wish I knew how far along he was. I didn't have a coma. I just slept for a few hours at a time. Pain-filled hours that he had wished he'd die from. Jason might be able to escape the mind-altering pain Scott had endured by being in a coma. He seemed more restful than Scott had. Scott stood and settled Jessica into Bailey's arms. The baby was already asleep, and she transferred easily. He looked down at his niece and tried to see his sister, Stephanie, in the baby's tiny features. It wasn't easy to see, since Jessica still had the newborn baby roundness to her features that all babies seem to have, a general cuteness that you couldn't escape. But soon, he hoped to see his sister. He missed his family, missed knowing they were out there. He shoved that to the side as he patted Bailey on the shoulder and headed slowly toward the stairs. Scott stooped beside Jason, feeling for his pulse again by pressing his fingers against his throat and then touching his nephew's skin to feel for a fever and a rash. Pox were already apparent on his skin, and they weren't limited to the rear portion of his neck and shoulders. The rash appeared to crawl down his arms and across his stomach. Scott shuddered, recalling the pain that had accompanied that stage of the illness. His own skin still itched, and if he reached up and touched his neck, his own rash was still in relief, like a textured map, but not so much that the spikes of the pox could be felt under his fingertips. The rigidity of the rash had smoothed as well. Hopefully, Jason would get better faster than Scott had. Without the oils, though, Scott didn't know how that was possible. Why hadn't Jason said anything to any of them? A little bit of care and medicine would have gone a long way. Scott was starting to get stronger. Maybe that afternoon or evening he'd be able to move Jason into the living room to rest on the couch. He wouldn't be able to get him up the stairs, not with his present state of weakness, but maybe in a day or two. Standing, Scott pushed aside the dizziness that crashed over him. Pausing at the bottom of the stairs, he took a deep breath and looked up. With a hand on the railing, Scott froze at the sight of Cady sitting at the top of the steps and crying into her arms folded over her knees. Her shoulders shook soundlessly. He glanced around the wall and banister that separated the stairs from the hall and dining room. Bailey had walked out to the deck with Jessica, probably to sit on the rocking chairs and enjoy the warm sun. He looked back up the stairs and squinted in the dim light coming through the skylight. Cady? His soft whisper reached her as he climbed up, holding himself from giving in to the fatigue still pulling at him. He sat beside her, placing his arm around her back and shoulders and pulling her head to his upper arm. Oh, it felt good to hold her. Why are you crying? We're alive, she sniffed, slowly wiping at her cheeks and nose. I know. It's a good thing. I just realized you and Bailey were still alive. That worried me, and I didn't think you were going to make it. Her breath hitched. He was grateful she realized she didn't want to lose him. And while he wanted to relish that moment, he didn't have time. If Cady was awake, she could answer questions, and while Scott had tried to hide the urgency surrounding the oils and Jason, he had to admit that he didn't think Jason would live without them. Cady, do you have any more of that oil? Bailey said we're out, and Jason is really sick. I think I used the last on you. He narrowed his eyes and watched her, lifting his hand to feel for a fever along her forehead. Her skin was chilled, and he leaned back to check her neck. A faint rash was present, but it looked like the pox had completely passed her by. Was that possible? Maybe she hadn't completely made it through the sickness. She could still be in the middle of it. Was she going through a delusional period like he had? No. Everything I had I gave to Bailey. Are we really out? Her eyes widened, and she turned her face away from Scott. I think my breath stinks. She reached up and covered her mouth with her hand. He chuckled. Who cares? Mine doesn't smell like roses. He tightened his hold around her. We need to get some oil. Where would you get it from? I can go to the store and maybe get that. I doubt people stocked up on essential oils when food is another option. You can't just go into a store and take helichrysum. It doesn't work like that. Cady rested her head on his shoulder. She yawned and shivered at the same time, wrapping her arms tighter around her waist. I don't think they even carry helichrysum or Revansara at most stores, if any. I might be sick, but watch me. I doubt there are many people out there who are seeking medicines other than the cure. He snorted. Can you get them in health food stores or anything like that? He'd tear up the local vitamin and supplement store if needs be. No, you don't understand. She panted like she was out of breath from all the talking. You can't get this specific extract at any store. I need more of it. I kept the oils in my food storage because I wanted to make sure I had a way to treat burns and other skin issues. She chewed on her lower lip. You're not supposed to use a lot at a time. Usually a little goes a long way. Where do we get it from? Scott narrowed his eyes. Cady had to get it from somewhere. Hopefully, she didn't say she ordered it online. That wouldn't help anyone, and Scott had to be able to do something to help Jason. What if they couldn't get it? Jason could very well die, and Scott didn't want to let his nephew die without trying his best to find every possible way to get his nephew help. Those oils were the best option. My friend, Beth. She's my supplier. She does her own oil and herbal work. Cady sighed and sat up, wrapping her arms around her waist. She's still alive, but she's down in Post Falls. I'm not sure we'll be able to make it by four-wheeler. Four-wheeler. Why aren't you using your cars or trucks? Scott couldn't see them making any trip on an ATV when they were so weak. A trip down to Post Falls would take the normal 30-minute car ride and turn it into a tumultuous hour-long trip. Cady yawned, nudging his shoulder with her cheek. Because, if we decide to bug out at some point, we're going to need our vehicles. The gas. If we waste it going into town on a reconnaissance mission that may or may not get us what we need, we won't be able to get far out of here. She pressed her fingers to her forehead. I don't want to leave here either, but we have to think of every contingency. Leave their homes? He'd already had to leave his, and he'd left it unrecognizable and unlivable. He couldn't return to his home with the way the social construct was. He had no way to get into a harbor store to fix anything. The small section he'd seen after the coyotes had left him feeling disheartened. Something or multiple somethings had been inside and torn up what he could see. Leaving his home behind hadn't been a big deal. But leave Cady's? What if they had family out there looking for them? Jason's parents could show up. If Scott and Cady left, there would be no way to let their family know. He spoke quietly as he smothered the panic in his chest. What if your parents show up and you've left? Didn't she see how foolhardy it would be to leave? He couldn't go and he wouldn't want her to leave either. I'm not leaving right now. I'm saying, if the time comes and we have to leave. She shook her head slowly. I don't want to lose everything I've collected. We could live here comfortably for at least a year, if not longer with everything stored. If we left, we'd have to leave everything behind. Their chickens, everything. The thought was sobering. Well, let's do everything we can to make it so we don't have to leave. Cady smiled softly. Some things are outside of our control. But getting the oil, at least attempting to get it, was within their control, and she didn't have to point it out. So, the plan? He wanted to crawl into bed and sleep. She had to be feeling even more tired. Glancing at him with shadows under her eyes, Cady took a deep breath. We'll leave for Beth's as soon as we can. Leave for Beth's and take a four-wheeler neither of them had the energy to control? Scott wanted to survive the trip to get the oil. He'd have to convince Cady that taking a vehicle was worthwhile. Judging from the way Cady leaned heavily against him, he wouldn't have to convince her of much.
Chapter 13. Beth was trapped in some kind of pain-filled limbo. The night had come and gone, but she wasn't sure where time had slipped to. She shivered, cold from the lack of power and being outside in the garage overnight and well into the next day. Facing north, their garage didn't even have the capability of collecting light if the door was open. There was no help there. Stephen wouldn't die, and he wouldn't stop bleeding. Blood seeped out in a very slow but consistent stream, no matter how hard or long Beth pressed towels to his skin. She even tried skin-to-skin contact and had braved the terror of her kitchen to grab the cornstarch and try that. Nothing was stopping his bleeding. It seeped like a constant faucet, and just when she was sure it had stopped, a new small red rivulet flowed forth. Beth was numb. Not like she didn't care kind of numb, because she did. She just couldn't feel. It was like some kind of a bandage had been taped over that part of her brain, and she was able to sympathize and feel bad for what was going on, but not empathize, not fully immerse herself in her present reality. Nothing hurt. Not the way it should hurt. Not the thought of her kids dying. Not the fact that she'd shot her husband. Not that she was alone in a world that was disappearing. Nothing was getting to her. She couldn't help but be amazed at the general calm she'd wrapped around herself. If she slammed a hammer on her thumb, would she flinch? At that point, anything was possible. Here, I have some water for you. She took the water bottle she'd pulled from the small fridge and helped Stephen lift his head to drink it. He was in and out of conscious, and when he woke, she made sure to give him sips of water and bites of food. She hadn't slept in so long, and her eyelids burned as she gulped from the bottle she pulled from his lips. Stephen woke more fully, studying her in the light from the camp lantern she'd set up on the floor, a foot from them. The heat was feeble, but at least it tried. Wincing, Stephen cocked his head to the side and studied Beth. She reached up and pushed at a swath of hair hanging over her shoulder. I look horrible. Stop looking at me. Stephen never missed the opportunity to say how ugly she was, or mention how much she'd let herself go. With how tired she was, she didn't know if she could handle any criticism or put-downs. She avoided his gaze, which didn't shift from her face. Hey, I know I haven't been nice. I've been things to you that I wouldn't be to my worst enemy. He closed his eyes and swallowed. The silence stretched between them, and Beth wasn't sure what his point was. He continued after a moment, his voice lower. I was a monster to you. He reached out and scrambled to take her hand in his. You didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. And for the record, you're beautiful. I took it for granted. I wanted you to be ugly and fat and ashamed, so I would be justified looking elsewhere. You weren't the problem. I am. Beth couldn't say anything. Her teeth chattered. She shook her head. She couldn't believe him. Did he really think that a simple apology would make everything all better? She wasn't the woman who forgave just because of words. At the same time, she was so desperate for affection, companionship without strings, that she didn't think she'd run away from his apology. I can't stop shaking, she murmured. Stephen closed his eyes and grimaced. I think you're in shock. Did you see the kids? He opened his eyes and studied her, pain ripping his features into a mask of grief. Yes. She dropped her gaze, unable to face the images branded on her memory. Maybe she wasn't as numb as she'd feared. SJ died in front of me. There was nothing I could do. They were gone about the same time. She didn't admit that she'd never gone for the cure. If he knew, who knew what he would do? He would probably blame her. She wouldn't blame him, since she carried enough guilt to cover the neighborhood. It didn't look like they had been given the cure. He knew. The yelling would begin. At least he was injured, so he couldn't hit her. His next words floored Beth. That was smart. The ointment drove a bunch of people crazy, killed them faster and more violently than the illness did. He shook his head, reaching up with his uninjured hand and pressing on his wounded flesh. His grimace said all she needed to know. He was in pain and still able to talk. Maybe his wound wasn't fatal, or maybe she was just an expert on being delusional. Where were you? Beth didn't think shock was the only thing killing her humanity. Something was eating away at her empathy and her grief. She almost welcomed the slow gnawing as the darkness inside her grew. Could she possibly be blaming him? Stephen took a deep breath, nodding softly as he spoke. Checking on our parents. Yours are dead. I'm sorry. Mine I couldn't find. They weren't at their place, and their RV was gone. But they hadn't packed anything, and there was a plate of uneaten food on the table. The whole force left. No one came back. It was unbelievable. He gasped, his eyes growing wide. I can't believe how much this hurts. He struggled to sit upright, but then fell back again as if the attempt was too much, which it probably was. I'm sorry. I thought... Beth's words faded. She didn't even know what she thought anymore. That he was coming to get her? Was that such a bad thing anymore? Maybe she'd be dead. Maybe she'd be feeling something. A detached part of her had already accepted that his death was unavoidable. He was bleeding, and it wouldn't stop. His pallor suggested more blood loss than even she'd known about. The growing pile of blood-soaked blue paper towels on the other side of his body testified to how much blood he'd lost. Beth avoided looking at the pile too long. Stephen shook his head faintly to one side, and then half closed his eyes as if the energy he was using could only be used for one thing or the other. Looking or speaking, not both. Nope, don't apologize. I'm glad you did it. What if it wasn't me? You have to always put your safety first. Always. I should have taught you that from the beginning. You might not have taken so much abuse from me. Why did you come back? Beth couldn't help asking. He'd always hated her. There was nothing there for him. Why would he come back? His revelations made her uncomfortable, and not because she was cold or in shock or whatever. He studied her, surprise holding his mouth slightly open. Why not? That wasn't a good enough reason, but it wasn't a deal breaker. If he had changed from the abusive man he'd become, she would be happy for him to recover. If he recovered, she wouldn't be alone. That was enough of a reason for her. But what was the real reason for him? Chapter 14. Cady Pure Relief released Cady from the depression she fought. Somehow she had pulled through the illness. She had no idea what she'd done, but she'd been able to pull through the worst part of the symptoms fairly quickly. Scott had suffered longer. Was the virus evolved? Enough to get in and get out? That didn't make sense or coincide with any other virus that Cady had ever heard of. Cady couldn't figure out what the goal of the virus was. If it had a motivation, then she had yet to see what it was. Finding a host didn't seem to be a problem for the disease. It was indiscriminate, hateful of all mankind. Except there was some immunity built up in others, and nothing to protect those without. The horrific possibility was that it would come back, like cold sores or shingles. The varicella part of its genetic makeup gave the distinct possibility that it would have viral latency. Viral latency was something relatively fresh in scientific discoveries around zosters, particularly varicella zoster virus. When the clinical symptoms of chickenpox seemed to resolve, the virus became dormant and then expressed itself later in life in approximately a fifth of the carriers. Would that be the case with this new virus? There wasn't enough clinical evidence of enough living patients to know for sure. The fact that Cady was a walking petri dish for the chickenpox, shingles, oral cold sores, and now this virus served to scare her more. What if this one reinstituted itself at the same time she got the fever blisters and the shingles? Times of stress were already overwhelmingly painful. She wasn't sure she could survive that bout of the viral symptoms on top of everything else again. Chickenpox had been rumored to affect a person only once in their life. What was the saying? Once you've had chickenpox, you won't have it again. Which was a complete lie. You might not have it as strong, but you could still get it. The vaccine itself didn't even protect you from getting the disease completely. It just helped you develop antibodies that would lessen the effects of the virus. The vaccine wasn't perfect, and it had been around close to 50 years. What did that say about the vaccine for the virus? Rather than dwell on that fact for much longer, Cady crawled into her room while Scott disappeared into his. She paused in her search through her drawers to take a break and gather more energy. Staring at the threads of the carpet, Cady finally realized what had been bothering her. Suppressing it hadn't helped, as she hadn't been able to put all the pieces together in a conscious stream of thought. Her subconscious worked the puzzle, and there she was, discovering what she'd been unable to face. Bailey had the vaccine to the virus that had almost knocked Cady down for good. But Cady had a vaccine for chickenpox, multiple instances of chickenpox, multiple instances of shingles, and of course, herpes simplex in her medical history. Even with all of that, Cady had still succumbed to the virus. The brief stint it had been. Her immune system was shored up with protection. Bailey had taken the unproven vaccine. That was it. She'd never had the chicken pox, and she didn't have cold sores. Her vulnerability lay in the possibilities. The vaccine might not work. And if it did what every other vaccine did, Bailey would still get the disease. It was only a matter of time. Was it waylaying the infection time? She faced the unknown, and suddenly Cady couldn't help wondering if she'd condemned her daughter to a fate worse than death. A knock on her bedroom door pulled Cady from the fear those thoughts led her through. She dragged her gaze from the folded clothes to find Scott leaning on the door jamb. He lifted his chin, shadows under his eyes, stressing the fatigue he was still enduring. "You okay?" Cady shook her head and looked back into her drawer. "No. Yes. I'm just tired. Weak." He couldn't know the pressure on her heart. His own nephew faced the virus head on. Bailey at least had the vaccine, even if it might kill her. "Yeah, the tired feeling doesn't seem to want to go away. I've been fighting it, but it's like a piece of you faded, right? Like you can't quite grasp the motivation from before." He didn't say died, but the implication was there. Cady couldn't agree more. She nodded, slowly. "Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. My mind keeps drifting, and then I lose sight of what I'm supposed to do." She'd already said that. Scott dropped down to the carpet beside her. He reached into the drawer and pulled out a thick pair of socks. "These will work. Let's finish getting you dressed." He stood, using her bed frame for support. If Scott was still weak, how did Cady think she was going to be any help? Saying anything would make Scott refuse to take her. He wasn't completely on board with using the four-wheeler, and Cady was starting to agree with him. She wouldn't be able to stay on the back of the ATV, not when dizziness continued to swarm around her. "Scott, if we take the four-wheeler, it has a trailer. We can carry more." Cady's SUV wasn't going to carry more than the people, not when she already had it packed with supplies. Taking a vehicle had more appeal than she'd owned to. Scott shook his head, pulling a flannel shirt from Cady's closet and handing it down to her. "We'll take my rig. It's not loaded and it has enough room." Cady hadn't considered his Bronco. She'd only thought of her own resources. "Do you really want to do that?" She eyed him skeptically. Was he just offering his stuff because he thought she didn't want to use hers? Beth was her friend, her responsibility. Cady couldn't let Scott use his limited resources for her. "Why wouldn't I?" Scott helped Cady draw on the shirt as he bent over. "Because she's my friend." If they were going to Beth's house, Cady wanted to bring her back, if she was still alive. That wasn't Scott's responsibility. "He's my nephew." His deep eyes seemed to see inside Cady, and she blushed. He studied her and inclined his head while letting his hands linger on her arms. "We need to talk about this. Us. But not yet. I don't think either of us is emotionally stable yet to deal with the potential outcome." What would the outcome be that they needed to be stable? Had he told her he cared only to rescind that now that they were better or getting better? Cady searched his face. What aren't you saying, Scott? He smiled softly, sadness in the depths of his eyes. There's a lot. Let's just say I've done things, Cady, and I don't want you to deal with the fallout. I can feel the horror of it growing inside me, and I don't want you to see me when I succumb to it. I don't want anyone to witness that. The shadows had the shape of demons as they flitted across his eyes. Cady reached out, her hands shaking. I don't care. I do. Grief twisted his features. Let's go get your friend and get some oils. I need to save my nephew to make amends. He half grinned as he reached out a hand to help Cady stand. We can talk after some of my guilt is assuaged. Plus, I'd hate to see my brother in the afterlife and tell him I missed my chance to save his son. More pain that he didn't verbalize twisted his smile with a cringing edge. Cady's own guilt continued to grow. She wasn't sure she had what it took to get them the rest of the way through the virus and its consequences, because now that they had both been sick and survived, who knew what was next? She failed to focus on what would happen if Jackson really showed up as promised. That was a horror too traumatic to contemplate while she was still too weak to stand properly. But the possibility was there. If she ignored it, she could pretend it wasn't happening for a while. Chapter 15. Bailey, Mom, and Scott pulled out, even though Bailey suggested they wait until Mom's color was back. Her pallor enhanced the sunken look to her eyes and sharpened the features of her cheekbones and jawline. Cady didn't speak much, but she'd smiled hesitantly at Bailey and seemed to search Bailey's face for something. When she didn't see it, Cady seemed relieved. Bailey hung back as her mom moved woodenly outside to get into the Bronco. Bailey lifted her hand as they pulled from the drive, the motor loud in the now normal silence. Jessica didn't seem to fuss about her skin any longer. Bailey cuddled her as she claimed a spot on the couch. As the sun reached its zenith, she stood, careful to hold Jessica close. Let's go check the chickens and get the eggs. Does that sound fun? Bailey made sure to gather eggs 3 times a day. When her dad had been alive, he'd cautioned her on leaving the eggs in the hen house. When the chickens had broken one and eaten it, they'd decided to try breaking and eating a few of them, which had turned into a lot of them. Her dad had tried retraining them on that by gathering eggs more often. With the power out, the light that extended the chickens' days wasn't working, and Bailey watched for a slowing in egg production. Another thing her parents had taught her. With Jessica in one arm and the bucket of scraps in the other, she let herself outside through the sliding door. The air was crisp but warm, carrying a scent of pine and wet dirt on its edges. If she didn't think about it, she could pretend that everything was normal, and she was just running outside with one of her babysitting charges to check on the chickens. She could chase that feeling all day long. Maybe playing outside with Jessica would be good. And by play, she meant sitting on the swing under the large bull pine at the back of the garden. A bucket of scratch hung just inside the coop. Bailey set the bowl down outside the gate for their yard and ducked inside the coop as the ladies clucked and groaned while attacking the offerings. Reaching inside the nesting buckets, Bailey pulled out various eggs in sizes and colors and tucked them inside another basket stored on a top shelf. 9 eggs. Oh, look at that, Jess. 9 is a good number for midday. She cooed, wrinkling her nose at the baby and grinning. I know it kind of stinks in here, but I clean it often. They won't stop pooping. Locking the door to the coop, Bailey swung Jessica softly, side to side, as she returned to the garage. Just inside the door, Ranger's ears twitched morosely when she opened and closed the man door behind her. She knelt down and rubbed the back of his neck. Good boy. You need some rest, don't you, Ranger? He was tired and mangy. Maybe when Scott got back, they could give him a bath. Who knew what Ranger's adventures had been like on his way back to his home? He must have been so confused to find no one at Scott's and a dead body on the front lawn. How long had he been out there, watching and waiting for his owner to return? Bailey checked his water and food and left him to try to recover. He was probably upset that Scott had left him there, locked in the garage. But Bailey understood why he had. Scott had been upset about his dog. He didn't want to lose him again. And no one was really talking about what could happen if they left the house. Back inside, Bailey's arms ached with the weight of Jessica. She wasn't heavy exactly. It was just having to carry the baby with little relief that was getting to Bailey. What they needed was a backpack for her or something. Maybe Bailey could ask her mom for one. There had to be one around somewhere, maybe out in the loft or over at their neighbor's. Jessica's eyelids fell to half-mast, and Bailey had no one to remark to on how sweet a baby Jessica was. She seemed to know that things could be worse, and she didn't fuss much at all. But how could she know that things could be worse? She was just a tiny baby. Grabbing a pluggie and a diaper on the way through the mudroom, Bailey approached the hallway where Jason lay quietly. She didn't want to wake him. Rounding the corner, Bailey pulled Jessica closer and gasped. Jason had angled himself across the hallway, blocking the way to the front door and the stairs. He still lay on the ground, his back flat, and his arms splayed around him. Black, tar-like liquid dripped from his nose and mouth. His breathing was labored and gurgling. He reminded Bailey of the way Kent had looked when he'd gone a little off the rails. Jason's lips twitched, and Bailey rushed past the hallway to the living room. She'd go up the stairs to get Jessica's bottle through the access in that room. She wasn't going to brave stepping over Jason. As she made her way to the bottom step, she jerked to the side. Jason's foot was just in view, and it twitched in a spastic shaking. Bailey's eyes widened. How was she going to be able to watch Jason and Jessica? She had no idea what she was doing or how to treat Jason to make him better. Jessica mewled and yawned, and Jason's foot twitched more, sliding up to plant itself flat on the floor. If Jason was feeling better, that was a good thing, right? But something in the way he was moving warned her to keep her distance. Cady and Scott had picked the wrong time to leave Bailey alone. Bailey hoped she'd be able to tell them that too. Chapter 16. Margie. Sleeping in the car had lost its novelty by daybreak. After getting out and relieving themselves in the surrounding trees, the trio had returned to the car and readjusted their bedding and the way the car was packed. Topping off the tank with one of the few gas cans they'd been able to find and fill, Margie and Kelsey had cracked their windows and tried to make it more comfortable to travel. Kelsey continued down the dirt road, turning into a driveway that wound along the river. "What if someone lives here?" Margie clenched her jaw. Of course, someone lived there. The real question was, were the residents alive still? If so, they may or may not be armed. It was Washington. No telling which way they ran politically and where they were at in a preparedness mindset. In Idaho, there'd be a gun in each hand, which was stereotypical of most conservative states with loose gun laws. Washington was far from loose with anything. Riker's breathing picked up in the back, but he didn't say anything as he leaned to the side and stared out the window at the river. Margie glanced at Kelsey. She hadn't replied to Margie's question, and she continued avoiding Margie's gaze. "Kelsey, what if someone lives here? What would they do?" Kelsey didn't even slow down to think about it. She sped through the trees, running the tires through the worn ruts in the drive. They broke through the woods and came upon a clearing that spread out along the shores of the river, giving a spectacular view down the abdomen of the canyon. A few outbuildings sat along the north end of the property, their windows dark and empty. The two-story house with a wide-mouthed veranda waited at the head of the driveway as if welcoming any who dared approach. The paint was worn and flaked, but still present enough to see the original color was an off-white, close to cream. Green painted shutters framed the multiple windows. Early morning sunlight reflected off the glass, and it was hard to tell if there were people inside or not. With the power out, there wouldn't be any lights, whether it was day or night, unless they had a generator. With the windows cracked, they'd be able to hear any running motors, but there weren't any. A beat-up Subaru had been parked in front of the dented-in garage door. "If someone is in there, We'll do what we have to do to make the space safe. Kelsey pulled the rabbit to a stop and turned off the engine. She slowly turned her head to face Margie, her eyes deadpan as she met Margie's gaze. Kelsey, I'm scared. Legitimately scared, and you're not making me feel better. Margie furrowed her brow and gripped the seatbelt strap across her chest. That's not my job. I got us here. I'm scared too. Kelsey's emotions swung wildly from left to right, and Margie wished she would go back to having a flat affect. Her voice became strident. Let's see if we can stay here and get some real rest. I can't think. I'm so tired. Tears sparkled on the edges of her eyelids. Fatigue. Genuine tiredness had beaten Kelsey. Margie recognized the desperation in her eyes. Tiredness was a genuine problem, and Kelsey hadn't slept much even when they'd been at the convenience store. Nodding, Margie glanced at Riker and then at Kelsey again. Okay, stay here. I'll see if anyone is inside. Margie opened the door and placed her foot on the driveway outside. She jerked it back in the car at the sound of a gunshot ringing through the air. The metallic ringing, when it ricocheted, put the fear right into the three of them, in places they hadn't been aware it was missing. Kelsey didn't wait for Margie to tell her to get out of there. She started the car and turned around, ducking as another shot ran across the side of the car. Looking back, Margie's jaw fell open and she patted Kelsey's arm. Faster, Kelsey, faster! Her words ended on a shriek as a man chased after them, a pistol in his hands. Red blood stained the front of his shirt, and a hand attached to an arm that wasn't attached to anything else swung wildly in his grip. She bit her lip as Kelsey sped up to get them out of there. Let's get to the freeway entrance. Top off the gas tank, and I'll drive. You need to get some rest. Margie's soft volume seemed to soothe the chaos in the car. The panic slowly abated, but not completely as they escaped the driveway. No matter where they drove or where they stopped, they wouldn't find true safety until they got to Cady's. Margie had to keep her main goal in mind. There was nowhere else she needed to be. Riker and Kelsey would be safe there, and they could all relax and truly sleep behind Cady's gate. If Cady's wasn't safe, an extra 2 hours in the car to get up to Bonners County and Margie's home would be just as good. Margie took a deep breath as Kelsey pulled to the side of the dirt road in about the same place they'd stopped the night before. Margie climbed out and they each took a moment to themselves, breathing and just trying to gather a sense of calm. Riker hadn't said a word. His eyes seemed to have widened and wouldn't go back to normal. He had to be wondering why he'd come with them. It doesn't look like that used any gas. We can get to the on-ramp and then see what we need to add. Kelsey's voice was subdued as she put the gas cap back in place. Nodding, Margie reached for the driver's side door handle before Kelsey could reclaim the spot. Kelsey didn't fight her, which told Margie Kelsey was worse off than Margie had assumed. Back in the car, Margie adjusted the driver's seat to fit her, and she thanked Kelsey for the protein bar. She couldn't wait to eat at Cady's. She started the car and drove carefully toward the freeway. Are you really taking the freeway? Fear tremored in Kelsey's voice. She strapped on her seatbelt and divided her attention between the road ahead and Margie. Nodding, Margie gripped the steering wheel with determination. I am. If we drive along the back roads, we won't make it far with our gas situation and people shooting at us. If we get back on the freeway, we have enough gas to get as far as Ritzville, maybe further. She glanced at their stoic expressions that had to hide anxiety they didn't want to admit to. You know, when we get to Cady's house, we're going to have eggs and bacon. She has chickens, and we canned bacon last year for a fall project. Riker groaned, reaching forward and gripping the seats with white-knuckled fists. Seriously? That sounds delicious. I haven't had a solid meal in a long time. Kelsey offered a half smile. I've been eating nachos and gas station hot dogs for so long. I'm not sure I'll recognize real food. What else does Cady have at her house? As Margie drove, she talked about Cady and the garden and the greenhouse. Anything to take their minds off the empty freeway that stretched out for miles in either direction. What did the miles of asphalt hide? Keeping their minds focused on hope, their thoughts wouldn't turn toward the dangers that might await them. Bad things had to happen. Thinking they were safe already was just foolish. Margie just hoped they were safer by cutting down their travel time. She didn't know what else to do, and every minute they wandered around was another minute she was away from her family. Survival was dependent on moving. She knew that. Her sanity begged her to get to a safe place so she could have a proper meltdown. Until then, Margie had to hold it together. They all did.
Chapter 17. Manson hunger was definitely getting to most of the men locked in the penitentiary. Manson wasn't sure how long he'd be able to keep them all under control. How long did he even want to control them? Long enough to get him out. He didn't care what they did after that. The plan wasn't to hang around the prison. Manson's plan was to survive the collapse of the security system long enough to escape. He wouldn't put the crowbar down even to relieve himself. He was one of the only ones with a tool that he could wield easily to protect himself. Dropping his guard 1 millimeter wasn't an option, or his plan to survive anything would be down the drain. The morning sunlight didn't hide the cruelty of the situation as multiple groups of men dug around posts in the yard. The fencing was rumored to only go down about 4 feet, but that didn't mean the ground was thawed or that the 4 feet wouldn't be filled with large rocks or other forms of obstruction. When an obstacle was created by man to keep other men inside, there were various traps in place to prevent getting through. Manson wasn't dumb enough to think he knew them all. He just knew he had to distract the more ambitious of the groups. Thomas Tuesman ran up to Manson, his short-cropped afro the only thing covering the upper half of a large crescent-shaped scar running from the corner of his mouth and up into his hairline. Genuine horror widened his eyes. He was out of breath as he muttered in almost unintelligible horror, "Manson, they're starting to eat them." Manson narrowed his eyes. He couldn't have heard Tomas right. "What?" Tomas's cheeks bulged like he was going to throw up. He put the back of his hand against his mouth and turned to the side, gasping as he blurted out, "The men, they're starting to eat the dead bodies." That was as far as Tomas got. He hurled what little food he had in his stomach onto the grass at his feet, the acrid scent more abundant than the contents. Manson set his jaw. He wasn't surprised. Hunger would do crazy things to civilized people. The men in that prison were treated like caged animals. Expecting them to act differently than how they were treated was like expecting to put a white shirt in mud and bringing it out clean. That's not how things worked. Breathing heavily, Thomas straightened from his bent-over position and took a deep breath. He shook his head. "Man, they're eating people. I don't..." Thomas's prison time had to do with arson. His stint wasn't even supposed to be longer than a couple years. Of course, he didn't understand. He was still partially a member of the civilized parts of humanity. Even while Thomas wasn't a bad guy, Manson knew taking anyone with him would be foolish. He reached out, placing his hand on Thomas's shoulder. Thomas flinched. Manson's reputation reached even the newest members of the prison. Ducking his head, Manson brought Thomas close for confidentiality. "Listen, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Lots of animals eat their kind." He expanded on the idea at the look of incredulity on Thomas's face. "Chickens, pigs, even lizards eat their young. It's not a big deal. The thing to watch for is if the meat is cooked all the way. If it's not, they could get drastically ill." He patted Thomas's back. "Look, I know it sounds gross, man, but you do what you gotta do to survive, right?" Thomas nodded softly. Yeah, I guess you're right." He turned slowly from Manson and didn't look back as he wandered toward the kitchen area. One of the groups who had been focused on digging followed him inside. They seemed to sense there was something going on. Tomas may or may not convince them it was all right. He may or may not make it out alive. Either way, as word got around that the meat just needed to be cooked more fully, more and more men from the yard disappeared inside. How long until they started killing each other? It was the break Manson needed from watchful eyes. He wasn't stupid. The other prisoners wrapped themselves in the security of paranoia, and most of them had made it to their positions in the hierarchy of the prison system simply by listening to their instinctual paranoia. Since he wasn't being watched, he could try his one last attempt to get ahead of the chain gang. Manson slipped into the visitor section of the buildings and down the long hall toward the security office. The smell of rotting meat made him wrinkle his nose. Pushing through the door he'd broken through to get back into the prison, Manson returned the door to its closed state. It looked like it was locked from a distance and would deter anyone who glanced down the hall looking for him. Back in the security office, Manson glanced around again, then closed the door to muffle some of the sound. He ignored Phil's body as he walked by. At the other door, the one flimsy panel that separated Manson from freedom, he stopped. It was just a door. There had to be a way in and a way out. The electricity hadn't released any of the locks. There was nothing Manson could do to get out. He braced an arm on the doorframe and stared at the concrete stoop inches from his feet. He was almost there. Freedom was right there. Phil's body didn't smell good. Manson closed his eyes and pressed his nose against the crease where the door met the frame. He inhaled, reveling in the sweet air seeping through the tiny cracks. Frustration pushed out to consume every pore. Opening his eyes, he grunted, lifting the crowbar and driving the sharper end toward the center glass of the door, once, twice, 3 times. He lowered the bar and took a deep breath. He had to conserve. Wait a minute. Manson bent over, peering closely at the edge of the glass where it tucked into the frame. Spiderweb-style cracks spread outward from the center of the glass, but at the edge of the frame, a significant chunk of material had worked free, leaving a hole in the window frame. Manson stood, studying the door. If he could get the window out, he wouldn't need the door open. He could just crawl through. He glanced behind him. There was no way of knowing how much time he had to get out of there. What would he do when he escaped? He needed a way out. Could he just walk away with no one seeing him? They would catch on quickly, if they saw him, and then they'd come after him for the betrayal. A mob like that wouldn't be escapable. One lone vehicle sat in the parking lot. A small 4-door sedan promised to be safe and reliable. He turned, acknowledging Phil's presence with a sneer. "Ah, I bet you have the keys. That car reeks of you, man." He bent down, digging through the pockets of the dead guard. He pulled keys from his pocket with a multi-tool hooked to the keyring. "I'm betting you didn't usually get inside this place with this bit before." Manson chuckled. He was close. He just had to do it. Turning back to the door, Manson hacked at the window, taking small breaks to conserve his energy. After what felt like hours, but was more like a few minutes, the glass and wire was removed from the hole. The clatter to the concrete outside brought Manson's pulse up more than it already was. He looked over his shoulder, listening for anyone who might be yelling to alert the others that he was out. Manson was out. He just had to crawl out of the door. Then he was there. He was out. He climbed out, the thinner material of his jumpsuit not protecting his skin very well from the jagged window frame. He stopped for a brief moment when both feet were on the cement stoop and took in a deep breath of air. While it wasn't technically any different from the air he was breathing in the yard, it was different. There was something right about it. Moving toward the car, Manson didn't look back. He had to get to Ritzville so he could grab I-90 and head toward Spokane. Once he got that far, getting to Bonner County would be nothing. Ritzville. Here I come. Chapter 18. Scott. The Bronco felt bouncier, more jarring while Scott and Cady were still plagued with achiness and fatigue from not being completely recovered from the sickness. Scott sorely wished he had taken more time on the shock and suspension years before when he rebuilt other parts of the rig. Taking Diamond Drive toward Highway 41 diverted them through forest. Lots and lots of forest. Organized rows of trees separated the tree farm from the rest of the woods. Sporadic houses dotted the landscape here and there, but Scott didn't slow down to check them. They were on a mission, and neither he nor Cady had the energy to face even an empty house. Train tracks ran parallel to the road, and a train had been abandoned by a drop-off station. The lack of music or talking left Scott to think about who would have been in those trains, and wondering if they had made it home to see their families before anyone had died. Would Scott and Cady be able to get the oil and save Jason? His nephew deserved a long life. They all did. What did Scott think made Jason special? As they passed Ramsey Road, Scott was glad they had opted out of taking Ramsey when they'd planned their route. The stopped train blocked vehicles from going north or south on the Ramsey thoroughfare at the Diamond intersection. Scott limply held his hands on the steering wheel. He glanced at Cady, who rested back on the car seat, her head lolling from side to side as she struggled against falling asleep. Glad we didn't take the ATV? Scott didn't want to delve into deeper conversation with her. He didn't know that he had the energy to face what was in his heart, or the things he'd done. What he needed was action. He needed to do something. Cady blinked and nodded softly. Yeah, thanks. She didn't need to say what Scott knew she was thinking. Her thanks was for more than just checking on her, or for pushing that they use the rig. No, she was also thanking him for using his rig, using his gas, his resources to save her friend, and being there for her. But that's not why Scott was going. He didn't care if they added another person to their group. He wanted to save his nephew. Those oils were a huge part of his theory for how he and Cady got better. He couldn't be sure, but he suspected they had a significant role. Wait, he was getting redundant. Cracking the driver's window, Scott adjusted in his seat. He blinked hard. Hopefully, he wasn't falling asleep or anything. It wouldn't do to get in an accident, because for all his bluster and desire to keep family alive, he still was holding out hope that someone else from his family was still alive. A brother, or maybe his sister Stephanie's husband, Jessica's dad. What would Scott say if his brother showed up to save his son and Jason was dead? How would he explain that one? Scott had to do everything he could to save his nephew. Love and family aside, the boy deserved that. Jason had lost everyone. He'd been through so much, too much. Driving through the north part of the town of Rathdrum left a sour taste in Scott's mouth. There was a general feeling of abandonment in the air, but a pile of dead bodies rotted in the spring air in the grassy ditch by the main grocery store. Cady shivered, looking away from the evidence that someone was gathering the dead. Scott twisted his lips in concern. Who was gathering the bodies? I'm going to take Greens Ferry Road down to Post Falls. There's less chance of running into problems if we stay on less populated roads. Scott kept his voice low with a hint of reassurance. Cady nodded, blinking back tears. She must be emotional because of the sickness. Cady was one of the least emotional women he knew. For her to have tears meant something horrific had happened. Driving through the town, Scott realized she didn't need to have something wrong with her to cry. Something horrific had happened. Her response was necessary. A chill ran up his spine, the sensation similar to when someone was watching him. Scott glanced around, taking in as much as he could as he drove through the intersection. He could just be paranoid, but he wasn't going to ignore his gut. Not when his instincts had been spot on up till that point. He would have to rush Cady through getting her friend and the oils, and then they had to get back home. Because if his gut was right, there was something out there that wasn't going to be as merciful as the virus.
Chapter 19. Bailey. In the room Bailey and Jessica shared with Jason, Bailey gathered Jessica's bedding from the makeshift crib they still used, which Scott had rescued her in from the hospital. The baby was sure lucky Scott had been able to get her, and he wasn't even a parent. Bailey couldn't help wondering if the other babies were able to be saved too. Her arms full of the bedding and Jessica. Bailey cooed to the little girl in her arms as she approached the top of the stairs from down the hallway. The plan was to go into the living room while Jason continued to rest. Staying quiet would be the best way not to bother him. She could turn on the TV and close the doors to the living room to minimize the noise. A thud from downstairs made Bailey pause at the top of the steps. She narrowed her eyes at the sound of shuffling. "Where is it?" Jason's angry yell startled Bailey as it reached her upstairs, but his emotion surpassed normal anger as he growled his rage. His shoulder slammed into the wall beside the stairs, and it shook up to where Bailey leaned against the banister. She smiled in relief. He was awake. He must be okay. She took a deep breath, ready to call down to him. For some reason, he was mad, but maybe he just didn't feel well. He was looking for something. Maybe Bailey could help him and he'd calm down. She wasn't always the most pleasant when she didn't feel well either. Jason slammed himself into the front door, his repeated violence jarring Bailey from her assumptions as she moved onto the top step and stared down at him. She squinted in the light that was brighter at the top of the stairs and not as bright by the front door from the skylight. He faced the door, muttering, slapping the panel with his palm. Something black splattered the white paint of the door, smearing as he smacked it again. Bailey furrowed her forehead. What was he doing? Her arms were full from the bedding and Jessica. She took a step down, the board creaking with her weight. She froze, watching him tense. Jason spun, his eyes wild as he searched for the source of the sound. Bailey gasped at the sight of the black liquid dripping from his nose and mouth. His eyes roved maniacally from side to side, and he had a jerkiness to his movements. He caught sight of her before she could move, the light from the skylight acting as a spotlight for her location. Fear squished her relief that he was awake. His movements reminded Bailey of their neighbor, Kent, before he died, shot by her mom when he tried attacking Bailey. They stared at each other as if any sudden movement on either's part would set off a chain of events the other wasn't sure they wanted to follow through with. Jessica sneezed, releasing Jason and Bailey from the spell. Jason's eyes flicked to Jessica, and even more anger rippled across his face. "It must die!" he roared, storming up the stairs. Bailey didn't wait for him to reach her to find out what he was talking about. She ducked into her mom's room, locking the door behind her. She panted, her chest heaving as she squeezed Jessica's small form. As if she sensed the fear cascading through Bailey, Jessica's eyes widened and her cry split through the tense air. Bailey flinched at the sound. Jason almost howled on the other side of the door. He pounded on the panel with both fists. The door bounced and moved under his attack. Bailey jumped, backing away from the door, staring at the wood grain in the white paint. He wanted the baby. The way he was talking, he was going to hurt her, or worse. What was wrong with him? Bailey couldn't let anything happen to the baby. Jason loved Jessica. Why would he want to hurt her? "Jason," she whimpered, "stop." He stopped pounding, rubbing his face on the door, and then his rough whisper carried through the panel. "I'm going to get in there and save all of us. It has to die. Right now." Then the pounding began in earnest, his slams causing the door to quake in its frame. Bailey rounded the bed, dropping to her knees. What was she going to do? How was she going to be able to save them? She had nothing to protect them with. Where was her mom and Scott? Bailey had never felt so helpless. Jessica's cries continued, unwilling to let Bailey breathe. Leaning forward, she placed her head on the floor and tried to think. She glanced under the bed, her eyes seeking something, anything. Peeking from under the ruffle, on the floor only a foot from where she crouched, the black blocky shape of a handgun caught her eye. Tremoring fingers reached for the gun. Bailey couldn't imagine pulling the trigger while training the barrel on Jason. No, she knew him. She dreamt of him kissing her. He could very well be the last boy her age, and he was trying to kill Jessica. He was so sick and deranged, he wanted to hurt and kill a small innocent baby. The sound of splintering rent the air, and Jessica's cries sharpened. Bailey couldn't breathe. What was she supposed to do? He was going to get in. He would hurt Jessica. He might even hurt Bailey, if given the chance. Bailey set Jessica in the plastic portable bassinet and tucked the blanket and extra diaper around her. She tucked the crib against her hip and grabbed the gun, checking for bullets as she did so. Standing, she rushed into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her as Jason's foot made it through the door under the doorknob. His victorious shout mingled with words of threats. Bailey wouldn't be able to just hide in the bathroom. She had to get another door between them and him. She ducked into the last section of the bathroom that was reserved for the toilet and the small set of shelves that had books and magazines and extra toilet paper rolls set up behind the door. Dad had always called it the crap cave. Bailey had always laughed uproariously at that and hadn't understood why there needed to be another door in a bathroom. As she locked the door, she'd never been more grateful for something she used to deem as unnecessary. Sitting on the ground, she clutched the gun with shaking hands. She couldn't shoot Jason, but what if she didn't have any other choice? Chapter 20. Cady reached out and clutched Scott's arm. She pointed with a trembling finger, horrified at the scene on the elementary school's lawn. Set up on the corner of Greens Ferry and Pole Line, the school commandeered the entire southeast corner of the intersection, providing a full view of the dead bodies stacked on display on the side lawn beside the bus lane. The edges of a red shirt fluttered in the spring breeze, and Cady pressed the back of her hand to her mouth. The sheer amount of bodies was astounding. Piles of 10, 20, maybe more, were clustered with room to walk between them. Depositing more bodies seemed the goal between leaving the piles accessible, but that didn't make sense. Were there people healthy enough to move that many bodies? If that was the case, then why hadn't anyone done anything about the power? Or about anything? Was there some kind of an immunity to the virus Jackson hadn't planned on? Cady didn't have the immunity, and she'd had every other varicella out there. Well, almost. Scott had gotten better, maybe because he was healthy otherwise, and they hadn't added the cure to his treatment. What was it about the virus that was capable of decimating an entire town, but could leave others fine, or even others with scarring, and at least getting better, like survivors of an accident? If Cady could figure that out, she wouldn't feel so defenseless. I want to roll my window down, but I'm scared of what will smell. Scott laughed nervously, like they hadn't already been smelling the horrific odor coming through the vents. Sadie had never faced death with such wanton abandon. Someone had dealt with the disturbing emaciated bodies, touching them enough to move them and put them on display. Who would do that? What was the purpose? Maybe they weren't doing anything other than trying to keep the houses and neighborhoods cleaned up. If there were enough people to move bodies, then maybe there were enough to put society back together. Somewhere, deep inside, Cady didn't think it was going to be that simple or that peaceful. Which street do I go down, Cady? Scott's uncharacteristically soft voice pulled Cady's attention from the bodies. The next road on the right on Greens Ferry after the school was the direction Cady pointed. The neighborhoods looked the same in this part of town, as the builders had put up subdivisions and built based on a cookie-cutter mentality. The only difference between the homes was the budget of a few $1,000s and the Easter egg colors of the vinyl. Glancing back at the piles of bodies, Cady chewed on her lower lip. Was Beth's body lying on the piles? Were her children? Cady didn't want to face the thought that her friend could be there, lying next to her family, stacked up like cords of wood. Who was stacking the bodies and where were they? Sadie knew what they were doing with the dead bodies. What would the stackers do with a live one? As they turned onto Beth's road, Cady's stomach twisted. Would she find her friend, or would she find a scene she'd wish she could go back to bed to avoid seeing?
Chapter 21. Jackson. The day or two of rest was exactly what Jackson had needed. His feet ached, but not so all-consuming that he couldn't move or walk on them. He didn't have time anyway. He had to find Cady and start taking over the world. The more he thought about spending time with her and exploring the new world of theirs, the more antsy he became. By this time, she would be grateful he'd given her the vaccine. She was stubborn, but she'd learn her place quickly. She still had a few good childbearing years ahead of her. Jackson planned on using them to the fullest of his abilities. Judging by the truck thieves, not everyone had died from the virus. That was okay. Jackson wasn't even disappointed. As far as he was concerned, his plan had worked perfectly. The two phases had complemented each other, and there was now enough death in the world, he didn't have to worry about a real vaccine being distributed. When the Black Plague had decimated parts of the world, society had recovered. There was a significant dip in population, but not to the extent that Jackson had caused. Unless the survivors all happened to be of a certain age and health, Jackson had no doubt they would die in the coming weeks from lack of preparation or survival skills. People were lazy and inconvenienced easily. Jackson had complete faith in his superiority. Ruling them all, whoever lived past the underdetermined time period, would be his right and his privilege. King Jackson didn't sound right, but he'd figure out his title, and they would all bow down to him. With his queen by his side, he had a terrific future ahead of him. He'd daydreamed like that for the duration of the time he'd recuperated in the motel room. Time to find a rig to travel in, food, fuel, and a map. If nothing else, he could get himself to Cady's, and then they could make their plans together. She might not want to continue living in North Idaho. She might want to go somewhere more urban. They could decide that when the time was right. Jackson pulled on his backpack, tucking the rolled-up wool blanket from the bed in the small of his back inside the straps. Without a guaranteed vehicle, he risked having to walk and sleep somewhere. He could handle anything if he was prepared. He'd wrapped his hands with pieces of the sheet to prevent the scabs from tearing or reopening. Closing the door behind him, Jackson smiled. He felt like he was off on a new adventure. He couldn't even conjure up any anger at the theft of his weapons or gas. He'd created the opportunity to experience survival of the fittest. What kind of a hypocrite would he be if he moaned and groaned about the consequences? He'd find a vehicle, and he'd make his way to Cady. He wasn't worried about that. It would all be part of the journey. Plus, he might get to kill someone else, raising his body count and helping with his skills at hand-to-hand combat. He limped slightly as he walked, still unsure how much pressure he wanted to put on his feet. Lifting his hand to shade his eyes from the bright afternoon sun, Jackson blinked to adjust his eyes as he walked from the protection of the motel. The parking lot led to the street where Jackson was headed. He adjusted his pack and searched the road. Not one car caught his eye. In the small town, he'd be hard-pressed to find anything right there. He'd be grateful for a car dealership, but he wasn't sure where to find one. Getting to a gas station would get him a map. Maybe. GPS had depleted the need for those, and Jackson wouldn't hold his breath that he'd find one. He would find a car, even if he had to kill someone to get it. "Hold on, Cady, I'm coming." His muttered words seemed to echo back at him with a promise that things were going to work out. Nothing could hurt him. He'd gone through hell and back and came out the other side. Things hadn't looked so good in a long time. Falling into a steady gait on the broken and cracked sidewalk, Jackson headed west. Backtracking wasn't an option. Getting to Cady was all he needed.
Chapter 22. Beth. Even during the day and into the afternoon, the garage didn't warm up. There was nothing soothing about trying to stay warm on the concrete floor of the garage. Beth wrapped the extra sleeping bag tighter around herself and watched Stephen. She shook her head every once in a while, amazed that she would waste her time staring at him. What did she expect was going to happen? He had stopped responding to her a few hours before, slipping into unconsciousness. At first, Beth's breathing picked up in pace, shallowing out as she waited for him to die. Like he would die right then, but his chest continued moving, barely imperceptibly, but still moving. Her numb emotions blocked her from reaching out and taking his hand. She couldn't. She didn't want to. There was so much under the bridge between them. Even with his murmured apologies, Beth still couldn't get over the fact that he'd been simply awful to her. Plus, how did she know he was sincere? He was dying. Maybe he didn't want to go with something like that on his conscience. Beth didn't want to face her maker when she died. She'd failed her children, and she'd shot her husband and then watched him die. There was nothing forgivable about any of that. Stephen's chest stopped moving. The faint sounds of his ragged breathing quieted, and Beth stared at him with curiosity. She had already assumed he was dead. Watching him die didn't upset her as much as it should have, which actually upset her more. Had the multiple traumas and losses cost her the emotions that anchored her to humanity? She hoped not. She hoped a lot of things. Staring at Stephen's body, Beth realized she wasn't sure what he'd said was truth or not. He'd left more questions than he'd answered. Where had he been? He claimed to have checked on their parents, but was that possible? She had a feeling he'd been somewhere else. He had no sign of having had the virus, which didn't make sense. Stephen wasn't the healthiest person out there, and the fact that he hadn't gotten sick while their children had died from it bothered her. Plus, even though he was back and had apologized, she still resented him for leaving her alone to deal with the death of the children by herself. She reached up, touching his neck to check for a pulse. The give when she touched him was decidedly empty. Beth scooted backward on her hind end, staring at him. She had to cover him. She couldn't have him there while she tried to figure out what to do. She leaned forward, yanking the sleeping bag up over his face. Her husband disappeared, and she stared at the pile of blankets he'd become. What was Beth supposed to do when her garage, the last place she had to hide, was filled with a dead body? Everywhere in her home had a dead body in it, or smelled of death. She wasn't safe outside, not on her own. She had no way to get out, no way to escape that she'd been left on this earth alone. Maybe that wasn't true. Maybe she could still take her car and get out of there. She probably had a half tank of gas. That would get her to Cady's. Maybe. None of this was fair. Whose fault was this? She wanted to find them and kill them. She probably wouldn't be able to, but the thought made her feel better. It wasn't about fault or blame. Finding the person who had spread this awful sickness, the one that had claimed her children and altered her life beyond measure, was improbable. Assigning fault wouldn't work. She had to take responsibility for what she could control. At that point in time, that was her grief, her emotions, her survival. Rocking back on her heels, Beth looked around and gasped in a sob. She had to stop walking around the issue. The truth was, she couldn't blame anyone else for her husband's death. Stephen's dead body lay beside her because she'd shot him. Just her. No matter what he said about being glad that she'd shot him to protect herself, she couldn't be glad that she'd taken out the last person of her family. If nothing else, she could have grieved with him over the loss of their children. Even as she was mad at how he'd treated her, she could have still mourned with him. Beth swiped at her cheeks with the back of her hand. She had to get out of there. But how? Where would she go? She could try to get to Cady's, but she wasn't sure what was out there. She'd locked herself in her house, hoping against hope that she'd figure something out. Instead, she'd just shot her husband. She folded her arms and closed her eyes, trying to look inward. What was she going to do? How badly did she want to survive alone? A rumbling in the distance caught her attention. Was that the sound of an engine coming for her? Coming to take her away? Maybe the body collectors knew about Stephen and the kids. Maybe they were coming. They'd see Stephen and they'd kill her. The motor sounds grew louder, louder, and Beth's eyes snapped open. She fell to all fours, crawling closer to the garage door to listen. The sound of a truck pulling up in front of her house and cutting the engine made her break out in a sweat. Yes, the answer split through her like a bolt of lightning. Yes, she wanted to survive. New people. Had they heard the gunshot from shooting Stephen? They'd come to investigate, probably. Maybe they were other cops. Stephen had said the force was gone, but he could have been lying. It wouldn't be the first time. Doors shut, and voices worked their way through the metal garage door. This is her house. Her car is still here. The woman's familiar voice curled around Beth, and she leaned back, covering her face with her hands. Cady. Cady had come for her. Beth gave in to the overwhelming sensations crashing over her. She couldn't pinpoint what she was feeling because she wasn't sure she was capable of normal emotions. She wasn't sure what she was feeling, but she could definitively say she was glad Cady had come. There wasn't much left for Beth to hold on to.
Chapter 23. Scott stood back, keeping his hand close to the small of his back and the gun he'd tucked there while Cady approached her friend's house. She stopped by the garage door and leaned on the house to gather more energy. Even though they'd been in the car for a little over 30 minutes, they both felt like they'd run a marathon. They were exhausted, but they had to push on. Even if her friend was dead, they still needed the oil. Cady was sure she would be able to identify it. Scott hoped so. He needed that oil for his nephew. A sudden creaking and groaning sent a burst of adrenaline through the both of them. Scott's muscles tensed, and he pulled his gun out and chambered a round. Cady stepped back from the house, her hand half raised as if she weren't sure what was going on. The garage door opened, slowly revealing the dirty jeans of a woman who looked like she'd been through hell and wasn't sure she'd come out alive. Her long, tangled hair framed the peaked angles of her face, and her arms hung limply at her sides. Cady didn't hesitate as she stumbled into the woman, wrapping her own arms around her friend. They both sobbed, rocking side to side as they accepted that the other was alive. Nothing else seemed to matter. Scott blinked back tears at the reunion. They needed something positive, something worth holding on to. He hadn't held out hope for Cady that her friend was alive, but he'd stifled any desire to try to hook her to reality. Looking around, Scott swallowed at the nervousness working its way up his throat. The hair on the back of his legs seemed to perk up with warning. He scanned the abandoned-looking houses around them, seeking to penetrate the reflective glass. What were they hiding? What was he missing? He didn't have to see the trouble to know it was coming. Someone was out there, and whoever it was, they watched Scott, Cady, and Beth as if waiting for something. Scott stepped closer to the duo, nodding slightly at Beth as she raised alarmed eyes to him. He held his voice low and continued looking around. "Cady, I hate to rush you, but something isn't right. We need to get going." She glanced over her shoulder, and their gazes clashed. She nodded tightly. Turning back to Beth and taking her hands in hers, Cady took a deep breath. "Beth, do you have more oil? I need helichrysum and ravinsara, plus anica oil and whatever else you have." Beth furrowed her brow and tightened her jaw. "Is that all you're here for?" She blinked back tears and crossed her arms. "I was kind of hoping—" She looked at the ground, unable to force more. Cady put a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, if you're ready to come with me, yes, we want you to come too. But you didn't want to come with me earlier. Are the kids—" The question didn't need to be completely asked, as if all of the words would make it more real. Beth shut down. Her eyes seemed to deaden. She shook her head. "No, the kids. And Stephen." She motioned behind her, and Scott followed the direction of her hand with his gaze and grimaced. A body was under a sleeping bag. There was no hiding that. Her husband hadn't made it either, along with her kids. The lady needed to get out of that house. Judging by the creepy feelings he was getting from the neighborhood, Scott needed her to get all of them out of there immediately. Beth lifted her gaze and studied Cady, doubt in her hunched shoulders. "Really? You're not just saying that?" Cady nodded, and Beth shifted gears, becoming an agitated mess as she started moving around the garage. "I need to get out of here. Let's get all the oil stuff. I have some helichrysum and ravinsara already made up. Is there room in there for all of my equipment and supplies?" Beth peered toward the back of the Bronco. Something in her face was animated at the chance to escape the horror her life had become. She motioned toward the car in the drive. "Siphon the gas while we're getting things. Then we won't be wasting anything else here." Scott nodded. "Your things will fit as long as you're not packing a couch. Let's get started. I'll turn the rig around to siphon, and so you guys can reach the back. You two run through the house and grab what you need." He glanced again at the surrounding houses. He pulled Cady to the side as Beth moved back into the garage. I'm not sure what's going on, but it feels like we're being watched. We can't stay here. Let's do this in less than 10, okay? Shadows under her eyes didn't stop her. Cady nodded. I feel it too. She bit her lip. Do you think we can get away if we fill up and get out of here as soon as possible? I hope we can outrun it, but what if we can't? We'll be putting us and her in danger, not to mention the kids. The gravity of the moment socked him in the stomach. Go, get this done. We need to leave. Make sure she understands how important it is that we hurry. Cady nodded. She wasn't strong enough to lift a lot of stuff, and Scott wasn't sure how much energy he had. He could find the reserves he needed in order to get them out of there. When he got back to Cady's, he'd let himself collapse, after they got the oils on Jason. Scott turned the car around and left the engine going as the women returned to the end of the garage. They shoved gray bins ahead of them, and Beth disappeared back into the garage. Using a half-inch clear tube, Scott attempted to siphon the gas from Beth's car into a 5-gallon gas tank he'd found on the side of the garage. He couldn't get anything out of the car. She'd already been siphoned. Scott wasn't going to check the other cars in the neighborhood. Someone was stealing all the gas and stacking bodies. Scott rushed to the back of the rig and hefted the first bin into the car. Something was coming. Scott wasn't sure they would make it out alive.
Chapter 24. Bailey, Jessica, and Bailey cried in unison as Jason's banging moved from the bedroom to the outer bathroom door. With her back against the wall, Bailey stared at the gap between the door and the linoleum, watching for his shadow, for a hint that he was there. And she didn't know it. When would her mom and Scott be back? How long had it been? The bathroom was cold and secluded. The pounding was chaotic, with no rhythm to the beating. He had more energy than his rest, and his sickness had suggested he would. He shouldn't be able to beat on the doors. Taking a deep breath, Bailey offered the pacifier to Jessica, who took it greedily. She closed her eyes, as if desperate for some kind of comfort. Bailey brushed her fingers across Jessica's sweaty forehead. The thudding of Jason's fists continued, as if he didn't know how to breathe without it. Bailey gasped in between each thud. She'd gotten the baby calmed down enough to sleep in her exhaustion. More splintering rent the air. Bailey stood staring down at Jessica in the bassinet. The child was snugged into the plastic box, as secure as Bailey could make her. What was Bailey going to do? She hadn't put the gun down. She couldn't. Jason wasn't himself. That much was clear. But how much hope did she have that he was going to recover enough to be himself if she didn't shoot him? Mom had killed Kent because he'd been close enough to cause damage, inflict harm. Would he have made it afterward? Mom hadn't mentioned anything about him using the cure, but it could have been possible, and Bailey wouldn't know anything about it. She looked around the 10-foot by 5-foot room. Again, for what had to be the 1,000th time. 4 walls. A door, flimsy, unfortunately. A small heat and AC vent at her feet. A toilet. A window. Books on the shelves and toilet paper. But they were ineffective for anything other than reading material. There was nothing supportive there. Narrowing her eyes, Bailey clenched her jaw as she slid the shelves from their position against the wall to a new spot in front of the door. It would be temporary, but Bailey could use all the help she could get. She needed out. She needed to get Jessica out. The door wasn't an option. She glared at the window. If the window was open, it would only give half its size for an opening. With the screen knocked out, the hole wasn't huge, but she might be able to get through. And do what? She had a baby, and there were still icy spots on the roof. She could get out onto the roof, and then what? There was no other way out, or down. There were no nearby trees or lattices. She had Jessica, and it was only a little above freezing, maybe in the 40s with the sunshine. The banging on the external bathroom door stopped, leaving behind an eerie silence that Bailey could feel in her bones. The soft sucking sound Jessica made in her crib seemed loud while Bailey tried not to breathe to hear even the slightest movement made by Jason. Had he made it inside? Maybe he'd collapsed. Was he dead? Or waiting and listening to see where she was? Maybe he'd gotten distracted and no longer had it in his head to kill Jessica. Bailey scanned the wall and the door without really seeing anything. Her chest rose and fell as she desperately tried to figure out what to do. Gripping the butt of the gun, she was sure the metal was going to crack under the pressure of her fingers, or her bones would give out and snap. Before Scott and her mom had left, Bailey had worried Mom wouldn't make it back alive, or that Scott wouldn't. She'd been so worried that her mom would be injured, or something else, when Bailey should have been worried that she wouldn't live to see them return. She turned and stared at the window. Glancing over her shoulder at the door, she studied the small section of roof outside the window. A sheet of ice had formed on the shingles, leading to a straight drop off 2 stories up. From memory, Bailey could imagine the rock garden her mother had put in 2 years ago that waited below. Which was worse? Waiting for Jason to get in or falling to her death? She might not even die, but she'd definitely break something or kill Jessica in the fall. Turning from the window, Bailey sat on the toilet to wait. If Jason wasn't out there anymore, then she could get out. But if he was waiting, holding on for some sign that they were still inside, she needed to be ready. She reached down and pushed Jessica's pluggie deeper into her mouth. Jessica whimpered, the sound splitting through the silence. Jason's barrage began anew. He had been waiting like a hunter, waiting for a clue to where his prey was. Looking down at the gun, Bailey had to make a choice. Kill Jason or chance killing herself and Jessica? Why wasn't her mom home? Or her grandma? Bailey had a feeling she would have to save herself. She just wasn't sure if she had what it took. Chapter 25. Margie. Margie clenched and unclenched her hands on the steering wheel. The vinyl felt sticky and unclean, but that didn't stop her from moving her hands over the curves, trying to release the tension in her grip. The sun worked its way up in the east, lighting the sky as if there were no virus, no death, no cure, and no loss. As if the sun didn't have a care in the world and was just another uncaring jerk, Margie longed to pull to the side of the freeway and rail at the yellow orb in the sky. No mountains could be seen in front of them for a long way. Even some kind of a ridge would have helped draw out the sunrise. Margie didn't even have the blessing of clouds to cover it. No, that would be too easy. And nothing was easy lately. In all honesty, the sun wasn't the problem getting on Margie's nerves. She just needed to direct her anxiety away from the real root of the problem, away from the circumstances around her. The sun didn't bug her as much as she pretended. No, the real issue was the responsibility of looking out for Kelsey and Riker in the car with her. Margie had somehow become the leader of the small trio, as if being behind the wheel gave her special command. Although, she had to admit, the leadership role had started before she'd taken Kelsey's post in the driver's seat. Kelsey lifted her hand and rubbed her tattooed and beringed fingers over her recently shorn gray hair. Her left leg bounced in a random rhythm as she watched out the window from her seat in the passenger side. Shaking her head, Kelsey acted as if she didn't notice her cheeks moving with the movement. She was jittery, and it was getting on Margie's nerves. "It's my turn to drive, Margie. You've got to be tired." The comment was out of place, and Margie glanced sharply at Kelsey. "I've only been driving for an hour. What are you talking about?" "We haven't reached Clay Elam yet." Margie dropped a hand from the steering wheel, wiping her damp palm onto the dirty denim covering her thigh. Clay Elam was a passing point they had to pass through on the freeway. They hadn't reached it yet, and they didn't want to. Kelsey had claimed that the men who had terrorized her at the gas station, day in and day out, as well as killing anyone who had stopped for gas or help, were from Cle Elum. That information, combined with the general anxiety Kelsey exuded as they got closer to the small town, didn't help the ambience in the car. None of them had a good feeling about Cle Elum, but there was no other way around it. They had to go Bravos Lecturliser apps. That's Cady. Margie thought her voice. Fast over to get away still. I've fueled the freeway. No matter how much Kelsey wanted to get back goes north. There's no way Kelsey was taking the risk of running out of fuel or shortening the trip more than necessary. Margie had promised her granddaughter she'd hurry back. She was already taking more time than she should have. The closer they got to Clay Elam, the more antsy Kelsey became, and it was beginning to wear on the Margie. Riker leaned forward, his teenage hairstyle flopping in his eyes, and he brushed the bangs from his forehead. Hanging his arm off the edge of Kelsey's seat, he narrowed his eyes. Is there something you're not telling me about Cle Elum? Maybe Riker hadn't known what Kelsey had told Margie in the convenience store part of the gas station. Did they want to tell him? Maybe freak him out more? Margie glanced in the rearview mirror at him. His skin was pale and his eyes wide with worry. She nodded tightly when she met his gaze. He deserved to know what had Kelsey and Margie on edge. There were these guys at the gas station who Kelsey said were from Cle Elum. They were going from gas station to gas station killing people. We're worried we might not be able to get through Cle Elum because of a possible roadblock or something. Margie returned her lowered hand to the steering wheel. She didn't want to talk any more about it. What if just talking about it would conjure more possibilities? Margie wasn't a superstitious person, but she wasn't in the position not to be more cautious on all fronts. Riker pulled back from the seats, sitting straight up in his spot and staring at Margie in the mirror. His eyebrows furrowed. He cocked his head to the side in confusion. Were they friends of yours, Kelsey? He glanced at the back of her head with his question. What? No, I didn't know them. Kelsey stopped her leg from jiggling, half turning to cast a glance toward Riker. Her bark-like laugh gave away more of her nervousness. She turned back to face forward, scoffing under her breath at his suggestion. How did you know they were from Cle Elum? Riker leaned back further, as if sinking into the seat to get away from Kelsey. His question made Margie glance at Kelsey with renewed suspicion. It was a valid question, and Margie was irritated. She hadn't thought to ask it. Margie had seen the men a few nights in a row, and they didn't have signs on their trucks or anything else that would give away any information on them. Kelsey swallowed, rubbing her hands on her upper thighs. She cleared her throat. Maybe I'm wrong. They might not be from Cle Elum. They came from the east, and I assumed Cle Elum. If it's not Cle Elum, it could be any of these towns where they came from. I just know I watched them torture and kill people who came in for gas. She looked out the window. They fell silent, each locked in their own thoughts. Margie had to give Kelsey the benefit of the doubt. Kelsey had been stuck in that gas station for who knew exactly how long. Margie herself had the savagery of the men, and had been lucky not to have been one of their victims. That didn't mean she would give Kelsey a free pass, though. They all had to answer for their actions, and Kelsey's weren't adding up. Margie trained her gaze on the freeway. 2 lanes going east and 2 lanes going west. A concrete divider and sometimes a good span of land separated the opposing sections. They passed another mile marker without another car in sight. Why were they the only ones on the road? Would they stop and talk to the people they came across? Margie hadn't considered the possibility, but it was real and something they had to decide, probably before it happened. But she didn't want to bring it up, not right then. There were too many other questions in the air. The Volkswagen Rabbit carrying them was slight in size, but the engine had them at a fairly good speed. Margie could see them getting to Cady's in about 4 or 5 hours. If everything stayed static and mundane, she could do with mundane. I can drive if you want. I need to use the restroom. Anyway. If you want to pull over, it might be good to take the next exit. We could go north a ways and at least try to drive around Cle Elum on the back roads and then get back on the freeway. Kelsey broke through the silence, her fingers tapping in sync with the jiggling motion of her legs. She'd turned into a mess of nerves, and Margie couldn't figure out why. Cle Elum couldn't be that big of a deal. Maybe there was a roadblock, and that's why there were no other cars on the freeway yet. Or maybe not. How could those men maintain a roadblock while they were off terrorizing towns? Or, better yet, Had those men even made it back to their town of origin after the explosion of the gas station? Kelsey, it's okay. We're going to be fine. We just have to get to Cady's. Margie didn't know why she was so determined to get Kelsey up to Cady's. It most likely had nothing to do with Kelsey herself, but more like Margie needed the car to get there. She could be pragmatic enough to recognize that the most benefit to keeping Kelsey around was the car, and of course, safety in numbers. It's not that. I mean, I want you to pull over. Kelsey's words became a mumbled mess, and she slapped her hand on her knee. I'm serious. I just want you to pull over. The next green freeway sign declared Cle Elam was only a few miles ahead. Margie tensed further. She gripped the steering wheel and pressed her foot harder on the gas pedal. Maybe they could blow through any roadblocks or past anything in the way. Although the thought of the small rabbit doing any damage to anything besides daisy chains was laughable, none of that mattered. They wouldn't stop. Not unless they had no other options. Margie's chest tightened and her breathing shallowed out. She tried to control her response to the stress, but realized she was breathing too deeply and would most likely pass out. She needed to just be fine with whatever was going to happen. Kelsey's anxiety increased and she folded her arms. The stress coming off both women had to be affecting Riker, who stared forward with a strange angle to his jaw, like he'd thrust his lower jaw to the side in frustration. Margie glanced at her. What did she call Kelsey? They weren't exactly friends. Acquaintance, maybe? She wasn't sure they were friends per se, but they were certainly stuck together for survival, for the imminent future. She cast an uncertain but hopeful smile at Riker, who hadn't stopped staring at Kelsey, suspicion heavy in his eyes. 1 mile to the first exit for Cle Elam, and suddenly, they were there, passing by the exit ramp with nothing in sight. The next exit came and went with nothing but the tops of buildings visible. No cars on the freeway, nothing set up to block their path. On the other side of town, Margie glanced behind them at the last on-ramp going their direction, and the absence of cars or anything else had her shifting in her seat and offsetting her own jaw to the side. What was going on? Instead of sitting there, with more confusion running rampant in her head, Margie voiced her concern as she shot a glance at her passenger. Kelsey, what was that? But Kelsey's anxiety hadn't lessened. In fact, another road sign flashed information at them as they passed, and she clenched her fists in her lap. Her breathing became more erratic, and she squeezed her eyes shut like a child avoiding a monster. Looking around as they continued down the freeway at a fast 70 miles an hour, the rabbit couldn't handle much more than that. Margie couldn't find anything to cause such concern. Even the lack of cars was drastically preferable to the threat that Kelsey had convinced Margie was there. What is going on, Kelsey? What aren't you telling me? Maybe that she knew those guys and they weren't from anywhere, but right there in Easton. Riker's voice was soft but accusatory as he kept his hands tucked under his folded arms. You knew them, right? That's how you knew what they wanted. You watched them kill those people. Yeah, I saw the bodies. I had to go looking for food, and I saw the bodies every day. He lifted his hand and covered his mouth as he looked out the rear passenger window. I didn't know it was you in that gas station. I know those men didn't leave Easton. Not at night and not during the day. They stayed right there. Margie glanced at Kelsey, her mouth suspended, half open. Did you know them? Everything was making sense. Kelsey hadn't wanted to leave. She'd been safe in that building, probably because she'd known them and had made a deal with them to act as bait. Maybe they'd set up other kinds of deals that Margie didn't have the right frame of mind to imagine. Why then had Kelsey involved Margie? Why did Kelsey leave with Margie and blow up the gas station? She wanted to stay off the freeway and head north on the back roads, but that didn't make sense. As they'd gone through Cle Elam, Margie had been sure Kelsey was worried about Cle Elam gangs, but they were through the city and Kelsey was only getting more anxious, more upset. Kelsey, what aren't you telling me? What did you do? Margie didn't have time for games. It seemed like everything Kelsey did was to stall moving east. But why? Kelsey turned wide eyes toward Margie and reached over to grip her upper bicep. You need to stop. You have no idea what is going to happen. It should be soon. Any time now. She pressed her knuckles to her teeth and stared out the window in the southeast direction. Was she holding her breath? Margie searched the horizon and the land all around them. She couldn't see any sign of danger or impending doom. What was out there, and why was Kelsey so afraid of it? Chapter 26. Bailey took a deep breath, the sound ragged and loud in the silence. Where had Jason gone? Had he disappeared? Or maybe he'd lain down and died. Her adrenaline slowly ebbed, letting her breathe and relax into a slumped position. Jessica slept, her exhaustion palpable in the small room. Bailey's own fatigue wore on her. Would she ever feel safe again? Reaching up, she rubbed at the smooth skin on her temple and closed her eyes. Jason most likely left in search of relief from the pain the virus was causing. Wasn't that what their neighbor Kent had done? He'd gone crazy, as if seeking relief from something, anything. From what Bailey's mom had said, the virus caused excruciating pain. Since Bailey had gotten the vaccine, even if she hadn't wanted it, she wouldn't have to face the pain of the virus. She was grateful for that, even more grateful that her mom had survived the virus. Bailey leaned forward, her elbows on her knees, and hung her head. Boom, boom, boom. The pounding was full-fisted and on the door right beside her head. Bailey jumped from her spot on the toilet lid, standing and staring at the bathroom door. Tears pricked her eyes, and adrenaline coursed through her, again affecting her breathing and making her want to throw up at the intensity. The quiet had been nice for the short time period it had lasted. Why hadn't she been trying to get out? Because she was tired, and the relief was nice, no matter how short-lived. She'd hoped, stupidly of course, that Jason, in his sick delirium, would have moved on or forgotten why he was doing what he was doing and go away. Leave her in peace. But as she stared at the door, seeking a way to figure out what he was going to do or where he was going to try to get in, the sound of feet dragging across the bathroom linoleum away from the door flooded her with hope. Something clicked. Maybe he dug through the cabinets under the sink, but Bailey couldn't be sure. The dragging returned, but the shuffling sound came closer toward the outside of the toilet cave's door. Bailey glanced down at the space under the door. Jason's shadow stretched under the panel as he stood on the other side. Terror clogged in her throat as she waited for him to do something, say something, anything. Reaching out, she slowly and carefully tried the door, as quiet as possible, to make sure it was locked. The doorknob didn't turn. The slight lock would never keep him out long. Not if he really wanted in. Was he just going to stand there? Bailey chewed on her bottom lip and closed her eyes. Please, Jason, come back. The sudden booming of his hands on the wood made her jump, and she gripped her hands together in fists, one wrapped tight around the butt of her mother's gun. The booming grew louder, echoing through the small room with increasing persistence. Finally, Bailey screamed, "Stop it! Jason, stop it! You have to stop!" She pressed her hand to the door as if she could keep him out. Her scream died to a sob, and her shoulders shook. She was trapped in some horror movie, and she couldn't escape. A small whimper brought her attention to the bassinet at her feet. Bailey reached down and gently brushed the baby's forehead. The child wouldn't stay quiet for long. It was only a matter of time until she lost it and started crying. Bailey was right behind her on needing that release. Bailey had to get out of there. She wasn't sure if she and Jessica, the infant, would survive an escape attempt if they went out the window. If she didn't try, she had no doubt they would die in that bathroom. Rocks were directly below the 2-story drop-off, and Bailey doubted she'd make it, let alone Jessica. If they stayed inside, Bailey would have to run the risk of facing Jason. He wanted to kill the baby, and he would probably hurt Bailey to get to Jessica. He was slowly destroying doors to get to them. If Bailey stayed, she would have to shoot Jason. There was no doubt about it. But in the small area, would she be able to get more than one shot off? She wasn't a great shot yet. She might miss under the pressure. When would Scott and Bailey's mom get back? They hadn't even been gone long enough to get down to Post Falls, load up Beth, and come back. They needed to hurry. Bailey wanted to see her mom one more time. Was it too much to hope that Jason hold off on breaking in until someone came? Realistically, Bailey didn't think they'd make it back for a while, which left her survival on her shoulders. Her survival and Jessica's. Jason's survival was off the table. Bailey had no idea what was going to happen, but the banging on the door was getting to her, and she had to make up her mind fast. She screamed again, standing and banging on the door with the flat of her hand. "Jason, you stop it right now. I'm in here too. You can't hurt me?" "Why? Why would you do this?" She closed her eyes and sank to the toilet. Her shoulders slumped. "Why?" she whimpered. Jason stopped banging, rubbing his hand down the panel, the sound soft but far from comforting. "Bailey, let me in. It's me. I know it's hard to accept, but that thing is going to kill us all. I'm trying to save us. Don't you want me to save us?" His words became more cajoling, more soothing. "I like you, Bailey. Don't you like me? You should let me in. I'll make sure I kill it fast. I promise. Then we can be together." The calm way he spoke suggested he was in there and functioning just fine, but his words to kill Jessica belied his tone. No one in their right mind would talk about killing an infant with such peace. Bailey shook her head, wiping her cheeks. She glanced at the small baby she'd been left in charge of, and then at the thin door between Jason and herself. She took a deep breath and stood. She wasn't going to let him in. Not for anything, which meant she had to make her choice. No more waiting. She stood, turning to face the window set up above the toilet. She needed the sound of her actions covered up, so he wouldn't suspect what she was doing. Taking a deep breath, Bailey said, "I don't trust you, Jason. You're not yourself. You're not safe." His replying roar and subsequent banging on the door roused Jessica from her exhausted sleep, and her screaming cries joined Jason's noises to cover Bailey as she reached forward and pushed up the window. Using the tabs on the bottom of the screen, Bailey pushed the screen pane from its spot and let it fall to the roof, where it slid on the ice to land on the ground. Bailey hung her head and turned back to face Jessica. The baby's face was red, with her eyes scrunched tight as she screamed. Tiny fists waved in the air as she sought comfort. Bailey reached down and picked up Jessica, using both hands. She didn't have long to get out. As she thought it, the door splintered in its frame from Jason's beating fists and his rampage against the wood. Bailey jerked back. If she didn't get out that window, Jason would be through the door in no time. Then what would Bailey be forced to do? Chapter 27. Cady. Leaving the neighborhood flooded Cady with relief, no matter how offsetting seeing the stacked dead bodies was. Beth gasped at the sight, drawing Cady's gaze over her shoulder. She nodded sympathetically to her friend. The horrible stuff was just beginning, and Beth had already been through so much. Cady glanced at Scott in the driver's seat as she turned back to face forward. He smiled reassuringly at Cady. His lips curved lopsidedly with a wry tilt to the curve. She had to avoid looking at the dead bodies, so Cady turned again to look back at Beth. Reassurances weren't worth much at a time like that, but Cady had to try for her friend. "Are you okay?" She kept her volume low, but had to talk a little louder than normal to be heard over the rumble of the engine. Could she snap Beth out of whatever mania the loss of her family would bring on? Images of her neighbor, Rachel, after she'd lost her children to the virus, would haunt her the rest of her life, no matter how long or short it might be. Yeah, Beth reached up and pressed her fingers to her forehead. She, too, ignored the bodies as they disappeared behind them. She looked straight ahead as she spoke. "I just can't believe everything that has happened. I'm kind of numb to it all, like I'm spinning." She shifted her gaze and smiled wanly at Cady. "Thanks for coming when you did. I was trying to figure out what to do. My house is a tomb now." She glanced out the window, away from Cady as if avoiding eye contact. Why would she want to do that? The only reason to avoid Cady was due to shame, and Beth had nothing to be ashamed about. Cady reached behind her and patted Beth's knee. I'm sorry about the kids and Stephen. She twisted her lips into an attempt at a sympathetic smile when Beth finally glanced her way. I know. Empty words. They were exactly empty words. Thanks. She shrugged after shifting her gaze again. I'm kind of numb, though. Sadie nodded and glanced at Scott. Who wouldn't be numb after losing everyone in their family? Considering the alternative, Cady hoped Beth stayed numb for a while. Maybe she could offer her a place to feel somewhat safe after the chaos in her neighborhood. They fell into a companionable but tired silence. As the endorphins wore off of finding her friend and hurrying to get out of the house and neighborhood, Cady struggled under the weight of her weakness and fatigue returning. Yawning, she glanced at Scott. I can't believe we did that, and we were just sick. She, especially. The longer she realized it, the faster she seemed to sink into an aching, tired mess. Her eyelids dropped to half-mast as she struggled not to fall asleep. You got sick? Beth's incredulity surprised Cady. Yeah, I guess I'm still technically sick. I used your oils. Remember? I told you that at your place. Or had she? Cady blinked at Scott and pressed her fingers to her forehead. Scott? I don't feel so well. He looked at her worriedly and reached across the space between them to pat her arm. We'll get there as soon as we can. Bear with me. He waited for her to nod and placed his hands back on the steering wheel. How was he functioning so well? He'd been worse than Cady, and there he was pushing through while she was dangerously close to passing out. If she kept still, maybe she could keep herself from falling asleep. Just preserve as much energy as she could. Scott reached across her and popped open the glove box, pulling out some energy bars and tossing one to each of the women. Here, eat this. Your blood sugar might be low, which will make you feel much weaker than normal. He glanced meaningfully at Cady. Even if you've been sick. Cady slowly tore off the wrapper and bit into the bar. The crinkling of a wrapper in the back attested to Beth's hunger as she ripped into it and chewed noisily. After a moment, Beth spoke up, breaking through the quiet and pausing in her binge. This is like that movie Contagion, isn't it? Where's Matt Damon now? Beth laughed and coughed into her hand. Oh, maybe I'm contagious. Sadie laughed. Matt Damon? I bet he's just as sick as the rest of us, if not dead. The sad thing was, it didn't matter how prepared a person or family was. Look at Cady. She had access to the information beforehand, and she'd still come down with the sickness. True. She hadn't taken the vaccine Jackson had sent her, but she'd known ahead of time about the disease and taken precautions. No one was safe. Turning from Greens Ferry onto Highway 53, Scott chuckled with them, and no one really knew why they were laughing. Cady looked behind her again to say something to Beth, but she stopped at the image of a van pulling onto the street behind them. Scott was already driving at a steady speed above 40 miles an hour. The van easily stayed behind them by about 100 feet. Sadie turned back, swallowing her comment and forgetting what she was focusing on. She gripped the handrest on the door and glanced again at Scott. Reaching across the space between them, she touched his hand. Without looking at her, he nodded. Scott saw them, too. Which, she knew he did, but she had to make sure she wasn't imagining things. Anything was possible when one wasn't completely done with a sickness that caused hallucinations and delusions, or could. Anything was possible with a virus no one had enough information about. She suddenly wasn't as tired feeling. Either a sugar rush or adrenaline or both coursed through her. The crash was going to be atrocious. Who was following them, and why were they getting closer, flashing their headlights?
Chapter 28. Jackson feet aching, Jackson pushed himself down the road. The last few days of rest and recuperation had been enough to stave off initial bruising and give his feet time to develop a solid scab. But that was about it. The The pain as he walked was more consuming than his mission to find a car. He leaned against a wooden pole street light. Did they even make those anymore? Jackson chuckled to himself. Of course they didn't make them anymore. No one made anything anymore. His chuckle grew to a full belly laugh, and he reached up to wipe the tears out of his eyes. Ah, that felt good to laugh. He hadn't planned on being alone this long. He should be with Cady already. He straightened his jaw. Time to put on his suck-it-up hat. So what if his feet hurt? He'd survived exposure to the cure. He'd gone manic while trying to keep himself safe, hurting himself while he thought he was protecting himself. That's okay. He wasn't going to die at this point. He'd been exposed to the virus multiple times. Now that his system had been exposed to the toxic chemical of the cure, he had nothing else he had to be safe from. All he needed was a gun, and a car, and food. Walking down Main Street may or may not help him with any of those goals. He glanced up and down the abandoned-looking city. It may look empty, but the fact was, no one had left. They'd all just died, holed up in their homes while waiting for salvation to come. Regardless of where the townsfolk were, the main part of the town was empty. There wouldn't be any cars along the business section. Who would go to work when they were so sick or had sick family to take care of? If there were cars, most likely, they wouldn't be ones that Jackson could use. Jackson pushed away from the pole, adjusting his stride to land more on the balls of his feet, since the majority of the damage had been to the soles. Why had he taken off his socks in the first place? Breaking those chair legs over his feet and walking across broken glass had torn up the flesh on his feet and bruised the arches. Walking on his toes threw off his center of gravity, and he used the weight of the backpack to keep him balanced. Headed west, a few blocks from the motel, as the sidewalk faded to gravel-strewn grass and muddy dirt, Jackson took the first right. Hobbling along the edges of unkempt lawns and large draping tree boughs, he searched for an easily accessible car that would be more likely to have good fuel economy. As appealing as the older Ford F-250 was sitting in the front yard of a house on his left, the big block 460 gas motor it most likely had, as an engine would guzzle through the tanks before Jackson made it past Missoula. He needed a car to get him to Coeur d'Alene and further without any stops. He didn't need to grab a vehicle that would make him stop every 20 minutes to fill up, especially without gas stations to use. A minivan parked under a lean-to with garbage stacked around the side caught his eye. Jackson stilled under the boughs of a well-aged willow tree, the long branches swaying in the slight breeze. A minivan hinted at a family, certainly more than a couple people. Jackson wasn't sure what the survival ratio was for the virus. Was it 2 in 3 died? 1 in 4? He had no idea. He'd hoped for 6 out of 7, even better for 9 out of 10. The not knowing was what would be his downfall in strategizing. So, not knowing who would most likely be dead or alive made his risk factor in approaching the house hard to define. Jackson was a fan of the data, but if he couldn't track it, he'd have to take that chance. The house could have been empty or full. The lack of power hid that fact from any passerby. Jackson hiked his backpack higher on his shoulders and approached the rear end of the minivan. He glanced repeatedly at the house with each step closer. Once he made it past the front window's view, his shoulders relaxed. At least for a few minutes, he was out of any occupant's line of sight. Inspecting it from the back forward, Jackson noted the van looked like it was well maintained. The passenger side of the vehicle was unapproachable, with bags and bags of garbage blocking the entrance. The driver's side, however, was exposed, and in the shadows under the covering, Jackson still didn't feel he was protected from any survivors inside. Inching closer to the driver's side door, Jackson glanced over his shoulder once more. Peering through the window, he pressed his lips together and narrowed his eyes. Keys. Would he need to get them? Or were the podunk residents of Clinton dumb enough to leave their keys in the van? He stood back, reaching for the handle to the van. The door from the house leading to the carport opened, and Jackson turned, surprised, his hand frozen in midair. He'd been right. Someone was alive. His surprise had to come from the fact that they were coming out. Maybe they had a gun and were determined to protect their van. A middle-aged man with rounded shoulders and a balding pate struggled to lean against the door jamb and peer at Jackson. Bloodshot eyes and pale skin suggested the man was either sick or dealing with the after effects. Patchy stubble added years to his sallow skin, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he revealed crooked teeth, which looked like he'd kept to a dental schedule before the CJ180D virus had hit. The man coughed into his empty hand and peered at Jackson like he couldn't see as clearly as he was used to. "Can you help us?" "Us?" So, there were more. Jackson's curiosity and need for keys to the van partnered to convince him to check out the inside of the house. He had to work to ignore the hunger gnawing at his stomach, but the chance the guy had food was a large part of why he nodded. Concern plastered Jackson's face. "Of course, what can I do for you?" He avoided mentioning why he stood by the van. Jackson had a feeling the man had no food, but what if he did? Anything would work at this point. Plus, he couldn't go anywhere without keys. Relief slackened the man's narrowed gaze, and he pushed himself carefully off the wall. Pointing over his shoulder, his voice dropped with his energy. "There were looters a while back, and I held them off with my gun. I can't get my daughter off the couch. She's dead, and I need her body moved." He blinked back tears as he moved aside for Jackson to come in. Looters. They'd staved off looters? Who would want to loot this guy's house? Unless the looters were looking for food or medicine, they would try any house for those items. Did they get anything? Jackson moved toward the door, looking up and down the street as if he were checking for looters himself. Why was the man inviting Jackson inside when Jackson was just looking at the van? Didn't he worry Jackson would just steal from him? Why didn't he think Jackson was a looter? Or, what if it was a trap? If the man wasn't worried, he should be. Which was why Jackson was worried about all the possible things that could happen in the house. The man glanced toward the road, but ushered Jackson inside. "No, I'm a good shot, and I have plenty of bullets." They were Mexican. The boys went to school with my daughter. Of course they knew we had food and other items. Everyone did. He turned toward the living room, walking through a relatively clean kitchen with its white stove and refrigerator and still well-stocked shelves. Jackson's jaw slackened at the sight of all the food, but he followed the man. He didn't want to get shot. Actually, he wanted the gun and the food. If moving a dead body was what he needed to do, then so be it. "Did you already have the sickness?" The man motioned toward the couch and sheet-covered form, with flies hovering around the thin material. The smell wasn't overly strong at that point. Instead, there was an overly cloying smell of spray fragrance in the air, like the man worked hard to cover the smell of death in his home. "Yeah, some people are surviving it and some aren't. It's pretty horrible." Jackson surreptitiously took in as much of the room as he could, while the man paused and stared at the form on the couch. A microfiber couch and love seat were set perpendicular to each other, half-framing a square coffee table littered with magazines, pop cans, and paper plates. The mess spilled onto the floor. A large-screen television manned the other side of the table with a collection of DVDs underneath the short entertainment center. Grungy carpet was worn, but from use, not neglect. White vertical blinds covered the windows, and over them were thick brown and blue curtains that stretched to the floor. A simple wainscoting gave the interior a richer feel than the popcorn ceiling confirmed. At the point where the two couches met, a nightstand of sorts held a lamp with a brushed nickel base, a wad of used Kleenex, and the butt of a gun from under the tissues. Jackson had located the weapon, but how would he get to it? He had no doubt he could take the man, but he wouldn't lie, even to himself, that the pain in his feet might keep him from moving fast enough. The man could still get the gun before Jackson. "I'm sorry for your loss. That has to be hard. How do you want to do this?" Jackson maneuvered around the coffee table and looked down at the body lying on the couch. He didn't look at the nightstand, not when that would raise the man's guard. Jackson could probably take the man with a fast punch to the face, but he might not be the only one in the house. That would prove to be a problem. He had to look at the situation from as many angles as possible. Plus, The man's definite bias toward Mexicans let Jackson know he had dropped his guard with him, thinking Jackson was white. This was a common misperception throughout his life, one Jackson had used to his advantage more than once. Wiping under his eyes and sniffing, the man took a deep breath, nodding slowly. "I'll take her head and shoulders, if you'll grab her feet." The man moved to the other end of the couch, his eyes filled with a great sadness. "Is it just you now in here?" Jackson shook his head as he stooped to grab under the body's ankles. In other words, what was he up against? "My wife." The man stood and looked over his shoulder. "She's sick, but I know she'll make it. I can't tell her about." He bent and looked down, unable to touch his daughter yet. Releasing his hold on the body, Jackson settled onto the other couch and motioned to the man. "Take a minute. We don't have to do this right this second. Let's not rush it. We've got time." Relieved, the man moved to sit beside Jackson. He turned and held out his hand. "I'm Norman." His gaze didn't focus entirely on Jackson, as he watched the shape under the sheet as if he hoped or expected his daughter to sit up and say she was fine. Jackson reached behind him with his left hand while stretching out his right to return the shake. His fingers closed around the butt of the weapon, and he pulled it into his grasp. "Nice to meet you." He pointed a finger at the TV to get him an extra second of time to grip the gun more fully. "Did the news or anyone say anything before the power went out? I was sick." Dealing with the cure had been worse than dealing with the virus, but he didn't want to share that much. Plus, why hadn't Norman and his family used the ointment? Norman turned toward the TV with painstaking slowness, as if he were trying to react, but was generally too tired to do much on a normal pace. "No, a lot of the channels were just showing the colored lines. I hadn't seen those in years." He spoke slowly. Jackson moved the gun into his right hand and glanced down to see a bullet chambered. The man must be sick, if his guard was dropped that much. Turning back to face Jackson, Norman motioned toward his visitor. "You didn't tell me your name." "It's Juan." Jackson waited for that to sink in, for Norman's eyes to widen with realization that he had welcomed in a Mexican for assistance. Then Jackson pulled the trigger. The resounding blast carried a portent of doom. Jackson didn't do more to aim than point in the man's general direction. He hit him above the navel. Norman grimaced and grabbed at his stomach, sinking to his knees from his sitting position on the couch. Jackson shot him again in the chest for good measure, but didn't waste any more bullets. He tucked the gun into his waistband, unworried about the mentioned wife. If she was sick, she wouldn't be able to do anything. That didn't stop her from reaching out. "Norman? Are you okay?" A weak woman's voice reached Jackson in the resounding silence of the shots. He ignored her plaintive pleas for her husband. Norman slumped backward, falling against the entertainment center and making the TV shudder. His eyes were wide, but he wasn't dead as he blinked slowly. Turning back to the nightstand, Jackson flipped the tissues off the top, searching for more ammunition. An almost full box of hollow points hid behind the base of a lamp. Jackson grinned, shrugging off his backpack and tucking the box into the top. Extra ammo was always a boon to gather. Jackson stood and stepped over Norman's legs to get around the coffee table. He had to step wide, as Norman flopped his hand out to the side as if trying to stop Jackson, but his gurgled as he tried to breathe. Rolling his eyes, Jackson carefully walked into the kitchen. His feet hadn't stopped hurting, but that would be all right for the time being. He was about to get some food and get into the van. He called back to the man on the ground. "Don't fight it, Norman. You don't have anything to worry about. I'm not interested in your wife. She'll die soon, and you'll be dead, and everything will be fine. I'm just here for food in the van." Jackson glanced over his shoulder as he stood by the pantry. Norman's eyes were trained on him, and Jackson kind of liked the attention. He opened the doors, still speaking to his dying audience. "You know, when I made this virus, I considered only taking out certain races, but that's hard to differentiate on a viral level. They just want a healthy host. Once I made that decision, the one to destroy the world, everything else was easy. Peanut butter jars, plastic bears of honey, canned soup with pop-up lids that didn't need can openers, pasta dishes in cans with the same type of lids, and more made Jackson turn in appreciation toward Norman whose breathing had slowed erratically. He probably wasn't alive anymore, but Jackson spoke to him like he was just in case. "You really are prepared. I can relate. Well done." Looking under the sink, and then in a couple drawers, Jackson finally found a stockpile of grocery bags. He loaded the food into the bags, filling as many as he wanted, which was a lot. Letting this food go to waste wouldn't be smart. He had the entire van to fill up. All he had to do was get the bags to the door, and then he could load up the vehicle. He had all the time in the world and wasn't worried about being on his feet much longer. The only thing he worried about was anyone hearing the shots. If anyone was out there, it would be a sure sign that something was happening. Survivors would start being healthy enough to start raiding the dead's homes. Wasn't he proof of that? Once Jackson loaded up the van, he'd find the keys to car and get going. Since he had food and a way to travel, his next goal would be to find a map and get to Cady's. He knew he had to get to Athol, but the smaller details would be harder to find. The woman's voice called again from the back, fear strengthening her volume. "Norman, are you there?" Jackson answered in a sing-song voice as he loaded another bag. "Lady, if you want to be shot, keep talking. Otherwise, shut up." Humming, Jackson popped open the lid to a can of peaches and drank the juice before slurping a smooth peach slice into his mouth. Yeah, he'd hit the mother lode, and he'd only had to kill one person. Another spark of evidence that he was doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing. "Thanks, Norman. Stopping here helped me. I can't wait to get going." Jackson wiggled his fingers at Norman, whose eyes stared blankly at him. He doubled, checked the cupboards to make sure he hadn't missed anything, and swung the bags to stack by the door. Jackson started the search for the keys. Things were back on track, and he couldn't wait to get to Cady. She'd be a welcome oasis, and he could vent about the mistakes he'd made, and she could reassure him about how terrific he was. "Cady, here I come." Chapter 29. Hollywood Buck Stranton. Buck Stranton hated watching the movies he'd been in. At the same time, he hated watching others in other movies even more because he usually wished he'd gotten the part, or he was jealous at how good the actor had done in a specific role. The worst thing Buck hated about himself was that he was a victim of comparison. He always had been. The one question he continually asked himself was why was Tom Hanks the highest paid actor when Buck had more muscles and stronger features? His third wife had said it was because Hanks could play an average guy in any situation. He was believable. He was a nice guy. Hanks was believable as any role out there. Her response was probably why there'd been a fourth wife. Buck played the jerk in most parts. He'd been typecast back in the day during the zombie explosion. He got great parts and lots of money, but only about half what Hanks got. He'd once been offered a role opposite Hanks, but he knew the comparing would be out of control, and he'd probably ruin his career. He'd turned it down for his sanity. At least Buck was higher paid than Pitt. He'd never forgive himself if Pitt was paid higher than him. Pitt was his fourth wife's favorite. She died of the sickness a couple days before the power went out for the general population. Even Buck's generators had to give out eventually. He only had so much fuel, and he had a feeling some of it had been stolen during the week he'd been sick. Somehow he'd gotten better, when a lot of his friends and neighbors hadn't. Some were still sick, and Buck was glad the phones were down, because he was better off not knowing who was sick and who was dead. If they were able to contact him, then they'd ask for help, and he would have to watch them die. Watching them die was the only option. He had no idea how to help anyone, let alone himself. Lost in his train of thought, he moved as if out of habit, climbing from the soft cushions of his couch and trudging across the expanse of white carpet his first wife had put in, and he'd never had the heart to change. His first wife had been the love of his life. Buck had given over to his mounting fame, and he'd cheated on Lucy with his second wife. The one true regret of his life. Everything since had just been one downhill roll after another. The wall of movies didn't entice him. How many days would they entertain him? He'd only been stuck in his home a week or so. He reached for a DVD, then paused. It didn't matter if he was sick of them or not. His generator wasn't running, He didn't have anything to do while he was so bored. That's right. He'd started out thinking that he hated watching his movies, but he actually would give anything to be able to watch one right then. Something shattered through his front window, a thud as it fell to the ground faintly carried on the stagnant air. Buck lurched to the side, stumbling from his living room and rushing across the hallway, the foyer, the mini lobby, and into the front living room he'd decorated with reds and golds during one of his between-wife periods. He had sworn he'd never get married again. How many had there been? He would have been much richer if he'd stopped getting divorced. He slowed at the doorway, watching as shadows moved around outside his stained glass windows. On the far side of the trio of long glass rectangles, a window had been broken. A small circle with a web of cracks spread out from the center. Angry voices wafted through the hole in the window, reaching Buck in the utter silence of his home. Buck backed from the room. He had to get out of there, but he wasn't prepared. He wasn't even wearing jeans. What was he going to do? He'd thought he was the only one left, but now, he wished he was the only one. He dug his toes into the plush carpet. Why had they picked his home? What were they after? Money. Drugs. He didn't have anything worth stealing. Another rock broke through a nearby window. Catching his breath, Buck turned to run up the stairs. He didn't have a lot of time, but he had to get some things together and then get out. As he reached his room, Buck ignored the nagging thoughts in the back of his mind. He had to get out. But where would he go? How would he get there? Chapter 30. Manson. Manson groaned as he looked at the fuel gauge of the Volvo. Phil had been one conscientious man, but he could have put more in the tank before coming to work that last day. A half a tank wasn't going to get Manson past Ritzville, if he got there at all. Barreling up the highway as fast as the family car would take him, which wasn't as fast as he would like to go, Manson judged he had about 100 more miles to go to get to Ritzville. He could make it. Too bad there weren't any hills he could coast down to conserve fuel. No, it was flat, if not even a little bit uphill. Once there, he could siphon gas or hijack a different car. He just had to get to Ritzville. It wouldn't be smart to stop in any of the smaller towns. If there were survivors, they would be banding together, blocking outsiders. Manson had no doubt that a smaller community would be much harder to infiltrate than the business section of a larger city. People tended to stick to their neighborhoods when there was a disaster. The pseudo-safety often gave them peace of mind. Manson's stomach growled, not for the first time. He shifted on the seat, sucking in his stomach, and then pushing it out as hard as he could. The ache needed to go away. Taking time to search out food wasn't an option, at least right then. He had to stay on task. He refused to stop. Not until Ritzville. When he got to the town along I-90, he'd take time to get gas and scavenge up some food. He had a very strong sense that if he stopped before he was forced to, his path would be altered, and he wasn't interested in that at all. The miles blurred together, time passing quickly, and with a little bit of tension, as the fuel gauge dropped closer and closer to E and its red line. Passing a green sign stating how many miles remained until he reached the junction in town, Manson grimaced as the engine spluttered, fought to go more, then just died and coasted to a stop. Manson didn't even bother pulling to the side of the road. There wasn't any traffic to watch out for, and the small car wasn't likely to cause a roadblock no matter where he left it. Leaning forward, he rested his head on the curve of the steering wheel and slapped his hand on the dash. Only 2 miles, and he would have made it. 2 miles. He was starving and tired. Why did freedom have such a high cost? Before prison, he would have taken his anger out on his next victim. While he wanted to do that very thing, he had no one around to torture. He gathered his breath and let it all out on a whoosh. Okay. He'd made it out of prison, and he'd escaped the cannibalism that was happening. He could do anything. Reaching to the side, he grabbed a hold of the crowbar sitting on the passenger seat, the only thing he'd been able to carry with him. No way was he leaving it behind. Opening the door, Manson climbed from the car. The afternoon sun wasn't fast to fade. not with the plains stretching out far and wide with tumbleweed rolling in the wind. Hooking the bar in the corner of his pocket, he set off, whistling to take the sting off being alone in such an open space. He hadn't faced that much openness in years, always surrounded by fences, concrete walls, and even the car itself. He was always hobbled some way, and right then, as he shuffled down the blacktop, his stride grew longer and more certain. He was a free man. No one was coming after him. He could make his own future, his own past. He could be anyone he wanted. That meant more to him than any morsel of food he could find. And he would find food. He would find a new car to replace the one he'd just lost on the highway. Manson had come too far to stop now, to accept defeat. A couple miles was nothing to hike into town. He'd probably be there in the next 20 minutes or so. Maybe he could be there before he passed out from hunger and thirst. With the cool breeze, he wasn't in danger of sweating, so he wouldn't get dehydrated that way. Once he got another car, some food, and a backup stash of gas, he needed to hide somewhere and get some sleep. The sleepless nights in the prison were catching up to him. Even just an hour would be nice. He glanced back at the car. He should have taken a nap before leaving, but in all honesty, if there were people out there, he would be an open target sitting there on the freeway. Would he find safety so that he could get some rest? Or would he have to be on the run for a while longer? A single man in the end times was just asking for trouble. Good thing he wasn't a woman. That'd be more danger than he could fathom.
Chapter 31. Beth. Some kind of connection between Scott and Cady kept Beth's attention on them as she rode in the back seat of Scott's Bronco. The ride was rough, but sturdy, and the four-wheel rumble gave Beth a sense of security her compact car never had. She was lulled by the constant growling shudder of the vehicle. Maybe she could sleep soon. Not for the first time. Beth caught Cady side-eyeing Scott and his imperceptible reaction to it. She couldn't figure out what they were saying to each other without words, but Cady glanced back at Beth and smiled tightly every few minutes. They picked up speed, and Beth narrowed her eyes. Leaning back, Beth folded her arms to think. Why would they stay quiet about what was going on? Did they think Beth was frail or something? What was going on? There was an hour or two of light left before evening fell upon them, so the woods along the highway seemed friendly and large. She could almost pretend nothing had happened. She could almost believe as they passed the trees with their tops lit up with the afternoon light and the dark bark from the damp air, that there hadn't been a world-altering virus that had wiped out more people than it had left behind. She could almost, but then an image of her children would pop back into her mind, and her grief would threaten her sanity, and she'd push it away, back under the numbness. Dealing with the deaths wasn't an option. If she could help it, facing their loss would never be an option. Beth licked her lips, noticing for the first time how chapped they felt. When one was wrapped up in watching their husband die, they forgot to care about things like chapped lips and deodorant. Her bug-out bag behind her. Beth turned, reaching for the bag and glancing out the back window. A van followed them, its lights flashing on and off as it tried to keep pace with the fast-moving Bronco. How long had they been followed? Beth flipped around and leaned forward, gripping the edge of Cady's seat. She thrust her jaw to the side. You guys are really pretending not to notice this van? Beth turned again, hoping to see. The van had pulled off the road or taken a different turn. What are we going to do? She wasn't worried or freaking out. Instead, a tremendous calm washed over her. A van followed them, and she didn't care. Probably because she'd watched everyone in her life die. What was the worst thing that could happen at this point? Scott glanced at her and then past her in the rearview mirror. We can't take them to the house. Bailey, Jessica, and Jason are too vulnerable, and we don't know what they want. His voice was calm with an underlying edge. I think we need to keep in mind that we're not the only people out there, and that this is a time of lawlessness and true freedom. People can do whatever they want if they have the firepower and the energy to do it. Cady nodded beside him, her face pale. Beth studied her friend. She seemed weak and tired with shadows under her eyes, and a gauntness to her face like she hadn't eaten solidly in a few days. Why hadn't Beth noticed how her friend looked at the house? The state she was in wasn't something that could be attributable to a few minutes of anxiety. Beth would have to find out what was going on with Cady when they weren't being chased by someone. What are we going to do if we're not going to Cady's? No one answered, and Beth sank back to her seat. That's what they were both so tense about. Beth understood now. For a minute there, she couldn't help thinking there was something sexual between Cady and Scott. Now she realized it was nothing physical between them, except escaping the van and keeping their living family members alive. Beth didn't want to think only about herself, but she couldn't help wondering if she had gone through the death of her children, killing her husband, surviving some semblance of the virus, only to be chased down by some van and then killed, or who knew what. Had she escaped hell itself only to die in the woods? She hoped not, and yet, at the same time, she wasn't sure she cared. Chapter 32. Bailey cold air rushed around Bailey, ushered in by the split in the door panel. It was like a vacuum had been created, sucking the outside air into the house because of Jason's maniacal destruction. Bailey could stop the air from moving, but she had to close the window. There was no way that was happening. Bending down to grab Jessica, Bailey soothed the child and leaned up to tuck her in her plastic bassinet outside the window. There was a flat spot just outside the window that Bailey could probably secure Jessica to. She wasn't sure, but it might hold her for a few minutes. There was a huge chance that the baby's box would slip off the roof and fall to the ground. Was that better than facing Jason? Jason pounded on the panel, right over the weak spot where the door was splitting and letting in the cold air. The splintering sound was loud in the silence after his hit. Glancing out the window, Bailey realized she would never have enough time to get Jessica outside. The baby was exhausted and didn't seem to mind the loud noise any longer, as she was tucked into the portable bed with blankets tightly pressed around her and her pacifier in place to soothe her. Bailey didn't have time to get Jessica out the window and secured to the roof. She glanced around the sparse interior of the bathroom, discouraged that there weren't more hiding places. After less than a second of decision, she tucked the baby under the rear side of the toilet, the plumbing making it difficult to see the clear plastic tub, but not making it impossible to pull her out when Bailey needed to. The white blankets camouflaged the bedding behind the white of the tank. Bailey wasn't sure who she was praying to, but she offered up a plea to anyone who would listen, that Jessica would stay silent so Jason wouldn't know to search there for her. Bailey needed Jason distracted by Bailey so he wouldn't focus on Jessica's whereabouts for the time being. Bailey turned, kneeling on the toilet to look as if she was putting the baby outside. Redirection. She had to convince Jason that Jessica was outside. A fine layer of perspiration broke out on her skin, even with the cool air swirling past her. She bit her bottom lip to keep from sobbing out loud. What was she doing? She had to pull it off. She had to get Jason to follow her onto the roof and leave Jessica behind. Jason's banging continued, and the corner of the door broke away, revealing half of Jason's face. Bailey paused, glancing back at the sudden silence. He had stopped hitting the door and leaned close to the panel, peering at her with one eye, his grin sadistic as he spotted her. "I'm coming, Bailey." His laugh and whisper brought her breathing to a pant. Her heart rate sped up, increasing until she thought she would pass out. He ripped at the door with his bare hands as if he didn't care about large splinters or anything at all getting in his way. He was past the point of caring, and that terrified Bailey more than if he'd been filled with anger or fear. Bailey reached with both hands for the window ledge, ready to launch herself outside and lead Jason away from Jessica. She pushed off from the toilet, ducking her head as she pushed through. "Get him outside! Get him outside!" Halfway through the window, Bailey shrieked as Jason's hands wrapped around her calf and yanked her back inside. When had he gotten through the door? Her side hit the edge of the toilet tank and knocked the wind out of her. She twisted herself so her butt landed on the lid and her back took the brunt of the impact on the tank as the rest of her fell back inside. Bailey reached behind her with shaking fingers and gripped the butt of the gun as it just barely stuck out from her waistband. She pulled it from her pants, holding the weapon behind her back. She couldn't just pull it out. What if Jason reached to take it from her? She didn't even know if she was in a position to shoot him, or if she could. Jason laughed as Bailey pleaded, holding the gun behind her back. Please, Jason, no. No! Her sobs shook her as she gasped to reclaim the air that had been knocked from her lungs. She moved her feet, trying to catch more traction on the linoleum floor to keep her from slipping closer to him. She couldn't focus. Was she in a good position to take aim at him? She pleaded in her heart that he wouldn't force her to shoot him. She cared for Jason. The last thing Bailey wanted to do was to hurt him. He was sick. She knew that. She knew he wouldn't be acting like this if he weren't sick. But knowing it didn't keep her safe, knowing how he would be without the virus, didn't make him healthy or safe to be around. Bailey would shoot him, but she desperately didn't want to. She had to fortify her ability to shoot him. How was she going to be able to do that? She had to shoot him. She had to. Lifting her eyes, she blinked, trying to ignore the hot tears coursing down hers. Jason, please. But the man staring at her wasn't the boy she had a crush on. He didn't know her, or the baby, or even who he himself was. This Jason had black liquid leaking from his nose, mouth, and eyes. His breathing was jagged and raw. He scanned the bathroom, searching for Jessica. Lifting his head, his eyes twitched as he tried to focus. Something shifted as he met Bailey's gaze. His face softened and he dropped his tight grip on her leg. He blinked, the maniacal expression lessening. His voice sounded almost normal as he spoke pleadingly. Bailey, help me. What did he beg for? Did he beg for forgiveness? Was he asking Bailey to help him feel better, find Jessica, or something else? Unfortunately, Bailey couldn't trust his pleas for help, not if he still wanted to destroy the baby. Plus, she didn't know for sure if he was making a play to get her to relax around him. No, Bailey knew what he was asking for. She just didn't want to do it. The sadness and fear in his eyes convinced her she had to try, for him. She nodded, tears stinging her eyes as they came on full force. She raised her gun, arms shaking as she gripped the butt of the weapon. Her whisper broke the silence. I'm sorry, Jason. Bailey's finger slipped behind the trigger guard, where you only put your finger when you're ready to shoot. She kept her gaze trained on her friend. He deserved to know he wasn't alone. Bailey pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom.
Chapter 33. Scott Beth wasn't hiding that she knew, so Scott had no reason to whisper or keep his thoughts to himself. They all had something at stake, and he needed to make sure his fatigue didn't keep him from making the right decisions. He moved his gaze from the road ahead to the rearview mirror in a constant sweep, back and forth, back and forth. What if he missed something? What if the van sped up and hit his rear bumper? Gauging the movement of the van was difficult, as its lights stayed fairly the same, even as Scott sped up. They seemed to move like they anticipated his acceleration or braking. Scott fast approached Diagonal Road. He wouldn't be able to slow down to take the turn, or he'd risk letting them know where he was going with plenty of time to adjust their speed. He held his voice steady, even as a slight panic started to twist in his gut. We need to lose them on the back roads. I can probably go places they can't. It looks like an Econoline, and not the four-wheel drive versions. Scott didn't use his blinker to turn. Hold on. The momentum of barely slowing and taking the corner wide pushed them all to the left in the rig's interior. Beth gasped and slid across the makeshift seat they'd put in for her. Scott hadn't grabbed his back seats from his garage when he'd returned from his parents' place. Absently, Scott was surprised the bench seat was adequate for Beth. She seemed more like a high-maintenance girl than Cady. She hadn't complained about anything, and she'd gotten the raw end of the deal with the death of her family and a complete uprooting. Scott pressed the gas harder, his speed climbing as they hit the open straightaway, running parallel to the railroad tracks. While they had room to speed up and try to get away, the van had just as much opportunity to try to catch them. "Are you going to try to lose them before Clagstone?" Cady gripped the handhold above her door and studied him. Not a trace of fear could be seen in her eyes. Scott admired the determination furrowing her brow. He nodded tightly. "Yeah, we need to get away. The faster I go, the more gas I burn, but I think I can pull ahead enough to get as far as the state land and maybe lose them in there. I'm not sure, but I hope it will work." "Why don't we pull over and shoot them?" Beth sounded cold, like she didn't have any regard for human life anymore, if she ever did. Scott didn't know her well enough to assume one way or the other. Shock affected everyone differently, and Scott had a feeling that when Beth came out of it, she was going to lose her mind. He cleared his throat and considered her suggestion to shoot the people in the van. "It might come to that, but I'd rather not kill anyone if I don't have to." Scott had already killed, and he didn't know if he'd ever be able to escape the guilt of that act. He avoided Cady's gaze. She still thought she was the only one who had killed anyone. What would she think of him when she found out he was a baby killer? Beth shrugged, her movement in Scott's line of sight as he watched the van in the distance. "It's not as hard as you would think." Beth rubbed her nose and met his gaze in the mirror, hers defiant, as if she didn't care what Scott thought about her actions or what she'd said. "I think it's extremely difficult." He narrowed his gaze, as if to tell her osmotically that killing shouldn't be easy, and he knew it wasn't. Something passed between them, and she inclined her head as she twisted her lips to the side. The straight road took a fairly sharp left turn at the end of it. If you weren't familiar with the area, the turn came out of nowhere, even with the orange reflective signs with arrows guiding the way. Scott turned, not stopping at the stop sign at the Brunner intersection. "We need to lose them. If I catch a chance, I might duck down one of the side roads." But he didn't really want to. Going down a residential side street put them in someone else's territory. If there were people alive, they wouldn't take kindly to trespassers. In that part of the state, most people owned guns and weren't afraid to use them. Approaching Seasons, Scott glanced behind him. They were still there. The van had fallen behind, but doggedly followed them and could still see where Scott had driven. He wouldn't be able to lose them on the straightaways. He had to try on state land. That was the only option he had left. Why were they so determined? Did they think Scott and his passengers had food or medicine? Nothing else was worth that type of persistence. 2 miles up Clagstone and Scott took a left onto Highway 54. The last 500 yards of Clagstone were surrounded by fields, leaving their direction viewable as Scott turned north on an unmarked dirt road. He'd been in there 4-buying before on his four-wheeler, but never in his rig. If Scott remembered right, there were some high center points and low ditches throughout the 50-acre parcel. Cady's place wasn't too far past the state land. If they could lose the van in there, they could get home and hide in the myriad of trees and other homes in the area. The early spring melt-off would have softened the road in spots, making it easy to get stuck for any vehicle, even four-wheel drive ones. Scott had to be careful himself. Scott planned to use the area to his advantage. "Hold on, things are about to get bumpy." He downshifted, grateful for the four-wheel drive. Glancing at his fuel gauge, Scott smothered a groan. They had less than a quarter tank left. The back roads connecting the state land parcels could go for miles, and they still had to get home. They were close to Cady's, but if he was using gas to lose the van, who knew how much he'd have to get them back to where they needed to be? Going directly home wasn't an option with the kids there. Following them as closely as they were, the van's occupants weren't acting like innocent people. They were behaving as if they wanted something, and they were willing to do whatever it took to get it, including waste gas, as they followed someone around the country. That was fine. Scott respected their need to provide for themselves and even admired their tenacity. But the people behind him were sorely mistaken if they didn't consider that Scott was prepared to defend the people in his own rig, no matter the cost.
Chapter 34. Margie. The freeway was empty, like everyone else in Washington knew something Margie didn't. Kelsey had lied, and Margie couldn't bring herself to talk to her directly. The woman was still hiding something, and Margie didn't know how to make her tell them. She had a sinking sensation in her chest that whatever Kelsey was keeping from them, it wasn't over. How did she talk to Kelsey about it logically without screaming at Kelsey? Margie didn't know, so she kept her mouth shut. Not to mention, the further they drove, the more fidgety Kelsey became. Her constant leg jostling and nail biting was driving Margie insane. They were all tired, beyond tired, and the fast bites of food they were able to get just weren't hitting the spot. Margie's late husband, David, used to say there was nothing that kept morale up more than a home-cooked meal, and Margie was hoping in the next few hours that they'd be having that at Cady's. Although, if Margie really was honest with herself, did she really expect to make it back to Cady's in the new few hours? As long as Kelsey was with them, she didn't see how that was possible. Kelsey was too much of a liability, and Margie didn't know how to tell her that. If Margie kept Kelsey with them, there would need to be some changes. Part of her wanted to drop Kelsey off on the side of the road and continue on with Riker. Another part of her knew that wasn't logical, since they were driving in Kelsey's car. That alone was keeping Margie from screaming at Kelsey and kicking her out. But the reality of it was, she would have to get over her dependence on vehicles sooner or later. Gas wasn't going to be available forever. That presented a whole new perspective, and she wasn't ready to ditch cars all at once. It wasn't like an EMP had gone off. No, she was dealing with a lot of dead people which had frozen the free world. Were countries that didn't rely on cars and electricity as bad off as America was? For the short time being, Margie had to remember there were other cars and other options besides staying with Kelsey. She had choices, she just had to make sure she and Riker were in the best position to make them. When was the first time you rebuilt an engine with your dad, Riker? She'd maintained a running commentary with the teenager for the last hour or so, while Kelsey had stewed beside her. Every once in a while, Kelsey would interject by asking a question or commenting herself, but Margie ignored her. If Kelsey wasn't going to answer Margie's questions, Margie wasn't going to give her the time of day. It might sound infantile, but at that point, Margie had more at stake than worrying about Kelsey's feelings. The woman was hiding something, and Margie didn't care if it was as simple as telling them where a piece of gum was. Secrets were harmful, and Margie wasn't having it. Riker chuckled. My first one was when I was 5. My other siblings didn't like cars, and sometimes it was all my dad talked about. I went outside with him, and he handed me a wrench, and I've been hooked ever since. He looked out the window, then met Margie's gaze in the rearview mirror. Do you think cars will stop working after this? Margie twisted her lips to the side. Did she? That's a good question. She considered the answer. Just what was this? And how had they gotten trapped in the middle of so much death and loss? Honestly, I don't know. I'd like to think we will pull out of it, that there will be some semblance of society restored, but it won't be on the scale that we once knew. There just aren't enough survivors for that to be possible. Although, how did she know? She'd found a couple survivors in a small town. Odds were that there were more around. But just because people survived a virus didn't mean they had a survivor mentality. You had to do things to survive, make sacrifices. Some people had that trait and some people didn't. Riker, if it makes you feel any better, I think it's only a matter of time until things right themselves. Kelsey smiled over her shoulder and then looked at Margie as if she expected Margie to agree with her. How was that possible when Kelsey's words completely contradicted what Margie had just said? Margie fell silent, keeping her hands on the wheel. No one said anything for a few minutes. Kelsey slapped her knee. Margie, enough. You can't ignore me forever. We need to get off the freeway and go north. Now. She pointed at the green sign that showed they only had another hour to get to Ritzville. 1 hour. Through Ritzville, they could go toward Spokane or head toward Richland. I'm not getting off this freeway. I'm not talking to you, So sit there and keep your mouth shut unless you're willing to tell me what it is you're hiding from us." Margie clenched her jaw. She was serious, and Kelsey better get it through her head. "I can't." Kelsey tapped her fingers on her upper thigh. Her anxiety hadn't lessened, and the further east they went, the more tense she became. "Please, you have to go north. We have to get north as fast as possible." "No, we're not leaving this freeway except to get more gas. You can't tell the truth." "Well, now that's just too bad. Since that is the case, and I'm not going to listen to lies, I suggest you don't talk then. I'm really close to pushing you out of the car without stopping." Margie wasn't joking, but Riker's snicker brought a small smile to her lips. It did sound funny spoken aloud. A lengthy pause followed, and Margie hoped for silence the rest of the way. She had too much to think about, to worry about, and dealing with Kelsey's truth dodging took more energy than Margie had. She was hungry and tired, and she just wanted to get back to Cady's and make sure her family was all right. Kelsey cleared her throat, and Margie rolled her eyes. Great, here she goes, probably going to try to start a different conversation. Margie considered the shoulder of the freeway. If she pulled over, did she have enough time to kick Kelsey out the door and then get going again? "Look, my family." Kelsey swallowed and continued. "My family lived in Richland, not too far from the nuclear station. Those guys, She sighed, shaking her head and dropping her chin. "The guys using the gas station for their bait and trap promised to get me information on my family. They promised to tell me if they were okay or not, as long as I didn't leave, and I kept the place going like a normal gas station. They promised everything would be fine." She stopped and stared as they passed another sign, her sigh long and filled with regret. "Some of the men didn't like the plan, so they started shooting up the place at night. I'm not sure why they got mean so fast. I think some of them were sick and hiding it. Maybe they knew about the alcohol inside. I'm not sure. I don't know exactly when this source. Sopa. She are horrific. By that time, I was too far into it." Kelsey wiped under her eyes. "I just wanted to hear from my family, make sure they had at least made it or that there wasn't a fallout. When the power went down, there's no way there isn't fallout. And it will travel for miles, and people won't even know it. You'll get nauseous, really sick, and the radiation will be hard to expunge from your body." She wiped her hands on her thighs, not waiting for any comments as she continued. "There's nothing nuclear around Easton. There's nothing nuclear on the coast." She looked out the window and folded her arms over her chest. "All of that is upwind from the plant. Where we're headed? They'll most likely get some of the radiation there. Then what?" While the thought of being irradiated was terrifying and most likely true, Margie couldn't help wondering why Kelsey would freak out so easily. "Why'd you leave the station, then? I mean, you had everything there. You could still wait for the news." If what she was saying was true, then Kelsey shouldn't have left, let alone blown up the station. What had she hoped to accomplish with that display? Kelsey scoffed, but the sound lacked humor. "My family isn't there. I doubt they're alive, even if there wasn't fallout. My sister was a drug addict once upon a time, and her immune system isn't all that great. This virus would wipe my family out in no time. I was just hoping, you know? It's too late to know anymore. If we drive through Ritzville, there's a good chance the northerly winds are blowing the radiation that way. We don't know what that will do to us." She finally looked at Margie. "Those men were holding me hostage there at that point. I didn't work with them after I saw what they were doing. You were the first one I was able to save." Kelsey blinked, her eyes shiny with unshed tears. No one spoke for a few minutes. What exactly was there to say? Margie's discomfort grew. Had she been in the wrong to question Kelsey? It made sense why Kelsey had deviated from getting on the freeway for so long, but Margie's gut said something still wasn't right. A green sign stated they were only a few miles from Ritzville and that junction. If Kelsey was right, Then they had to factor a nuclear fallout into their plan. The only problem was, the fuel gauge was low and they all needed to get out of the car for a break, not to mention get something else to eat. Too late now to think about what a nuclear fallout would mean. Margie wasn't sure, but she didn't think fallout meant an explosion. If she remembered right, a fallout was when radiation escaped because the coolant was no longer keeping the facility sufficiently cooled. An explosion would almost be better. At least an explosion was something you could see, something you could plan around, try to escape. But a slow leak of invisible danger was worse than a bullet coming for you. Margie wasn't sure what to do, but with their gas running low, she would have to decide fast. Like it wasn't bad enough they were fighting the clock for food, rest, and gas. Now they had to add nuclear fallout to their list of problems. If there was a place to complain, Margie needed to get in line. As far as apocalypse went, the one she was trapped in was the worst one she could have imagined. Surviving might be harder than she'd ever read about.
Chapter 35. Jackson. The minivan was a nice enough ride, if you liked that kind of thing. Jackson could see how the minivan would be appealing, if you had Rugrats and grocery shopping to do, maybe soccer games or other annoying family responsibilities. The multitude of food stacked in the back helped impress him as well. Inside the van was wholly unimpressive. Crumbs and wrappers littered the floor of the vehicle. The heater looked like it was hit or miss. The lack of AC surprised him. There was no radio, but when Jackson hit the CD button, the whiny twang of country music filled the air. Arching an eyebrow, Jackson grunted. He felt more justified in killing Norman. It wasn't even a good band like Black Hawk or Garth Brooks. No, the CD sounded like an original country singer like Willie something or other. After trying to stick it out for at least one tinny-sounding song, Jackson pressed the power button in irritation. He shuddered. Yep, not good music. Some things just needed to die. People, country music, racism. Jackson was the eradicator of all the bad in the world. Empty streets greeted his studying gaze as he looked around the town on his way toward the freeway on-ramp. Jackson couldn't help wondering just where all the survivors were hiding. He had no doubt there were survivors. For some reason, Jackson had failed in achieving his 90% mortality rate. The virus had been expected to hit a 75% rate, but hadn't he increased his expectations by adding the cure? Hadn't he covered all his bases? What was wrong with people that they couldn't do what they instructed by the news channels and get the cure? He'd barely survived his exposure, and that was only because he understood what was happening. Someone who had no idea what was going on and was weakened by the effects of the virus didn't stand a chance against the toxins in the cure. Okay, he'd covered his bases on that end, but maybe more of the poison should have been mailed out along with the disease. If Jackson had done a better job, he wouldn't be running into so many survivors. Why weren't they dead? Somewhere his calculations were off. He'd destroyed all his work, so he had no way to double-check and see where he'd gone wrong. How had he failed? Turning onto the freeway entrance, Jackson settled into the drive. He had almost a full tank of gas. In the newer, base model of the vehicle, there would still be good mileage. Jackson should be able to make it to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho until his next fill-up was needed, maybe even north to Athol. He knew he had to go north to Athol, but that was where his confusion started. He should have printed off a map before closing his home office down. As long as he could get somewhere in that vicinity, he would be able to figure out his next step. For now, he just wanted to get Montana behind him. He would figure out the rest of it after he did something productive. The long road stretched before him, and Jackson's mind turned back to his failures. But were they failures? Had he failed at everything he'd done? Jackson's goals were to wipe out the population. He hadn't done that. He'd dented the huge number, by a lot, but not enough. There was a higher number of survivors than he'd calculated for. How much of the cure was out there? Unused? It didn't matter how many people he'd killed. He hadn't killed enough. The knowledge left a sinking sensation in his gut, like he'd let everyone down. The only person whose opinion mattered was his own, and Cady's. Was she impressed? Was she at least in awe of his plan and the way he implemented it? As Jackson drove over the 4th of July pass, he realized he had to redefine his idea of success. Had he wiped out the population? Not as much as he'd wanted to, but enough to alter the realities for most of the world. The ones who lived wouldn't likely survive long. There was an attitude about surviving. Not just anyone would make it through the hard times. Trees and mountains filled his view. Small lakes and ponds mingled in large fields with fast-rushing rivers and creeks. All of it would be able to continue moving forward without the interference of human activity. Jackson had protected it. All of it. The afternoon closed in. Long clouds blocked out the sun, and a freeway sign stated Coeur d'Alene was only 15 miles ahead. The miles and hours had passed fast. He was close. He needed to get to town, find a gas station or somewhere. There were a lot of cars, and see if he could find a map or someone he could torture for directions. Glancing at the gauge, Jackson was pleased to see he still had a third of a tank of gas left. He could make it to Athol. That would be a great pivot point. He had Cady's address. He just needed help figuring out how to get there. In no time, he'd be with his bride, and once that happened, she would be able to tell him how amazing he was and what a great job he'd done. All of his research had reassured him that she would take the vaccine. He was never wrong. He couldn't wait to see her face when he showed up at her place. Things were definitely looking up.
Chapter 36. Bailey. Facing the north, the bathroom window didn't get sunlight streaming in. With the hour growing later, Bailey noticed the cooling temperatures as they seeped into the room. Her hand trembled as she stared at Jason lying half in and half out of the torn-up bathroom door. Ragged edges showed where he'd clawed his way in. Bailey had shot him 3 times and he was still breathing, groaning every few seconds. Fear had frozen Bailey in place, her heart hammering in her chest. She couldn't breathe. What was she going to do? She had to get out of there. She had to get Jessica to safety. Jason lifted his head, dropping it back to the ground, and then dragged his hand close to his chest. His eyes weren't open, but that could change in a split second. The larger bathroom was just beyond him, and through it her mom's bedroom, and then the rest of the house. All she had to do was grab Jessica and jump over Jason. That was it. Then she could run away. She could get out. Why hadn't 3 bullets been enough to kill him? Her hand shook as she clutched the gun in her palm. She should shoot him again, in the head. She should. But pulling the trigger had taken more out of her than she wanted to admit. Mentally, she wouldn't be able to shoot him again, especially when he was wounded and lying on the ground. Jessica started whimpering again, and Bailey realized that the gun blasts were louder than she'd anticipated and less than a few seconds before. Time seemed to have stood still, and Bailey shook her head. She had to get them out of there. Now. Bending down, she grabbed Jessica from behind the toilet, gripping the edges of the bassinet with fingers that didn't want to stop quivering. Her breathing became hitched, and Bailey worried she would soon lose it and start crying. Staring down at Jason, Bailey studied him. Did she climb over him? Could she do it? He shifted, pushing himself to his side and opening his eyes, the barest slit. The black liquid smeared across his cheek from his nose, and he laughed, his teeth covered in the stuff. His laugh ended on a cough, and he jerked his chin up. "You got 3. I'm going to rip your arms off when I get up." The dimness in his eyes hid any and all traces of the Jason who had begged for help seconds before. No way could Bailey climb over him. He would grab her. Jason closed his eyes, his hand falling to his side. He wasn't dead. His chest rose and fell in deep, gulping movements. Bright red spots spread over his shoulder. His side and a scarlet line showed where the bullet had grazed the side of his neck. In close range, Bailey hadn't even been able to keep her shots more localized. To be fair, her hands hadn't been still, as they jerked with fear and regret. What was she going to do? She shook her head at the thought of shooting him again. She couldn't, but she had to get out. Going out that door wasn't an option. The longer she sat there, gripping the bassinet and staring at Jason, the more time she was giving him to get his strength together to come after her. And with only a few feet separating them and nothing else, he would have complete freedom to do what he wanted. Bailey tucked the gun into the back of her waistband, the barrel still warm from the shots. Keeping her movements small and as quiet as possible, Bailey stood on the toilet lid without too much thought, tucking the baby bassinet against her hip. She climbed out onto the roof, careful to place her feet on roofing that didn't seem to have ice on it. She didn't dare put Jessica down, even as the slippery roof wanted to claim them. Her stomach tight, Bailey refused to look toward the ground. She had to stay focused on the roof, on where she was stepping and grabbing. With her free hand, Bailey clung to the side of the house, staring at her options. Glancing back at Jason, who had begun pushing himself from the ground, Bailey clenched her jaw. He wouldn't stop. She had to get down and hide. There was no other option. She stepped around the side of the roof, the angle steep but maneuverable. Her breath puffed in front of her in a faint white cloud, then disappeared. The temperature dropped with the sun behind the trees. It was still afternoon, but where she stood was like an icebox, as the ice and snow on the roof and the protecting chill of the shadows kept the temperature much lower than the surrounding area. At the next bathroom window, Bailey's confidence grew. She stepped forward, shifting her grip from one edge of the vinyl window to the next. Her foot slipped to the side and her knee buckled toward the wall. She clutched the corner of the window where the vinyl siding and the metal overlapped, giving Bailey a decent handhold, and she held her breath. That could have been bad. She claimed a moment to get her bearings, but didn't wait long or look back. Not yet. Don't look down or back. Just look forward. Look where she needed to be and get there. Finally, Bailey reached the edge of the house. The ice patches behind her littered the roof, like mines on a battlefield, but in full view. She'd moved across the roof in no time, even though it felt like hours. It might have been less than a minute. Hindered with her arms full of the baby, she had taken longer than Jason would most likely take. His wounds didn't seem to affect him much. Just at the edge where the sunlight still glowed, she stopped. She didn't have far to go. The lean-to roof was right there. "I'm going to kill you, Bailey!" Jason's roar echoed out of the window, loud in the powerless silence. Bailey gasped, half turning to glance back and see where he was. Had he gone back into the bathroom? She peered through the window, inches from her face. No sign of Jason in the larger room. He stuck his head out the window that Bailey had slipped through. Jessica's crying started anew and pulled his attention their way. Bailey gripped the bassinet harder, leaning her knees toward the corner of the house to keep her balance. The bottoms of her Converse shoes didn't have the traction she needed, but they didn't let her slip. Jason narrowed his eyes and ducked back inside. Then, while Bailey searched the bathroom again for him, he pulled himself out of the window, coming to stand on the roof outside the bathroom. He studied her as he steadied himself on the steep pitch. "Give me the gun, Bailey." His voice had softened, but the crazy in his gaze hadn't faded. Bailey wasn't going to do anything of the sort. She shook her head, edging around the corner of the house onto a less steep pitch of the roof. If she could just get around to the side, she could climb down the lean-to roof and jump to the picnic table from there. Only about 3 feet drop. She could do that easily. She wouldn't be able to do anything like that if Jason caught her. He was bigger than she was, and more agile. Why hadn't her shots hurt him or at least slowed him down? She searched him for a sign that his wounds at least bothered him. It was like she'd missed him completely with how he was acting. But the bright red on his skin and shirt proved he'd been shot. He continued moving, like he wasn't bleeding. Bailey glanced over her shoulder toward her escape route. Looking back at the boy she'd had a crush on since he'd arrived, she furrowed her brow and called out, "Jason, you've been shot. You need to rest." Maybe she could appeal to the boy inside, the one who had emerged long enough to beg her for help. She needed to do something, and fast. Bailey couldn't run across the roof to get where she needed to be with the ice patches all over. As fast as she could, might not be fast enough. She had to hope Jason wouldn't follow her so quickly, or Bailey would never make it. If she didn't make it, then Jessica certainly wouldn't. Jason let go of the building and held his arms out like a balancing act. He stepped toward her, not watching where he was placing his feet. Bitter anger kept him stiff and seemed to fuel his anger. You shot me. I just want to save us from that thing. Don't you see? His eyes rolled wildly, and his gaze landed on Jessica's portable bed. His eyes widened, and fury put a red spot in each cheek, even as his skin paled from the lack of blood. Jessica cried, and Bailey shushed her softly, unsure what to do with Jason so close. Give me the gun, Bailey. You're not going to shoot me again. Jason moved closer, uncaring when he half slipped. He caught his position, as if he didn't even know there was ice beneath him. Bailey watched him. He'd reach her in a minute. If he continued coming at her, she had no doubt about that. The stretch of ice between them was thicker. 2 steps from his current spot, and he would hit the larger patch if he didn't look down and watch where he was going. How could she distract him? How could she hold his attention so he didn't look down? Just waiting was taking too big of a chance. She pulled out the gun and held it loosely in her hand. Shifting, she moved baby Jessica out of his sight by leaning her shoulder against the vinyl-sided corner and resting the bassinet on her right thigh, which angled to lean on the other side of the corner. Holding up the gun in her left hand, Bailey offered, Here, I'll toss it to you. But you can't keep chasing me. You have to stop, okay? Stopping mid-step, Jason's eyes lit on the weapon, and he nodded frantically. Yes, give me the gun. Gripping the butt tight, Bailey made a motion as if she were throwing it toward him, whipping the gun through the air. Instead of letting go, she held on tightly, pulling it back and tucking it in her pants before he could see it again in her hand. The fake-out worked, and Jason lunged forward to grab the weapon in the air, as if it sailed toward him. As he grabbed at air, anger darkened his features, but his foot hit the ice and his ankle twisted. He scrabbled with his hands for a handhold, but there was nothing to hold on to. His knee crumpled, and he fell to the side, rolling from the roof and landing on the bed of rocks below. The sickening thud as he landed at least told her he'd hit. Bailey didn't wait to see if the virus gave him superhuman strength to walk from the rocks. She shifted her stand and pulled Jessica close to her chest. The bassinet wasn't going to work much longer. Bailey really needed to convince Cady to find a baby carrier. Going back to the bathroom wasn't an option with the dangerous pitch to the roof and the extra ice along that way. Making her way to the lean-to roof and then down to the table went relatively fast. Bailey wasn't sure if she should go inside or if she should hide somewhere else. Jason's death wasn't guaranteed, and she didn't trust that any injuries would keep him from coming after Jessica. She had to hide, but she also had to stay warm and keep Jessica safe. The baby would need to be changed and fed again soon. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the chill in the air picked up as if searching for a way to chill her skin through the jeans and long-sleeve shirt she wore. Getting them to a safe and warm place had to be top priority, but the house wasn't an option. Bailey glanced regrettably at the back doors of her home as she hurried from the deck. Where would she go? She couldn't go too far, or she'd miss when Scott and her mom got home, if they ever got back. Chapter 37. Margie and her group had taken the second exit into Ritzville, coasting on the last dregs of gas down the ramp and slowing to a stop half a block from the grocery store and gas station. The way the gas and store were situated gave Margie a sense of déjà vu, since the layout reminded her of Easton. This time, though, she wouldn't be pulling up and leaving her husband behind to himself. Goosebumps broke out over her arms at the memory. Could she have stopped him if she'd gotten out of the gas station? Could she have watched him die in the car as they headed toward Cady's? Maybe, maybe not. But that experience, that choice, had been taken from her by Kelsey. Margie's trust waned in the face of Kelsey's many secrets. There were too many, and so far Margie wasn't sure Kelsey had told them all, because why was a nuclear fallout a secret? The afternoon light cast long shadows across the empty roadway. Dead streetlights protruded from the ground like whispers of what had been. How long had it been since normalcy? Not more than a few weeks for civilization to disappear. Not violently, not with riots or chaos or even desperation. No, humanity had faded with the appearance of a fever and a rash, as each person had been faced with their own immunity, their own health. Their end had come in the privacy of their bedrooms, on their couches, or even in a hospital bed. Riker yawned, breaking up Margie's musings. Do you think we can push the rabbit? He stretched his arms to the side. Margie didn't look at Kelsey. We can push it to the side of the road, but it's worthless if we don't find gas for it. We can find gas. I don't want to leave my car. Kelsey set her jaw, determined to keep her stake on something, keep her power attached to what the car represented. She didn't have anything else that she could claim with a certainty. Her stake on the car was strong and undeniable. Well, Margie had no problem letting her keep the car. She could stay with it for all Margie cared. Didn't Kelsey see that the importance of vehicles was transient? There was no guarantee they would continue to work. There was no guarantee they could get gas at the next place. Looking up and down the empty street, Margie chewed on her lower lip. What was she going to do? Did they all go in search of items together? Just sitting there in the car left them in the open like sitting ducks. They were vulnerable if there were more people out trying to survive. Wasn't that eventuality inevitable? Wasn't it exactly what they had proven with their own survival? The men who had stalked the gas station, they hadn't died from the sickness, so there would be others out there. Margie glanced at Riker in the rearview mirror. He wanted to get out. She could see it in his eyes. Making a snap decision, Margie turned to Riker. Grab your backpack and your stuff. We'll hide our things and go in search of either gas or another car. Something. We can't sit here anymore. And just like that, Margie wasn't going to come back to this car. Not for anything. Kelsey gasped, the loose flesh of her jowls shaking with indignation. What? Leave me here? Margie faced Kelsey, her face tight. You just said you weren't leaving the car, Kelsey. I'm not sure what you want me to do. Force you? That's not happening. If Kelsey chose to stay with the car, then she made the decision for Margie, and that was more than fine with her. Climbing from the car, Margie used the keys to unlock the hatchback and pull out the bag she'd packed for herself with the blanket and pillow. There was no way she was leaving behind her orange medical bag, no matter how much gihel nayan sir sao. I easy the yarshaim. Masses silt or serum, ser was a mashnadar. Chur was a marshal sorry for everything in the vehicle. Surprisingly, Kelsey didn't say a word as Cady passed the window with her keys, tossing the ring inside to Kelsey. The jingle of the keys as they flew through the air left Margie feeling spiteful, but also validated, and more than a little liberated. Kelsey didn't say anything as she stared straight ahead. Riker fell into step behind Margie, the scuff of his tennis shoes amping up Margie's paranoia. She'd been too lackadaisical. His life was her responsibility. And there she was, just nonchalantly walking down a major thoroughfare in the middle of the afternoon with no thought toward protecting herself. She pointed to their right, half ducking her head as they walked faster. Come on, Riker, let's get to the back of that store and we'll leave our stuff in that brush. A collection of dried landscaping bushes softened the look of the hard lines of the building. Riker picked up the pace, matching Margie's steps as she hunched her shoulders and rushed across the warming blacktop. Margie? I need to use the bathroom. Riker's frustration with the situation was apparent. Margie nodded. I'll run around to the front of the store and sneak inside to see if I can get anything. You can do what you need to do. Wait, just urinating, right? She sighed at the sight of his anxious nod. Good, just stay here. I'll be back in a little bit. She hoped. When had she gotten brave enough to do things on her own? When she had no other choice to be anything else. She rounded the corner of the store, hoping that the cement block walls didn't hide a murderous gang or rioting mob in its depths. Or even worse, What if its walls held nothing? No food, no supplies, no water? What if the parking lot in front had no vehicles? What if they'd hit a pothole in their journey and Margie had to struggle even more to get to Cady's place? The list of what ifs had the power to crowd out her sanity, if she let them. Shaking her head, she pushed away her anxiety of her situation and kept her main goal in sight. She just wanted to see her daughter and her granddaughter. Was that too much to ask for? She'd already gotten plenty of luck doled out to her since leaving her home in Bonner County. Why did she think she was owed any more? The spring grass was dry, but growing along the sidewalk following the edge of the store. Margie slowed her pace as she reached the front of the building, creeping around the corner to investigate for any signs of danger, human or otherwise. A handful of cars dotted the parking lot, none of them noteworthy from that angle. As she crept along the front of the store, she glanced to the side and paused. A minivan. Normally, those vehicles were as plentiful as eggs in a grocery store. That's what she needed. When she came back out, she'd have to look into it. She could put a lot inside one of those vehicles, and it wouldn't guzzle gas too much. Turning toward the front of the building, Margie finally registered the crunch of broken glass beneath her shoes, and the carts laying at odd angles like a makeshift roadblock for the front doors. Windows had been shattered, leaving the front unprotected and gaping with jagged edges like a yawning maw ready to eat the next soul attempting to disappearing inside. Margie had no weapon, nothing. She stopped. What was she going to do? She had nothing. The inside of the store was dark. At least Margie had the small flashlight in her pocket. She patted the mini bulge to make sure and then pulled it out. If she was going inside, the least she could do would be to give herself a head start to see danger coming at her. Although Margie knew she didn't have a chance if something or someone came at her. Maybe she was going crazy or was more tired than she'd originally thought. She couldn't stop her mind from roaming with thoughts of what she was doing and what had happened over the last month or so. The days were running into each other, and this seemed to have become the new norm. Stepping over the steel frame of the large windows, Margie gripped the flashlight in her palm. What was she doing? Someone could be in there. Was someone in there? Her chest rose and fell as her breathing turned into panting and her pulse outpaced the engine of the Rabbit on the freeway. She needed a plan. Walking around the periphery of the store seemed like a smart idea as she searched the depths to see if she was alone or needed to run toward the bright holes of the windows. She lifted the beam of her light to scan the aisle signs. There was no other sound in the store beside the harshness of her breathing. The white words on maroon placards hung suspended over the aisle ends, declaring items that most likely wouldn't be there. Soups and canned fruits and vegetables caught Margie's eye. She held her breath, lowering her flashlight and turning off the beam. No other sound. Okay. She was there alone. She could get things done faster if she just hurried and didn't worry about making any sounds. She had to figure a way to get the food outside, whatever she could find. Of course, the place had been ransacked. She wasn't dumb, but maybe there would be some things that she could get, or that she would find. Margie walked in the direction of the aisle with the soups in it, wincing as she stepped on crinkly things in her path. At the end of the aisle, she accidentally kicked a can or jar, the echoing sound of it rolling across the tiled floor, feeling even louder than if she'd brought a marching band through. She gasped at the sound and held still. What was she doing? I hope you didn't break it. The man's voice was low and only about 5 feet in front of her. Margie jumped, gripping her flashlight tightly in front of her like a club. She turned on the light, shining in his direction until she pointed it directly at him. Light reflected from simple wire frame glasses, and he was average in size and appearance. Holding up his hand, he turned his face away. I don't mind you checking me out, but can you lower the light? It's brighter on this end. Margie lowered the beam to aim at his waist, which gave her enough light to see him by, and to also notice the glint of light on the long crowbar in his hand. For some reason, she didn't run. He had a crowbar that could be used to kill her, Riker, and half the vehicles in the city. But Margie wasn't afraid. That was probably her dumbest mistake. Not to be afraid of him, but she was running out of energy. Paranoia took energy. She didn't think she had the brain power for any more of anything. If he was going to kill her, he better hurry. She was running out of reasons why she needed to stay alive. Um, I I'm sorry. I was looking for food and, of course, Margie was looking for food. She was in a grocery store. What else would she be looking for? Camping supplies? The man stepped closer to her, keeping the bar by his side and his stance inoffensive. He didn't even seem to be worried about their situation. Margie backed up, but she had to stop when her rear end ran into the metal of the shelving behind her. He stepped close, leaning forward and grasping her wrist with the light in it carefully. Lifting her hand to aim the flashlight down the aisle, he kept his voice low and controlled as he looked down at the shelves. "This will go a lot faster if you shine your light on the shelves. Then we can get through everything together." His smile was unassuming, and he didn't eye her like Margie had always assumed. Men eyed women during the apocalypse. He stepped back, giving her space. "Let's work together. I'm Manson. We can fill this cart as we come across stuff. We'll divide it outside. It'll be faster to work together." Someone else making the decisions in a decidedly civilized manner, with politeness and calm mannerisms, was refreshing, and more than a little offsetting. Margie didn't know him, but she felt like they could be just a couple of people in the store, ignoring the lack of lights and the odor of spoiled meat wafting from the back. Margie slowly stepped forward, matching his movements and doing as he did as she held the light on the shelves. She didn't trust Kelsey. Margie could see herself replacing Kelsey with this guy. She needed a different car, or she would need to get rid of Kelsey. How would she do that? Kill Kelsey? That train of thought was unacceptable and not a direction Margie was going to go down. Kelsey might make the decision for Margie by not leaving her rabbit, and Margie could ask this guy if they could go with him. Or maybe Margie just struck out on her own with Riker. That wouldn't be unheard of or impossible. Except she knew there was safety in numbers. Keeping Kelsey around added to their number. That was appealing enough in itself. The possibility that Manson was a murderer or something crossed her mind. But she clung to the hope that he was a normal guy trying to survive. That's what she needed for just a little bit longer. Normalcy, the normalcy from society they'd been forced to leave behind, was what she wanted even more than a working car and a sandwich. Hopefully, when they went outside to the parking lot, the truth would be easier to swallow in the light of day. Chapter 38. Cady held onto the grab bar, her knuckles white and the tendons in her wrist taut against her skin. She was so tired, just exhausted, and she wasn't sure how much more energy her adrenaline could spike through her. She wanted to sleep, even as the rig careened through the streets to find escape. Scott drove the Bronco like their lives depended on him making the next curve or taking the next hill rise at 50 miles an hour, which their lives just might depend on it. But was it asking too much to be partially intact when they arrived wherever they were going? The section of state land Scott drove on was a popular area for the locals to drive their ATVs around. The varied landscape was fun when you were in a helmet and meaning to catch air when you jumped a hill. Not so fun when you were running for your lives. After taking turn after turn and going up and then down hills, Scott pulled off to the side of the road, backing up until the vehicle was hidden under low-lying branches of towering pines, hidden behind wild lilac bushes that were starting to bloom with thick leaves. The dark color of the Bronco would blend nicely with the shadows of the foliage since the sun hid behind clouds and had already started its descent for the night. Scott didn't turn off the engine, but he kept his foot off the brake, and there were no lights behind them. No lights, until the van bumped along on the road feet from their position. They were persistent, going slow and taking the road with caution. From where Cady sat in the Bronco and waited, she could see the road for a good 100 feet past where they had parked. As the van's headlights glowed in the shadows, the beams picked up the ghastly forms of dead bodies strung up on a barbed wire fence with its posts angled upward and then lashed together like a half-made teepee to support the weight of the bodies. About 12 bodies hung in various poses. Their bloated torsos and abdomens protruded from their torn and stained shirts. Sadie covered her mouth, pressing the flesh of her palm into her teeth as she suppressed her gasp. She didn't look too closely for fear she would be able to make out if they were men or women, or even might be able to recognize some of them. The area wasn't far from Cady's neighborhood. A loud scraping and grinding filled the air, and the van stopped about halfway through Cady's line of vision, partially blocking the fence with all of its bloody glory. The van's back tire continued spinning, but the van had high-centered with the ditches worn deep on the dirt road. The driver revved the engine, causing the rear tire to spin out of control, flinging dirt into a muddy spray. After a moment, 2 men climbed from the van. They wore neon green sweatshirts over dirty jeans and heavy work boots. Facial hair hung from their jawlines in patches, like they weren't sure if they could grow a beard or not, but they wanted to try anyway. Each was equipped with a rifle on a sling over their shoulder. Standing beside the back of the van, then stared at the tire and the position of the van. They were stuck, and they knew it. Something pulled their attention in the direction away from Cady, turning them and making them grab for their guns. But it was too late. The power of a bullet knocked the one closest to the van backward until he lay on the ground with blood leaking from his forehead. The other fumbled with his gun, dropping it before turning and running. His gaze fell on Cady and Scott in the Bronco. He opened his mouth, and then his expression froze as another gunshot rang out. He took the bullet in the back, collapsing forward with his arms stretched out. Whoever had shot them headed toward the Bronco, their shapes indistinct through the trees, but their movement certain. Would they shoot Cady, Scott, and Beth before they even had a chance to defend themselves? Would they all end up on the fence?
Chapter 39. Manson. The woman identified herself as Margie. She was a little older than himself and trusted him a little too easily. Manson couldn't figure out if that made her stupid, cunning, or just weary of being on edge. In any event, he put forth his most calming exterior and eased her into being comfortable around him. One thing he'd always liked about his average appearance was that people trusted him easily. They trusted average. Average could be anyone or anything, but it was never dishonest. If he could get in good with her group, she'd mentioned one a couple times, probably to warn him that she wasn't alone and that others were out there. Then he could slowly take over as the leader. There was safety in numbers, and Manson could see that. He pushed the cart around the end of the last aisle, and they stopped by the front doors. The light from the sun fading in the west was strong enough still that they could see their spoils. It's not a lot. Manson twisted his lips to the side. If he didn't get to go with Margie, then they would have to split the items, and that made the small haul even smaller. Nah, it's more than I expected. Margie leaned forward, inspecting the few bags of chips, boxes of crackers, 1 bag of jerky, 3 boxes of granola bars, soap, toilet paper, napkins, vitamins, essential oils, Band-Aids, and some other stuff. If we can get to where I'm headed, then there won't be any need for more. There wasn't any need for more. The statement didn't make sense with the end rearing above them, with such absolutism. The cart was almost full, but Manson wanted to have 3 or more carts. This wasn't enough to do anything with. He couldn't even trade this stuff off for other items with other survivors. When you lived in prison, you learned how to trade. If he had to, he could trade Margie for stuff. She had to be in her 50s, but she was still good-looking and serviceable. She broke through his thoughts. Come on, I'll introduce you to one of my companions. I'm still debating on bringing the other one along. She motioned toward the back of the building. then glanced to the side of the store as if checking something was still there. Manson followed her gaze. Was she looking at the minivan parked on the side of the parking lot? She didn't walk away with the cart. Instead, she waited for him to follow. Manson didn't want to leave the cart, but he wasn't sure how far it would roll across the broken glass. He pushed the cart as far as he could and then tucked it against the side of the building. Following Margie, he tucked his free hand into his pant pocket, clutching the crowbar as if he were nervous someone was going to attack him. No one was going to attack him. There were no survivors in that area, at least that Manson had seen. He'd gotten that far a few hours before and was trying to come up with a replacement for his car, Phil's car. Margie went around the corner of the building and Manson slowed. Were there a lot of men? A lot of women? She hadn't mentioned how many there were in her group. Manson came to a stop when Margie and her group came into view. A teenage boy and an older 1980s reject stared at him from beside Margie. He wasn't sure how safe a group like theirs would be. An old woman and a boy. That was the extent of Margie's group. The way she'd sounded with confidence in her tone had convinced Manson that she had a group worth sticking with. As he considered them, he internally shrugged. If nothing else, he could at least travel with them and kill them if he needed to let off some steam. What is this? The woman with the choppily sheared hair and multiple piercings pointed at him, not hiding her disdain, as she trained her narrowed gaze on Margie. I found him. We worked together. You should see everything we found. Margie looked at Manson, her smile bright, like they were the best of friends. Something tugged inside of Manson. He didn't have feelings, but if he did, he would want to make Margie proud of him, glad that she'd found him. He decided he wouldn't kill her, at least not first. Margie held up her hands at chest level and then faced the other woman. We need a different car, Kelsey. We're going to take him with us, if he wants to join us. She shot a questioning glance his direction, but continued without waiting for his reply. We need to carry more supplies and the rabbit won't do it. You're welcome to come with us, obviously, but I'm not staying with that car. Margie's backbone was showing as she spoke with firm determination. She sounded like a mother putting her foot down. I'd be happy to look for gas cans and fill them. I can siphon pretty good. Manson held up his hand like volunteering at school. I saw a minivan on the side of the lot. That would be perfect. I think we can get this done in 30 minutes or less. I'd rather be on the road than sitting here. Margie glanced at him, gratitude shining in her eyes. Manson had to prove himself while feeling out the others in the group, mainly the woman named Kelsey. Did he need to agree with Margie and kick the other woman to the curb? Or did she have use, and he just needed to hold on to her until he'd finished using her? It was better to get a measure of the people in your group, if you planned on leading it.
Chapter 40. Bailey. The quiet was eerie, punctuated as the wind moved the treetops way above the calm of the yard. Bailey shivered, but it had nothing to do with the cool air. Come on, Ranger. Bailey spoke in a near whisper as she motioned to the large brown dog. He didn't need more prodding as he slipped from the east-facing garage door and then waited a couple feet in front of Bailey. The sun would be down soon, and she didn't want to chance going into the house. Nothing inside felt safe. She wasn't sure if Jason was even dead. Didn't want to face those thoughts. Not yet. She didn't go around the front of the house or go in view of the front yard. Ranger padded quietly alongside her as she cradled Jessica close. Bailey had grabbed ready-made formula from the pile she and Jason had stacked just inside the garage doors and extra diapers. She wasn't sure how long she would be in hiding, but it would at least be overnight, if her mom didn't get back soon. Sneaking around the edge of the trees along the periphery of the parking area, Bailey kept to the shadows. If Jason was alive and walking around, he'd try to get to her if he saw her. That was a lot of ifs, and she was too scared not to go over and over them. Pausing behind the firewood lean-to to the shed, Bailey took a deep breath and peeked out past the corner. There was no movement where Jason would have been. Bailey caught her breath. Was she putting them in more danger? Once she got up into the loft, there'd only be one safe way down. that would be easily blocked by anyone who wanted to hurt them. Counting to 3 and staring at the front yard, Bailey darted across the dirt and gravel driveway and into the shed. She didn't chance looking behind her. She didn't really think Jason was alive. He'd been shot and had dropped from the roof. Healthy people couldn't survive that. No, Bailey was more terrified of what she would see, what she would have to accept as reality. She'd killed him. When she should have been helping him, she'd shot him and then tricked him so that he would fall off the second-floor roof of her house. What was she going to tell Scott? Would her mom be mad at her? Bailey blinked back the tears the guilt from her actions brought on. Pushing aside the tarp her dad had hung up with nails in the log poles, Bailey ducked, waited for Ranger to follow, and let the tarp fall. The soft rustle of plastic was the only sound as it fell back into place. Ranger's nails clicked across the wooden planks stacked precariously under the steps, leading to the loft. Bailey held the bassinet close to her hip, as well as the other temporary supplies she'd forced herself to grab before running from the house. Thankfully, Jessica wasn't too heavy. Carrying her all over the place was definitely wearing on Bailey's back and arms. They climbed up the steps, Ranger close beside her. Her dad had built the loft when they'd moved in, stating they needed more storage space. He'd stored extra sleeping bags, camping supplies, extra fold-up tables, camp chairs, and other odds and ends. The only things that weren't allowed up there, according to her dad, was her mom's survival things. He said the loft was his area to load with this and that, not her. Using the fading light filtering through the plastic windows Dad put in along the center ceiling pole, Bailey set up a sleeping area. Hopefully, Scott and her mom would be home soon, but if they weren't, Bailey knew she could at least stay in the loft for a little longer. She should have grabbed more food, something for her and Ranger. She hadn't been thinking that far ahead for her, just for Jessica. She looked around the dry loft. They'd be warm enough. Spring worked its way into the northwest. The days were warmer and the nights were leaving behind the freezing chill of frosts and snow. Multiple sleeping bags, blankets, and camp rolls would help as the trio cuddled together for warmth. No, warmth wouldn't be a problem. Bailey lifted Jessica into her arms. The baby soaked up the comforting touch and nestled into Bailey's arms. The trust Jessica offered Bailey so freely broke Bailey's heart. She slumped to the floor of the loft, hunched over and cross-legged. She'd tried so hard not to think about Jessica's family and where her mom had gone or where the rest of Scott's family was. The tears started, slowly at first. She'd been fighting crying and giving into the weakness, but everything was just too much. Her tears came in a torrent, ripping from her with each breath. Ranger gave a soft whimper, lowering himself down to rest his chin on her upper thigh while watching her with large brown eyes. Bailey had lost so much, and the reality was she might have lost her mom and Scott alongside the loss of Jason. She had a baby to take care of and no idea what she was doing. She was barely 14, and already she had to raise a baby. The small comfort of the gun tucked into her waistband didn't do much to alleviate her responsibility or her fear. She'd already shot it, and there was nothing she'd ever hated more. Dragging in a ragged breath, she rolled her head back. A burning ache in her neck matched the one in her side. She must have scraped her neck when she was scrambling to get out of the bathroom. She shivered at the recent memory. A flush of heat roved over her skin, causing goosebumps and a slight layer of sweat. She wiped from her forehead with the back of her hand. Was she getting a fever? Bailey assumed it was attributable to the ebb and flow of her adrenaline. She'd gotten the vaccine. She couldn't be getting sick, could she? Chapter 41. Cady. The men's shadows preceded them as they approached the Bronco, the reflection of their guns in the window of the van. Cady gripped the edge of the chair, her nails scratching the canvas material. She leaned forward as slow as possible. She barely moved her lips. Are we going to end up on the fence? Scott, what are we going to do? At least there was no sign of cannibalism. It hadn't been the first time the thought had crossed her mind. Cannibalism wasn't far off once food ran out. People would do what they had to do to survive. Wouldn't she? Of all of the books she'd read about the end coming, they'd always, inevitably, turn toward survivors being so desperate they would eat each other. Hanging bodies from fences wasn't eating them. Yet. Scott's grip creaked on the shotgun stock. He hadn't turned the rig off. He handed the gun slowly to Cady, keeping his gaze trained on the shooters. Hold this and duck. Beth, you too. He didn't wait to see if Cady grabbed the shotgun. He slowly placed his palm on the stick, shifting into first. As if time slowed down, Scott breathed outward on a whoosh. Suddenly, the rig shot forward, the move sudden and unexpected. Cady jerked back into her seat with the lurch, her eyes growing wide. She partially ducked behind the dash. The front man didn't have enough time. He succumbed to the sudden onslaught of the Bronco's leap forward. The bump, as the bumper hit, and then the tire drove over him, shocked a gasp from Cady. A shot rang out from the man behind him, a string of expletives reaching them through the small hole in the windshield from his shot. 2 more shots rang out, sending a mass of webbed cracks through the glass. Sadie checked her shoulders and chest. She hadn't been hit. Scott didn't appear to be hit either. He spun the steering wheel hard to the left, shifting and accelerating as more shots rang out behind them. Metal plunked into the side paneling of the Bronco as they sped past. "Hurry!" Beth shrieked from the back seat. Sadie glanced back at her friend, nodding in agreement. Yes, they had to hurry. The bumps didn't matter. Just get out of there. They had to get out of there. As soon as Scott bumped out of the back roads and back onto the highway, Cady half turned to him. "Let's head home." Scott's face was pale as he nodded tightly. The tension in the rig was thick, binding. Cady couldn't help but wonder when their luck was going to run out. They should have been hit. They should have died. Someone should be hanging on that fence. She gripped her fingers tight enough to dig her fingernails into her palms. Would their luck run out? Hopefully not for a very long time. Unfortunately, Cady had the sensation that things were coming to a head, like she was stuck in some kind of a tunnel, and at the end she would have to pay a fee to get through to the other side. Chapter 42. Beth. Something slammed her shoulder back and filled her upper body with an excruciating burn. Beth grimaced, clenching her teeth to hold in her pain. She gripped the edge of the seat in the Bronco, bouncing up and down as Scott drove them out of the dirt roads. It was like he forgot how to use the brakes. But Beth understood why he drove so crazily. The urgency of the moment seemed dulled by the pain in her shoulder. If she didn't look directly at it, she wouldn't have to face the fact that karma was at it, and she'd been shot in the soft spot between the rounded part of her shoulder and her neck. Judging by the extreme burning and the concentration of the pain in 2 spots, Beth would say it went through. Beth held her jaw as tight as she could. She was scared that if she relaxed, even a little bit, she'd start to scream from the pain of being shot. It was like some kind of payback from shooting Stephen. It had to be. Karma or something. Rather than pull the attention to her when they were trying to escape, Beth gritted her teeth. She reached up with her free hand and pressed on the wound. The burning intensity didn't seem to extend to the back part of her shoulder. Why, then, with so much pain, was she so calm? It was almost like the injury was one more thing to shut herself off to. She didn't care. Beth clenched her hands in her lap, ignoring the hot blood soaking down the front of her. There wasn't a lot, but it was warm and it was spreading. The drive to Cady's home felt like it was forever and a day. In reality, it was more likely only 10 minutes on the back roads. The sun slipped behind the mountains in the distance and evening set in. It was almost time to make dinner. Wait, Beth wouldn't be cooking for her kids anymore. She blinked long and slow, refusing to inspect that train of thought anymore. She didn't need a reminder of what she'd lost. She didn't care. Afternoon light faded as the sun dipped below the tall pines and tamaracks around Cady's place. They turned onto the drive, and Beth breathed as shallowly as possible. The less she moved, the less the burning consumed her. At least she tried to tell herself that. Pulling in front of Cady's gate, Scott climbed out slowly, walking to push open the gate and climb back in the rig. He moved with painstaking deliberateness, like he might fall over if he walked too fast. How had Beth missed how tired they were? Was she so wrapped up in herself that she couldn't see past the nose on her face or the loss in her own life? Scott returned to the driver's seat, pulling himself up with an oomph. The rig rumbled forward, the lurch bringing another fresh wave of pain to Beth's upper body. They continued driving toward the house, apparently too tired to stop and close the gate. Beth considered suggesting it, but figured if it was important enough, one of them would say something or do something. Plus, it didn't seem to matter that her fingers were pressed to the jagged flesh by the rounded part of her shoulder. No, the heat of her blood pulsated around her fingers. She'd been hit worse than Stephen had been, but the pain was like a broken bone, more than it felt like anything else. What if she had shattered the bone? That arm would be worthless. She wouldn't be able to do anything for a very long time. If only she had enough guts to palpate the area a little bit more, but she was too scared of how much it would hurt to feel around. Scott pulled in front of the garage, having taken the left in the fork of the drive and bypassing the house altogether. They probably wanted to transfer the oil supplies to the garage before they fell over from exhaustion. The house was deep in shadows, making everything hard to see as they parked. Beth understood. She had to say something to Cady about her wound, but she wasn't ready yet. She somehow didn't want to move or say anything at all. She didn't want to put forth any effort in anything. Weakness spread over her, and she just wanted to sit there a while longer. Thankfully, Cady and Scott took a while to climb out of the Bronco, and Beth took advantage of the extra time and the very dim light as the last rays of the sun reached across the sky. It suddenly occurred to Beth that if she wanted to get out, she had to hurry before she passed out in the back of the car. She moved jerkily from the back when Cady popped the seat forward. Beth blinked, reaching for the doorway to wrap her fingers around the edge as she tried lowering herself out. But she slipped, falling to the side and landing on her knees on the ground outside of the high vehicle. The onslaught of more pain from the fall and from being shot sliced through her numbness, and she cried out. Rocking forward, she dropped her free hand to the ground to stabilize herself, and she hung head. Gravel met her grasping fingers as she searched for help, some kind of relief, but nothing came. Cady turned back, rushing back to kneel beside Beth. Up close, she studied her friend, her eyes wide. "Beth! You're shot!" She looked up, searching for Scott in the shadowy darkness. "Scott! Beth was shot!" He didn't reply. "Where did he go?" Cady squinted, trying to see Beth's wound. "I need more light. I can't do anything like this." Beth shuddered, shaking off the pain and wrapping her emotional numb cloak around her. She used her uninjured side to push up off the ground. "Let's get some oils together for Scott's nephew. Can you patch me up while I get stuff mixed?" Beth reached out, stabling herself by grabbing onto the Bronco and studying Cady's fuzzy shape. "Yeah, let's go." Cady wrapped her arm around Beth's shoulder and helped her limp toward the front of the house. They stumbled alongside each other. Beth laughed, shaking her head even as she grimaced. "I'm not sure either of us is helping the other." "Well, if we fall together." Cady sniffed, a smile in her voice. "I need to stop, just a sec." Beth stopped moving her feet and leaned her butt against the side of the garage. She was tired, but she also needed to catch her suddenly short breath. After a second, she lifted her gaze and sought out Cady's shadowy form. "What happened? Do you know?" Not about the shooting or the dash from Beth's house. Cady seemed to know that Beth asked about all of it. How had everything dropped out from under them? Cady shifted to lean beside Beth. her words soft and apologetic. I'm in the thick of it, Beth. An old, I don't know, friend of mine did all of this. What? How could one person do all of this? Maybe Beth hadn't heard her right. Maybe her pain was creating a delusional moment and nothing was real. She blinked to clear her mind, but realized her mind was already clear. Do you remember when I used to message Jackson? Cady's voice had dropped into a whisper, and she crossed her arms. Jackson. Beth remembered the late nights Cady would stay up on the computer while Beth would try to sleep, listening to the constant clicking of the computer keys. Cady would mention him with, Jackson said this, and Jackson thinks that. She'd even started arguing with her professions based on the information she got from Jackson. She'd taken radical steps and challenged authority, and Jackson had been at the root of it all. Beth reached up and pinched the bridge of her nose. Please tell me you didn't do this. Please tell me that. Was it possible to feel unmitigated anger towards someone who had saved you? Someone who was like a sister? That anger and hatred reared up inside her, and Beth tamped it down. She had to let Cady explain. Beth owed Cady that much, but something inside her didn't care what Cady had to say. I didn't do this, but Jackson took the things we talked about and acted on them. He made a strain of a pox. I think it's a cross between shingles and smallpox. It's not as deadly as I think he planned, but then he released the cure, and that killed people. The virus didn't. He used some kind of toxin. I didn't do this, but I think I had a part in it. I'm not sure where my fault is. She sniffed as if she were crying, as if she hoped for absolution or some kind of understanding from Beth. Beth didn't say anything. As she turned toward the front of the house and the deck, she had to sit down. There was just too much information she had to process, and her wound made it difficult to do anything but breathe. I have to sit down. Cady fell into step beside Beth and wrapped her arm around Beth's waist. Beth didn't shrug her off, even though she wanted to. She was too tired and focused to do much more than try to walk at the moment. A small ice berm, made of melted and then refrozen snow, created a slight obstacle as they trudged along. At the front of the deck, Cady helped lower Beth to the porch and stopped, peering into the shadows in front of the house. What? But she didn't continue, as she gasped, rearing back and covering her mouth with her hands. I need to turn on the generator. I can't see. She disappeared, walking rushed but slow, like she was pushing her body past what she could do. The soft click of the west-facing garage door closing broke the sudden silence Cady left behind with Beth. Leaning to the side, Beth rested her cheek against the cool vinyl post at the top of the few steps to the deck. Wrapping her arm around the post in case she decided to pass out, Beth took a steadying breath. She much preferred the physical pain her body was enduring to the emotional onslaught of torture she would have if she looked into the events of the past week or so. She couldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. Searching the illogical deaths of her children, of the world, she allowed her anger to rise up, smothering the sadness and loss. If it hadn't been for that virus, that stupid virus, then Beth never would have lost her family. If it hadn't been for Cady and Jackson, that virus would never have been created. Beth didn't need to know the details behind it. Cady had all but worshipped Jackson and everything he'd said and theorized. His statements didn't even need to be scientifically backed, and Cady espoused them like they were gospel. No, Beth adored her friend, but even lifelong friendship wouldn't tolerate the unforgivable actions of Cady. It wasn't right. Beth had to do something about it. She had to do something to get revenge for the world. But how did she do that? How did she do anything when she'd been shot and had to gather her strength to move much? The loud rumbling of a small four-stroke engine filled the night quiet, muffled behind the walls of the garage. A moment later, lights came on, flooding the house and the front yard. Beth blinked at the sudden view of a grisly scene before her. A young man with black tar-like liquid seeping from his orifices, bloody and shot, lay half and half of the porch, like he had dragged himself from the bed of icy rocks where he looked to have fallen. Staring despondently at the body, Beth arched an eyebrow. Looked like she wasn't the only one losing loved ones.
Chapter 43. Jackson. Pulling off the empty US 95 and then left off the exit ramp, Jackson searched for a gas station. There had to be one. A blue information sign had promised there was gas and grocery on this exit. He wasn't dumb enough to think the station was open, but that was his best bet for a map of some kind. The drive had taken longer than he'd planned. He wasn't used to the stretched-out distance between the towns. Jackson reached the exit with barely enough gas. He had to get more or get a new vehicle before he could go any further. The sole purpose of the gas station was to find a map. That's what he needed. Directions to Cady's. He had gone as far as he could on his own. Knocking on every door he came across wasn't the best way to find a woman in the woods. No, Jackson would rather just get the information from someone. It would be less effort to torture them than to wander aimlessly or even read a map. He'd do the map thing, but it wouldn't be his first option. A red and white sign flagged him down as he passed under the bridge, carrying the freeway overhead. He turned left, pulling into the parking lot of the gas station on the south side of the road. The town was a blip, with a large grocery store on one side of the highway and small businesses, maybe a handful, on the other. Intermingled with buildings that looked like they had at one time struggled for a foothold, in the town's economical growth were dilapidated buildings with half a roof or broken-out windows. Only one lone Toyota pickup, maybe from the 1980s, with a rusty tailgate and a dented-in canopy, straddled a line between parking spaces. The truck wasn't running, but it had the look of waiting readiness. Did that mean someone was inside? Jackson hoped so. He was getting tired and bored with the constant searching. True, he hadn't really tried yet, but he could tell he didn't have it in him to search every house for a survivor. He was too close to the end of his journey. He just wanted to find Cady and sit with her on a couch, any couch. He needed a moment of normalcy before he took over the world. That was one thing Jackson hadn't truly considered. He knew to expect loneliness and change, but he'd been in one long travelogue, and when he wasn't on the road to get to Cady, he was killing his family, fighting idiot cowboys, and trying to survive in a motel in some town he didn't care about. All of that was taking its toll. If he had it to do all over, causing the end of the world and all that, he would have taken some psychology classes, maybe gone in for some counseling to prepare him for survival with the right mindset. He knew he was a survivor. Look at what he'd survived. The cure and the vaccine, for hell's sake. He was a survivor of the highest order. Even knowing all that about himself, he couldn't help wishing he had been prepared to deal with the inkling of doubt. He didn't doubt his actions. No, he would never do that. He'd done the right thing, and he would reap the benefits sooner than he'd hoped. What he doubted included Cady and his plans to repopulate the earth. What if there were too many survivors? What if they weren't the type to follow anyone? He couldn't control that, but he wanted to. Jackson sighed as he parked beside the empty truck in a handicapped spot marked with a blue sign and faded blue and white paint on the ground. He reached up, rubbing his lower neck. He was sore, probably from when he'd been incapacitated from the ointment toxins. Those toxins took some time to work themselves out of one's system. He needed to drink more water and cleanse his body better. The neurological issues alone should have flattened Jackson for more than a week. Instead, he'd survived in less, and he'd gotten back to the plan. Further proof that he was more amazing than he was giving himself credit for. He rolled his head on his shoulders, straightening his back, and then he grabbed the gun he'd taken from Norman. Looking around, Jackson slid from the van. He wasn't giving up the vehicle for anything. All the food alone was worth siphoning a few gallons of gas. He didn't have the time to transfer everything from the van to the truck. Taking the gas would be nothing if there was anything still in it. Shutting the door behind him, Jackson peered into the window of the truck, searching for a hint of who could be in the store. A garbage-cluttered floor and seat didn't give him any clues. He approached the double doors. Would he have to break through the windows? Shattered glass littered the concrete, and Jackson carefully stepped over the empty frame. He didn't have to break anything. Man, things couldn't be any easier. He narrowed his eyes as he hesitantly pushed further inside the store. The store had been surprisingly preserved, with many items still in their spots on the shelves. The cash register's door hung open, the empty slots a testament to what had been valued at the start of the whole thing, a sign of the initial stupidity running through the world. If not the world, then just Athol, Idaho. A crinkling of wrappers pulled Jackson's gaze to the back of the store. As he turned on the ball of his feet, he searched everywhere else, but the dying light from outside was fading fast, and seeing clearly was getting harder and harder. Deeper in the dark bowels of the store, a light flicked on a split second, then disappeared. Jackson headed in the direction the light had come from, walking around the end of an aisle and coming to a stop. He couldn't see who was back there, but he could tell it was only one person. "Hey," Jackson murmured. A flashlight turned on, shining in his eyes a brief moment before pointing toward the ground. The light reflected off the linoleum and illuminated the area better. Jackson blinked the bright spots from his vision, taking a few seconds to adapt. "Oh, hey, you must be new up here, man." Scruffy hair brushed the collar of his t-shirt and matched the dingy brown of a patchy beard, covering a young man's lower half of his face. He wore tortoise-shell-styled glasses and a Nirvana t-shirt that was horribly stained. "Yeah, I'm new here." Jackson stepped back, holding the butt of his gun tight in his grasp, but out of sight behind his thigh. Why wasn't the guy worried or even a little scared? "That's cool. If you want to smoke anything, you need to help deliver some groceries. I know there isn't much, but it's all we have access to." The man grinned, his teeth rotted along the edges. "Deliver groceries?" Jackson looked around at the small selection of food that hadn't been completely picked over yet. With such a small population in the area, maybe there weren't very many survivors, or maybe they were still in the middle of the sickness. That far out in the rural community would slow down their exposure to the disease, but would leave stores unattended. The looting would start after people realized they actually were in need. "I thought people out this way would be more prepared." He left the question dangling in the air. Small towns usually prepared better for those types of things, for apocalypse type of things. At least Jackson had always assumed that. Most of them try to be, but there are a few, like in nursing homes and stuff, man, that can't get out to stock up. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "If you're going to stay here in town, we'll need your help delivering food to the sick and the assisted living centers. There are some who can't leave their homes, but we need to help everyone until the government gets things back on track. It can't be that long, right?" He snorted. A definite aroma of marijuana permeated the space between him and Jackson. "You know how slow those government guys work." He shook his head and grinned like the joke was universal. "That sounds like a plan. Hey, do you know where 37456 Kootenai is? I wanted to check on them and make sure they're okay." Jackson didn't care how he got the information, but he knew that people were more likely to share what they knew when they weren't stressed out or scared. Plus, this guy seemed to be all about helping others, which was creepy all on its own. Who did that? Nodding his head like he copied a bobblehead, the guy peered at Jackson through eyes half-lidded. "Yeah, man. Here, I'll draw you a map. It's kind of tricky on the curve, but with no one out, you should be able to get there just fine." The young man turned, grabbing at a napkin and a pen, and sketching out a map. Small landmarks dotted his drawing, and he reached toward Jackson with the map in his hand. He shined his light on the white square. "It's really pretty basic. Maybe you can take a delivery up that way for me? I need to go toward Bayview. It would definitely help conserve fuel, man." Jackson studied the map. It was easy to read, and he'd have no trouble getting there. He lifted a friendly grin toward the man. "Thank you so much. I really appreciate this." He lifted the gun, shooting the kid twice in the chest and navel area. Warm speckles of blood hit Jackson in the face at the close proximity. The man dropped his flashlight, and a whimper left his lips as he fell backward onto the shelves. A shaft of light glowed off to the side from the spot the flashlight had fallen. Jackson spun on his heel. He had too many things to do to worry about some millennial hippie who was out to help others. He needed gas, and he'd be on his way. As far as he could figure it, he'd just helped the kid more than he knew. Glancing at the map again in his hand, he whistled softly. There would be a plastic tube in there somewhere he could siphon with. Things were looking up. Hard to believe Cady wasn't that far away. Relief flooded him. Things were settling down to where they should be. He'd deal with anything else that came up, but right then, he was close. His anticipation grew along with his excitement. Almost. Chapter 44. The overhead LED outdoor lights flipped on as Scott made his way to the shed. He glanced up and then back toward the house as the low growl of a 4-stroke engine reached him as Cady rolled the generator outside. The house glowed in the dark, and Scott hadn't realized how much he'd needed to see that sight. Light was promising and helped keep their spirits up. The generator was much louder outside with the absence of all other sound. Even the noise was welcome. Scott needed something to make him feel normal, even if it was only for a few moments. He grinned and turned back to the shed. Ducking under the ragged tarp, he stepped onto the soft sawdust from the chicken bins. Cady kept the straw and other chicken care items in the shed to keep mice and other rodents from the garage. A soft woof caught Scott's attention. He looked up. Ranger's reflective gaze peered back at him from between the rails of the loft. "Oh, there's my good boy. Who's up there with you?" Scott glanced past his dog, searching for why Ranger would be in the loft. He didn't reach for his handgun, because Ranger wasn't giving any signs that there was danger. Scott trusted Ranger implicitly. No danger for his dog meant no danger for him. "Scott!" Bailey's plaintive voice reached Scott at the same time Cady caught up to him, stretching out her hand and touching his shoulder. Cady cut off Bailey's words, but wasn't aware her daughter was inside. "Scott, Beth has been shot. Come fast. I need to talk to you. As well. We have something we need to talk about." Bailey's wide eyes stared down at Cady. She reached out and gripped the post. "Mom, you're home." The last word ended on a whimper. "Bailey? What are you? Can you come down? Are you all right?" Cady glanced from Scott to Bailey, shifting her gaze repeatedly back to Scott. "Honey, I need you down here, okay? We need to talk. Do you have Jessica?" Tears shining in her eyes, Bailey nodded. "Yeah, she's okay. I'll be right down." She didn't hesitate and disappeared from view immediately. Scott glanced back curiously at how upset Bailey was. Jason must still be in the hallway, sick. Why then was Bailey up in the loft? Maybe he was moaning from pain. Scott remembered doing that. The sickness had been awful. His poor nephew and poor Bailey having to deal with it. Well, Scott was back. He'd take over Jason's care. Scott followed Cady after another glance back at Bailey and Ranger in the loft. There were noises on the wood, like they were making their way down. They should join them shortly. Cady moved ahead of Scott and then turned back to him by the end of the garage. She put a hand on his chest, and he stared into her eyes, waiting. Had they reached the moment when they would discuss the connection between them? Was he ready for that? Not really. He wasn't sure how much of himself had remained unchanged after his actions in the NICU. After he'd lost so much already, and Cady hadn't. She really hadn't. She still had her daughter. She still had her home. Scott wasn't upset about that, but he had to admit that he had some envy issues to get over before he could move forward with anything else. If he had to tell her that, he didn't know how to form the words. "Scott, I'm so sorry." Cady shook her head, glancing to the ground and then behind her. She had to speak up with the proximity to the generator, and Scott narrowed his eyes as if that would help him hear better. Cady swallowed and grabbed his hand. "Jason is... Something happened." "What?" What's happened? Had he already succumbed to the virus? It was too soon. Where was Scott's 3 days or more? Didn't his nephew deserve the same amount of time as everyone else? Where is he? Is he... He couldn't say it. Jason. He couldn't have lost his nephew. A pit dropped into Scott's stomach. His nephew. He'd failed. He hadn't made it back in time. He'd brought the oil, but he hadn't made it. Out of everything that could go wrong, this was the last thing he could tolerate. Scott set his jaw. Losing his nephew wasn't an option. Maybe Cady had something different to tell him. He had to hold out hope until the last possible second. Cady reached out and took his hand and tugged him forward, past the garage and the humming generator, past the bleeding Beth, who had lain back and closed her eyes on the porch. Cady stopped by the rock garden under the roof and slouched onto the ledge of the deck. She reached out and brushed the soft brown hair from Jason's forehead. Scott froze, unwilling to believe the presence of his nephew, but unable to deny that Jason's bloodied and beaten body no longer held any life. Scott knelt on the ground, pulling his nephew into his arms, across his lap, turning him to fully face upright. The young man had been shot 3 times. Black secretions stained his skin, and the marks from a fall bruised and broke his skin. Did Bailey abandon him? Had someone shot up the house, and Jason had tried to protect her? What had happened when they'd left? Scott had gone to Post Falls to get medicine to protect Jason, not to come back and find him dead. Scott had failed. What would he tell Stephanie? She'd never forgive him. Wait, Stephanie was dead. His brother, too. Scott deserved to be dead alongside them. His parents. Everyone was gone. Why then was he still there? Why hadn't he died? He couldn't believe that he'd lost Jason. Eyes burning, Scott cleared his throat as he felt Cady's gaze on him. Can I borrow a shovel to bury him? He had to give Jason a decent burial. He had to do something to gain himself favor with his dead relatives. Part of him worried he wouldn't make it to heaven, a place he believed in before the world fell down around his ears, before he'd killed so many innocent lives. Cady didn't say a word as she stood and disappeared, the scrape of her shoes on the concrete the only indication of her whereabouts. Would Scott ever look at her with romance in his heart again? He'd lost someone again, and Cady's life was still intact. In moments, she returned. The metallic twang of the shovel on the rocks as she set the tool on the ground resounded in his head. He'd have a migraine in minutes. Cady leaned the handle against the post. Jason had been shot. That was evident. Scott had to find out what happened. He had to put the pieces together. He'd never be able to shift the blame from himself, but it would help take the pressure from the pain if Scott knew Jason had been protecting his cousin and Bailey. Something positive had to come out of the death. There had to be a good reason for why he died. His death probably had to do with why Bailey was hiding in the loft. Scott had to put Jason into the protection of the ground. If nothing else, he had to protect his nephew from scavengers. He struggled from the ground, desperate to gather enough strength, both physically and mentally, to do what he had to do. He grabbed the shovel and tossed it toward the island, and then grabbed Jason under the shoulders, tugging and pulling his nephew across the gravel drive. His weakness reared its pathetic head, and he pushed past the hold it had on him. Gasping for air, Scott rested his nephew in the newly burgeoning grass and sank onto a 3-foot-high boulder set beneath a willow tree. The task of burying his nephew seemed suddenly insurmountable. He stood, reclaiming the shovel and positioning the tip in the soft ground. Jumping onto the foot pegs, Scott tried to dig, but the ground was frozen, and all he got was an inch or two of wet dirt in the shovel. He tried 3 more times, each one harder than the last. His energy depleted, Scott sank back to the boulder, gripping the shovel handle for support. Even more tired and spiritually beaten, Scott didn't fight the tears claiming him. He hunched his shoulders and gave in to the insanity roiling inside him. He'd killed those babies. He'd abandoned his parents and more of his family, in who knew what state of health. How many could have made it? What if he'd gone back for his brother and other kids? What if Scott had forced his parents to come back with him and treated them with the oils? Could he have saved them? What was he going to do? How far did his sins reach? All of that didn't matter as he looked at the foot of his deceased nephew. There Scott was. He'd lost everything, and he couldn't even bury the nephew he'd promised his dying mother he'd protect. How much more would he fail at? His responsibilities stretched far, but he couldn't accept them anymore. He couldn't be the cause of any more deaths.
Chapter 45. Bailey. Seeing her mom sent a shimmer of hope unraveling inside Bailey. Cradling the now sleeping Jessica in her arms and bringing the stocked bassinet in the other, Bailey carefully climbed down the steps and followed the warmth of the light through the darkness. It was surprising how comforting the light was. The generator was loud and obviously couldn't run all the time, but for however long it was on, Bailey would soak it up. Leaving the shed, Bailey approached the front porch, nervous to see Jason's body. But he wasn't there. She stopped, half frozen. Had he gotten up? Was he still alive? He would come after Jessica. Jason would try to kill her again. Dread became a solid mass inside her chest. She searched the front drive for Jason, or signs that he was nearby and she was no longer safe. The floodlights on the roof lit up the drive like a moon on steroids, and finding Scott sitting beside Jason's body was easier than it should have been. Bailey's tears streaked hot paths down her cheeks at the sight of Scott crying over his nephew. She had killed Jason. She had no real excuse except that she'd been too scared to climb out on the roof at first. Too scared. He was going to get Jessica. Too scared. She sank onto the steps beside Beth, shaking and trembling as she realized that she was no longer in danger. Her mom had made it back. They were going to live another day. That seemed to be the goal anymore. Just one more day. Cady reached out and brushed Bailey's hair back across her cheek. "I'm glad you're okay. When you're feeling better, you need to tell us what happened." She nodded as if forcing Bailey's agreement by moving her own head. She glanced at Beth. "Beth, are you okay? Do you want to go inside and get some rest while we patch you up?" "I'm fine. I just need a minute." Beth moved her red-stained fingers and pressed them on her shoulder. Startled that Beth was bleeding on the deck and Cady wasn't rushing to take care of her friend, Bailey blinked in alarm. She couldn't talk about what had happened with Jason. Not yet. She still couldn't believe any of it had happened. The generator provided a backdrop sound, covering the thumping of Bailey's grieving heart. The sound of another engine underscored the constancy of the generator and grew, warring with anything on the other side of the garage. Headlights announced the arrival of the other vehicle, and Bailey shifted closer to her mother. She didn't let her grip on Jessica slacken. A minivan came to a stop only a few feet from where Scott sat, and the driver turned off the engine and the lights. Scott glanced up and shifted to a standing position back a bit behind the tree. He stared at the truck with a desperate sense of anger. He gripped the shovel in his hands and avoided Bailey's gaze. Did he blame her for Jason's death? Bailey couldn't focus. There was too much going on. Beth groaned softly, moving to her elbows to see the van approach. She blinked slowly, catching Bailey's eye for a split second. Then Bailey looked back to the new arrival. After a moment, a man climbed from the driver's side of the vehicle. He closed the door and rounded the front, coming toward the house. A masculine voice with a velvet undertone cut through the rumble of the motors. "Cady?" Chapter 46. Cady. The minivan was a surprise as it was. What were the odds that a car would just drive up into her driveway without any kind of notice or expectation? Cady's heart had lodged in her throat at the thought that maybe her mom had finally made it back and was safe. But the voice, Cady, froze as she recognized Jackson's voice. Her heart leapt and then could have stopped. Her adrenaline spiked, and she suddenly felt like she could bury Jason, create essential oil mixes, and fix Beth while making dinner, all within only a few minutes. Jackson had promised he'd find her. He'd promised, and there he was. She'd never seen him before, and his sudden presence surprised her, and he couldn't have come at the worst time. Jackson wasn't known for his timing. Cady squeezed her eyes shut and then opened them to focus on him. The bluish LED lights cast a weird hue over his tan skin. Had Jackson really done it? Had he really found her in the end of the world? That wasn't fair on more levels than Cady could list. Struggling to stand, Cady moved to block any view of Bailey, but Jackson only seemed to have eyes for Cady. A feverish glint to his gaze sent a shiver of alarm through Cady as he approached. What could he want? He'd promised to come for her. Jackson, Sadie shook her head, holding her ground as he got closer. She wasn't scared of him. She lifted her chin, determined not to show the fear tearing through her. He'd done so much. He'd destroyed so many of her loved ones. He'd sent a vaccine, just one, and Cady had to give it to her daughter. Beth stirred on the deck, ducking her head as she narrowed her eyes to see better. Jackson? Virus Jackson? Her words were hoarse like she struggled to talk. Sadie held her breath. She'd held off on treating Beth's injuries, terrified to face the wound and see the damage she wouldn't be able to fix. Dealing with Jason's death had been the first thing on Cady's list. That combined with Beth's determined stance that they figure out what was going on left. Cady feeling justified in pushing off fixing Beth up. Ignoring the emotion finally making itself heard in Beth's voice, Cady nodded half-heartedly. Yeah, it was Jackson, the one who created the virus that had destroyed most of the world. Beth's numbness was wearing off, and it was probably due to being shot and the trauma associated to it. Sadie needed to help her as soon as she could. Beth struggled to her feet and disappeared inside the front door. She'd been to Cady's more than enough times. She'd know her way around. Hopefully, she could treat herself. Cady was going to be outside for a while. She had to make Jackson leave. Jackson needed to leave as soon as possible. Cady stepped forward, holding up her hand and stopping Jackson in his tracks. I don't want you here. She searched his face. A different point in her life, she would have been thrilled to see him for the first time. Notice his dark brown eyes, a scar on the left side of his cheek and his broad shoulders. Instead, she wanted nothing to do with him. Less than a couple feet away from her, Jackson chuckled, motioning toward the house. Well, I find that hard to believe considering you left a beacon for me to get here. I couldn't see your lights from Clagstone. Your generator's loud, too. Come on, Cady. You know you've been waiting for me. He winked, reaching out and chucking Cady under the chin. Jerking her face from his touch, Cady shifted her glance towards Scott, alarm taking over and keeping her upright. If Jackson could find them, who else were they going to have to watch for? Alarm flooded Cady's very being. She pivoted, glanced over her shoulder, meeting Bailey's gaze. Bailey, go kill the generator and stay inside. She hoped every alarm and warning in her gaze made sense to Bailey. Check on Beth, too. Where had Beth gone? Was she okay? There were too many things to focus on. Bailey nodded, disappearing into the garage with the baby tight in her grasp. Cady, I came all this way. Jackson demanded Cady's attention. Aren't you going to say how much you love me? Jackson stood there with his hands out by his side. His cocky attitude rolled off him in waves. I sent you the vaccine. I see you used it. He smiled, as if waiting for her gratitude. I didn't. I didn't take the vaccine. I gave it to my daughter. I survived the sickness. You were wrong. Cady stared at Jackson, unsure what else to say. His lips parted in surprise. You didn't take the vaccine and you survived? You're stronger than I thought. We're going to do amazing things, Cady. He stepped forward, but Cady backed up, keeping her hands up to her chest. She couldn't handle him touching her. Not again. The front door opened, and Cady cast a glance toward the opening. So, help Bailey! Cady would scream at her if she were standing there. Thankfully, Beth stood there, half in and half out of the doorway, watching Jackson with malice in her eyes. Cady looked back to Jackson, relieved that Bailey wasn't exposed to him. Not right then. Why hadn't Cady thought to grab her gun before leaving for Beth's? She'd been sick and could feel her weakness dragging down the energy her adrenaline had covered her in. Sickness wasn't a good enough reason not to have her protection with her. Beth suddenly trudged onto the deck, dragging her feet weakly as she crossed to the steps not far from where Cady stood. No one gave Beth any mind as Jackson and Cady stared at each other. What would Jackson do now? Would he kill everyone there? He would certainly do away with Scott. Jackson's plans didn't involve other men. He was a jealous type, and he'd never allow another man to live. Look at all the people he'd killed over the globe. Why couldn't you stay away? Tears blurred Cady's vision. She was tired and just wanted to rest, yet there he was, the cause of everything ugly, everything painful. You didn't have to come here. He's not welcome. Beth's ragged gasp was cut off as an explosion blasted from beside Cady, the gun going off a couple feet to her side. The sound was deafening. Sadie stumbled to the side, lifting her gaze and training her eyes on Jackson. She gaped in shock. Her ears rang, but she couldn't stop staring. Beth had shot Jackson. The .45 bullet hadn't left any question where her aim had been, as a bright maroon oval spread across his shirt to the left of his buttons. Surprise widened Jackson's eyes, and he fell forward to his knees. After a moment, he looked up at Cady, genuinely confused. He reached up and touched his chest, pulling his red-stained hand back to study his damp fingers. He looked again at Cady. This isn't right. We were going to rule the world. But his last word slurred, and he slumped to the ground. The generator cut out and the lights went dark, leaving the yard and house in complete darkness. Cady could only hear the ragged harshness of her own breathing. What the hell was going on? Chapter 47. Beth's hands shook, even the one that hung limply by her side. Her right eyelid ticked, and she gave a shudder that ran down her back to her calves. Searing pain in her shoulder and the warmth of her blood slowly but resolutely moving down her arm was the only thing anchoring her. She stared at the dark shadow of Jackson's body on the ground. Was he still alive? Had she hit him in a vital spot this time? Or would he suffer for hours on end like her husband had? He didn't move, and the breath she'd been holding whooshed out as her chest heaved. The dark of night seemed colder, deeper, since the generator had shut off and all the lights that had lit up Cady's home like a jack-o'-lantern had been cut off. For just a few moments, there had been light and a feeling of hope, but then Jackson had driven up. Jackson, the creator of the virus that had ripped Beth's family apart. Her children were dead, and her husband... Well, that wasn't important. He hadn't died from the virus, but the world had ended because of the man Beth had just shot. That's all that mattered. The lack of movement assured her she had at least hurt him enough to put him down. Wasn't that what was important? She'd gotten revenge for the world. The cold steel of the .45 she'd pulled from the cupboard beside the fridge seemed to warm in her hand. She tucked it into the back of her jeans and gasped at the effort. She wanted to drop the gun to the ground, but something niggled at the back of her mind, that she might still need it. Jackson was the second person Beth had killed. Okay, so Stephen had been an accident. He'd been an accident, but did she really regret it? She wasn't sure anymore. It didn't matter. Accident or not, she'd still killed him with a gun. That was more than most people could do. While Stephen might not have deserved that particular death, Jackson had definitely earned his demise. If Beth herself wasn't dealing with a shot shoulder, she would have considered a harsher end for the man. He'd deserved every ounce of energy killing him had used, and then some. Before the lights had cut out, Cady's expression had said so much. She was shocked that Beth had shot Jackson. Why? Could it be that Beth's closest friend was attached to the man who had caused so much destruction? Beth was glad the lights had gone out. She couldn't look at Cady normally right then. Not while she was weak and could barely stand anymore. It had taken all of Beth's strength to hold that gun securely. She stared into the utter darkness, the silence absolute and only broken by small sounds of breathing from the other people around her. Beth moved her foot. The sole of her boot scraped on the gravel in the silence. Cady. Beth hardened her jaw, unable to even turn to her ex-friend. That's what she was now, no longer someone that Beth cared about. Then it clicked. Cady knew Jackson. He'd been the one who had created the virus, and Cady had worked with him. Beth wasn't sure in what capacity, but she knew Cady had worked with Jackson in the past. How could Beth have feelings for Cady when Cady was a part of the reason Beth's family was gone? Gone. Until that point, Beth had been able to hide behind a numb wall that kept her emotions intact. But now, the dam protecting her emotions broke. She leaned her head back, staring up into the night sky, and clamped her lips shut. Tears seeped from the corners of her eyes. She pulled the soft skin of her cheek between her teeth and clamped down. A salty taste spread across her tongue. She'd bit through the flesh and hadn't felt anything. She couldn't care about her own injuries, her own pain. Because her babies. All three of them were gone from the virus. They'd died slow, painful deaths, and Beth had been all alone in the face of it. Her husband, he wasn't such a huge loss, but he was still hers to lose. Her entire world was gone. Cady had made Beth leave her home and her family, and because of that, Beth had been shot. Shot. Beth wasn't stupid. With how much blood she was losing and the lack of attention, Beth knew she didn't have long. Why hadn't Cady helped her? She'd ignored Beth's condition once she'd gotten Beth to the deck. Why did the dead boy matter more than helping her friend who was injured? Cady didn't want Beth to survive. That's why she hadn't helped Beth. Why wouldn't she want Beth to make it? Did she know Beth suspected Cady in all of it? Beth had to kill Jackson. Her pain from the loss of her family, the loss of everything, and maybe even the pain inside her soul had demanded some kind of revenge. Had killing Jackson fixed the pain inside her? Was she set to go from there with more peace? She didn't want to die with so much anger and hatred inside her. The pain was all-consuming, though, and killing Jackson hadn't brought any relief. Why? Why did she hurt so bad still? In the dark, she twisted her head to try to see any details of Cady, but there was no residual light. The moon wasn't shining enough to light up the clearing, and Beth's vision was blurry from tears. No, deep down, she knew she would never be happy. Not enough. She didn't even want to live. Except, now her anger was directed at Cady. A realization came over Beth, and she set her jaw. Beth had to avenge everyone who had died from the horrible virus. She couldn't fix the sickness before it had killed everyone, but she could kill everyone responsible. The silence filled with whispers of movement. Reclaiming the .45 from behind her waist, Beth raised the gun she'd watched Cady give to Zach. He'd laughed at his wife, throwing it up in the cupboard. He'd hated anything that had to do with Cady's prepping, even to the point of shooting himself in the foot, figuratively. Beth gripped the butt of the gun, her forefinger slipping into the trigger guard. But her arm wouldn't lift. She couldn't get her hand to pick up the gun. It twitched feebly by her side. She couldn't even bend her elbow more than a little bit. She'd lost too much blood. She could feel the chill in her fingers and toes, and there was a definite fuzziness to her thoughts. The gun slipped from her fingers, the thud loud on the dirt just past the concrete slab. Beth stumbled back, grateful when her calves hit the steps. She sank to her rear end on the porch and gasped, trying to catch her breath. She needed to rest, to get some energy back. She didn't need a lot, just enough. There wouldn't be many chances to kill Cady and get her revenge. Beth had to hold on until that point. Once she did kill her old friend, Beth could die. Once that was done, she could let go and join her family. That's what mattered. The cold porch chilled her shoulder blades. She closed her eyes, slowly. She could hold on. She had to.
Chapter 48. Scott, Cady's friend, had the glint of hatred in her eyes when she shot Jackson, The entire incident had happened so fast, Scott didn't have time to react. He stared at Cady and Beth as the lights went out. The sudden blackness hurt because he felt more alone than ever. His nephew was dead, and Scott wasn't sure how that had happened exactly. He stood beside his nephew's body, while only feet from Jackson. Scott didn't even have a chance to enact his revenge on Jackson, and that irritated him. He felt cheated, and he had no idea how Beth had pulled it off. In the back of his mind, he was upset. Not that Jackson was dead. No, that was perfect revenge. Scott's irritation stemmed from the fact that Beth could have shot Scott. She hadn't seemed to care as she'd been focused on one thing and one thing only. A bloodstain had spread outward on her upper chest through the bluish material of her shirt, and her left arm had hung at her side. Cady had said something about Beth being shot, but Scott had ignored that emergency when he'd been faced with the loss of his nephew. Maybe he should have focused on the living more than the dead. Or maybe he had no idea what he was doing with the immediate loss of so many. Scott's loss that hadn't disappeared with the death of Jackson, but had only become more acute, more finite in the whole scheme of things. All of Scott's family. All of them. He had one left, and she was too small and innocent to understand what was happening. The body of the virologist slumped forward, and the lights went out. Scott reflexively moved back, gripping the shovel. He wasn't sure if the man was dead, but he didn't want the dead body anywhere near his nephew. Scott set the shovel to the side and bent down, groping in the dark for a handhold under Jason's shoulders. His shirt was damp, and Scott didn't want to think he had a grip on a shirt soaked in his nephew's blood. He had to pretend the moisture was water from the melting ice and moist grass. Tugging Jason a few feet at a time took more out of Scott than he thought he had. His energy hadn't fully returned after being sick with the virus. He doubted he'd ever be the same again. When would the heartache stop? He'd left his nephew to get the oils to treat Jason, and for whatever reason, Jason had died while Scott was gone. In the center of the island, Scott stopped. He set Jason down at his feet and straightened, resting his hands on his hips and staring up through the treetops at the cloudy sky. The rich smell of iron on the air mingled with the scent of pine trees. Scott didn't have to go back for the shovel. The frozen ground would be harder, less penetrable, that far into the loop. Under the lamp that stood solely in the small collection of trees, similar to the singular light post in Narnia from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, concrete had been laid and broken up. Cady had always had a soft spot for fairy tales. Reaching out, Scott rested the palm of his hand on the metal pole and straight-armed as he leaned against it. He hung his head. What was he doing? He couldn't bury his nephew, not with the frozen ground. That much was clear. But then what? What did he do? He couldn't see anything. What if he covered Jason with a blanket and then piled some of the big rocks lying around on top of his body? That would help keep the scavengers off him for a little while. It wasn't burying him, but it was the best Scott had. He needed light to see what he was doing, though. There under the lamp would be appropriate to leave Jason, while Scott figured out where to put him for good. Scott couldn't see what he was doing, though. He placed his palm on the center of Jason's head, pausing for a moment, as if searching for a connection with his kin one more time. Turning on his heel, rocks grinding under his boot, Scott walked back along the path. He came to a stop on the edge of the driveway, his eyes adjusting to the minimal light from the moon hiding behind clouds. He couldn't see perfectly, but the body lying on the ground feet from him was unmistakable. Cady hadn't moved. She stood staring at the horrible man who had created the apocalypse as if she mourned him. Why hadn't Cady been the one to kill Jackson? But no, Beth had been, and she'd been injured at the time. Did Cady regret anything about what had happened? Did she fully comprehend what had happened? Scott wasn't so sure anymore. Cady hadn't really lost anyone yet from the virus. Not really. Even her parents were still possibly alive. She wasn't sure, and that was more than Scott had. He had no doubt about his mother and father's death. He had no doubt about his sister's death. He had no doubt about his nephew's death. All of that and more was because of a virus created by the man who'd stood in front of Cady without remorse, Scott dropped his gaze from Cady's blurry form. He couldn't get a steady focus on anything, but he could make out the lighter form of the man lying on the ground. Jackson. Better be dead. That's all Scott could think as he approached him. Scott wasn't sure what kind of a person he would prove himself to be if Jackson wasn't dead. Would Scott be the type to let him die peacefully, or would he try to drag it out with vengeful torture? He hoped he didn't have to find out. Scott reached down carefully, hesitant to know for sure one way or the other. He pulled his hand back and then stretched out his arm further. He touched Jackson's shoulder, the flesh firm but yielding. Massive amounts of heat came off Jackson's body like he was still alive and now feverish. Scott jerked his hand back and glanced up at Cady, his tone firm. "Turn the lights back on. I can't tell if he's dead." As Scott's eyes adjusted to the lack of lighting, he caught Cady slowly lifting her gaze to his face, confusion in her furrowed brow. "What? No. Did you hear him? He found us because of the lights and generator. No, I'm not turning them back on." She folded her arms over her chest and thrust her jaw to the side. Scott stood, striding the few steps to her and gripping her upper arms as he stared into her eyes. "Snap out of it. Do you hear me? We need to make sure he's dead. He can't be allowed to live. Do you understand that? Do you get what he's done?" His growl stayed between them. Narrowing his eyes, he watched her. Cady lifted her chin, her chest heaving as she breathed. "Yeah, I do understand, actually. I'm the one that warned you. Because you knew about it. You were part of it." Scott couldn't hold back his anger. He dropped his hands, stepping back. He held clenched fists at his sides and looked away from her. Had he been mad this whole time and hadn't realized it? His parents, his brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews, all of his friends at church. Everyone was dead because of Cady and Jackson. Is that what this is about? My involvement in all of this? Her incredulity came out in a whisper. "You think I wanted this to happen? Any of this?" She stepped back and stared at him. Scott didn't answer. He wasn't sure what to think. He didn't know anymore. Unfortunately, the events of the day, of the last month or so, weighed on him, and his shoulders sagged. Turning away, he ignored the fallen body and glanced toward the house and Beth's still body. Was she dead too? Cady stood there in silence, then spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. "Do you think those men by the van will come up here?" She didn't need to say more. Scott hadn't stopped thinking about the men who had killed the other guys chasing Scott, Cady, and Beth. They weren't that far away, and they strung dead bodies up on their barbed wire fencing. Definitely not someone you wanted to find your home. Swallowing for some courage, fake as it was, Scott threw his hand in the air before letting it fall to his side. "No one is coming. We're fine." But Scott didn't believe it. He didn't believe anything would be safe, ever again. Sighing, Cady slouched. "We need to call everyone together and figure this out. I need to get some quick clot on Beth and see if I can stitch her up." Cady moved toward the deck, then stopped, but didn't turn back to Scott. "Are you coming in?" Did she really care? Scott mumbled yes, but didn't move. Something had shifted, and he wasn't sure what. He couldn't tell. Whatever it was, nothing felt right anymore. He'd thought he was falling for Cady, like they were ready to take their relationship further. But now, he wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't. His emotions were frozen and unsure. Was it the grief over losing Jason? He still wasn't sure what had happened. All he knew for sure was the boy was dead. Scott would go to the meeting, if for nothing else than to get the story from Bailey about what happened to Jason. Cady's niece was the only one alone with Jason. Scott hadn't checked, but he was certain Jessica, his baby niece, was still alive. All of that, and he wasn't sure at that point just how long he was going to stay and who he was going to take with him.
Chapter 49. Margie. As much as Margie wanted to share the driving responsibilities with the others and get some sleep, She didn't trust Kelsey, and she didn't know Manson all that well. With her main goal of getting back to her daughter and granddaughter, Margie wasn't taking any chances on anyone else and what their ulterior motives might be. Even though Riker was a teenager and Margie didn't know him very well, he would have been a great option of her 3 traveling companions. But if Margie asked Riker to drive for her, the other 2 had the potential to overpower him and control his actions. The minivan turned out to be a good find. They'd been able to push the Rabbit into the lot and transfer everything into the minivan, as well as load up the items Manson and Margie had collected from the store. The van had a full tank of gas, but no keys. Manson hadn't been ruffled as he'd offered to go find them. They all figured the owner of the van was probably an employee of the store or one of the surrounding buildings. If not, then whoever had left the van hadn't gotten far, one way or the other. Manson didn't say what happened, but he'd come back almost an hour later with bloody keys in hand. He'd glanced at Margie as he'd handed them over, half shrugging. "Don't ask." She'd nodded tightly, grateful he'd given them to her without incident. He could have just as easily kept them for himself and demanded he drive. There was something off about the guy, but Margie was too determined to get home to drill down into what it could be. Plus, she didn't want to question much. She'd picked up Kelsey, and that woman was definitely lying about something. Kelsey hadn't wanted to leave her car, but while Manson was gone, she'd adjusted to the idea and climbed into the rear seat of the van, taking up the padded bench seat by herself. Folding her arms across her chest, she'd glowered at everyone through untinted windows. After turning over the keys to Margie, Manson claimed the middle bench seats, and Riker had climbed into the front passenger seat beside Margie. The arrangement worked well, and getting back on the road finally felt like she was getting somewhere. But even as they had traveled in silence with Manson and Kelsey, and even Riker asleep, Margie couldn't help feeling like her nerves were stretched, taut. What did she expect to happen? Real life wasn't like in the movies or books. She couldn't honestly expect that she would get to Cady's house and everything would be happy ever after. In most of the apocalyptic books she read at Cady's urgings, Margie had never seen all of the characters make it to the end. That was fiction. This was real, and Margie didn't see anyone's luck holding out for anything. Rubbing her eyes, Margie gripped the steering wheel. Out of habit, she glanced in the rearview mirror, but there were no headlights behind her. What was she doing? She caught a glimpse of the unmoving passengers, and she narrowed her eyes. She didn't know Manson, and yet she had brought him into the group without discussing it with anyone, or even looking at it from a different angle. Looking back, she wanted to smack herself for trusting too easily. Her decision might cost the whole group. All the way through Spokane, the freeway was empty. There was no sign of life except the flash of the van's headlights as it sped over the worn lanes. She drove past industrial areas that cut into the night sky with their sharp angles and hulking masses. Flashing light caught her eye from the periphery, and she watched for it, like one watched for lightning in a stormy sky. It wasn't raining or even cloudy. She couldn't figure out why there would be flashes of light anywhere. She left the flashes behind as they crossed the Washington-Idaho border. Margie's chest tightened the closer they got to Coeur d'Alene, and when she pulled off onto the US 95 exit, she almost cried. They were close. So close. Holding it together, she drove north, zipping through the black lights at each intersection. There was no sign of life that she could see. Manson shifted in the back, leaning forward and keeping his voice down. "Hey, would it be too much trouble to find somewhere to stop? I need to relieve myself." The closeness of his arms on the back of the chair sent an unnerving chill up the back of Margie's neck. She glanced in the rear. Kelsey hadn't moved. Maybe she didn't care one way or the other. Margie wouldn't mind stopping and stretching her legs. She peeked toward Riker to see if he was awake. She didn't want to make the decision on her own, and she didn't want to give that much power to Manson. Riker shifted in the seat beside her, lifting his head and rubbing his eyes. I could go too if that's good with you. His agreement worked, and she didn't feel as on edge. Slowly, Margie nodded. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind stretching. She studied the area around them for a good spot to pull over. She wasn't sure what she was looking for. She didn't know what was safe and what wasn't. Did you want me to drive next? You don't have to do it all by yourself. I bet you're tired. Manson's voice was filled with concern. But why? He didn't know Margie. There was no reason why he should care. That just set Margie more on edge, and she clenched her jaw. Giving away that she was awake, Kelsey called out, He's not driving, Margie. I still don't trust him. Well, that helped the tension in the car. Margie nodded tightly, scanning the road more intently for a place to stop. I'm okay, thanks. Where do you guys think we should stop? She ignored Kelsey's outburst, which only served to push Margie toward trusting Manson more. She didn't need any help in deciding what to do. She just needed a chance to do it. I don't know this area. We need a building with a big lot, or not a lot of places around for people to hide. Manson craned his neck to see the dash. Looks like we need gas soon, too. It might be good to be by a neighborhood to go out and siphon. I'm not sure. He scrunched back from looking at the gauges, giving Margie breathing space. There's a roller skating rink just up ahead. That's the only place I can think of that is kind of like what you're describing. Margie turned on her blinker as she slowed at the intersection. She wouldn't yawn, but she wanted to, and then she did, forcing her lips to stay shut and fighting the pull of the yawn on her nose and face. Riker laughed. Did you just turn on your blinker? He pointed toward the light, flashing above the steering wheel. The lights reflected off his teeth as he smiled. Margie chuckled, the relief in tension, a lift to her burden of the stress and responsibility of all the people going with her. Yeah, I guess I did. Old habits die hard. My mom used to turn the blinker on to change lanes, and she'd forget to turn it off. People would drive weird around her for miles, some honking or motioning for her to fix her blinker. She never could figure out why they did that. His lopsided grin faded, as if he realized who he was talking about. He twisted his lips to the side, his face an eerie shade of whitish blue in the lights from the dash. I guess, now she'll never know. He sat back, folding his arms across his chest, and stared straight ahead. Margie turned into the parking lot of Skate Plaza, pulled into a spot, another habit she couldn't shake just yet, and shifted the van into park. Half turning, she faced Riker with one hand still on the wheel. Studying the young man, Margie tried to put herself into his shoes. She didn't have to work hard to find sympathy, or a need to be helpful. She twisted her lips to the side to contain her tears. After a minute, she swallowed. I understand. Think of it this way, though. She's not hurting anymore. She and the rest of your family aren't in pain. They're the lucky ones. We're still down here trying to deal with the loss and the heartache and surviving, right? He glanced at her, studying her face before slowly nodding. Yeah, I guess you're right. Of course. He wasn't comforted by the things she said. Margie knew all he needed was for someone to try to understand. That's all grief demanded, that people don't feel alone when they're feeling their most lonely. Looking back at the other two in the van, Margie raised her voice, but not by much. Let's all stay close. I don't know if this is a safe area or not. Behind that building is a small neighborhood. I'll look for gas. If you can, do what you need to do and then come help me. Maybe we can find more gas cans. They only had the two Margie and Kelsey had brought from the gas station in Easton. All they had to do was get to Cady's. Once they made it there, they were home free. It was a safe place, and they wouldn't need cars anymore, or the limitations of no transportation. The promise of an oasis at her daughter's place was the only thing keeping Margie going at that point. She really didn't know if it was smart taking Kelsey and Manson to Cady's. In fact, Something in her gut told her it was the wrong move. How did she get out of it at that point with only a 30-minute drive ahead of them? It wasn't like she could boot them both out of the van. No, she had made her decision. She would stick with it. Unlocking the automatic locks with the button by her armrest on the door, Margie opened the driver's door and blinked at the sudden brightness from the dome light. Reflexively, she reached up and flicked the small switch to turn it off. Climbing out, Margie gripped the car keys in her hand. No way was she leaving them in the vehicle. She'd already seen what had happened to vehicles when keys were left in them. She'd stolen the cars herself. Plus, who was to say Kelsey or Manson wouldn't abandon them all there at Skate Plaza? No one. That's why Maggie kept her distance as they all seemed to congregate by the back of the van. She had to get the gas tanks, but she also didn't want to chance someone taking her keys. Kelsey harumphed as she dug through the food and supplies. All of that, and we didn't get any toilet paper? Her complaint grated on Margie's final nerve. If Kelsey wasn't careful, Margie would reconsider kicking her out of the van. Tucking the keys deep into her front pant pocket, Margie narrowed her eyes. Air dry. Margie shoved to the back of the van and reached past Kelsey. She grabbed the hard plastic handles of the 2 5-gallon gas cans. They were empty, which made them light and easy to lift, but once they were full, Margie would have to dedicate a lot of energy to moving them. She could feel her exhaustion crowding in on her senses. How long would her adrenaline hold her fatigue at bay? She was bound to make a stupid move the more tired she became. But for now, she'd have to count on adrenaline and blood sugar boosts to keep her upright. Did everyone get something to eat? Grab something, and then let's meet back here in a little bit, okay? Margie set a can down and reached into the stash for a snack bar. All she needed was a slight pick-me-up. They'd get to Cady's, and Margie would beg her daughter to make spaghetti or soup or something that would leave them feeling full. Kelsey headed one way, while Manson started off the opposite way. Margie glanced at Riker, and when the other two were out of earshot, she murmured softly, "Don't trust them. Do you hear me? Something isn't right. Do what you need to do. I'm going to be over in those houses, trying to get gas. Don't go off with either of them." Margie studied Riker's face in the minimal light from the night sky. She'd accepted responsibility for him fast, like she needed someone to take care of to keep her going. He'd fit the bill, but he was a good kid, and Margie was grateful for the justification of saving him. She reached down and grabbed the tank again, staring at him while she waited for his answer, like that would cement it, or something. Finally, he nodded, following her slightly as she headed toward the neighborhood she'd told them all she'd be in. At the back of the brick building, Riker veered off from following behind her and disappeared behind the landscaping bushes. Suddenly alone, Margie's breathing and scuff of her shoes filled the encroaching silence. She hadn't been by herself in a few days, and the sensation was unsettling, but also a little freeing. It gave her a minute to think about each of her companions without having to watch her back. Kelsey seemed to be losing it. There was something off-kilter about the woman that Margie hadn't noticed at the gas store, or hadn't given a name to. There was a paranoia and a tendency to jump to conclusions that made it hard to trust her. Margie couldn't place what was wrong with Kelsey. Acknowledging something gave it power, but ignoring it gave it room to grow. Margie should have ditched Kelsey the first chance she had, but instead, she'd picked up another straggler she wasn't sure she could trust. She'd been lulled by the immediate way he'd reacted to her presence and offered to help her in the grocery store, like things were normal. Taking a few seconds to actually think it over, she had to admit that, in fact, she did not trust him. He was too calm, too easygoing. Not that that was a problem, but in their current situation, how had a mild-mannered man survived the conditions he did? With a crowbar? He helped her without suspicion, which just increased hers. No, Margie didn't feel right with him either. Had she been too blinded by the help in the store? By his offer to help to siphon gas and get the keys? He was too helpful and didn't bat an eyelash, and that was a red flag as well. Pushing through a cluster of perimeter shrubbery, Margie stepped onto an overgrown lawn. While the evening was dark, it wasn't too hard to see the lay of the neighborhood in the diffused light of the moon. Small cracker box houses lined the street with one or more cars in each driveway or parked on the street. It had the feel of being abandoned, but Margie was familiar enough with the circumstances of the illness to know the houses weren't empty. They were most likely tombs. If anyone was alive, they'd be like Riker and only go out to scavenge or sick and dying. Moving toward a small festiva that looked like it might be red, Margie looked around for anyone who might be out to protect the small car. In that type of neighborhood, people wouldn't lock their doors or do anything to protect their items. There'd be back doors left open, and people sitting on their front stoops and waving to each other, if things were normal. An old Ford Fairlane caught the light of the moon, and Margie tilted her head to the side. She stood to the side of the festiva and considered the Fairlane as a secondary option. The older cars were easier to siphon because their gas tanks weren't protected by secondary filtration traps. At least, she didn't think so. She wasn't even sure that's what they were called. Reaching for the gas cap, Margie knelt beside the tire as she pulled the lid from the hole. A tube wrapped around the handle of the first can unlooped easily, and Margie worked the end through the hole and past the valve. Breathing in and out steadily and trying to listen for the end to hit the liquid in the tank, Margie moved the tube further into the hole. The whisper of something moved over the grass behind her, and before she could turn her head to check, a hard object slammed into the back of her head. Everything went black.
Chapter 50. Buck Stranton. He was the Buck Stranton. Didn't those people know who he was? Righteous pride faded as he realized those breaking into his home probably knew exactly who he was. Buck rushed down the plush carpet of his hallway and quietly closed his bedroom door. He locked the door, but it was a half measure when faced with invaders willing to break windows to get inside someone's home. Running a hand through his unkempt hair, he glanced wildly around his room. What was he doing? He had nothing in his bedroom but his bedding and clothes. All of his things were in the garage or basement. He didn't even keep his shoes in there. Gasping, he shed his lounge clothes and pulled on a t-shirt and jeans. He had nothing to put on his feet but socks and slippers. Slippers. He was going to escape his house in slippers. Thuds and harsh laughter carried down the hall and through the door. Buck had no doubt they cared who he was. Now, he was nobody. Just another survivor in the aftermath of a virus that had wiped out the world. He was no one, and he had a feeling they knew it. Buck paused in his search for a jacket. That would make a great premise to pitch to a production company. If things hadn't gone to hell, he could have sold the plot and gotten back into the game. He shook his head and stared at the door. The voices were louder, and Buck's panic was all-consuming. He didn't have time to find a coat in his walk-in closet. He cast one more anxious glance around his room and rushed to the balcony. Pushing open the double doors, Buck inhaled the salty ocean air. It would probably be the last time he smelled his favorite scent from his home. There was no going back to normal after the attack going on inside. His balcony was there purely for the view. There was no way to climb down to the pool area. To the right, his pool and lots of concrete stretched beneath him. To his left, a grassy hill sloped gently down toward the pool area from the back of the garage. Past the recreational patio, a copse of trees blocked out the dumpsters and the sharp drop-off to the road. No one went down. That's where Buck had to go. The cement obviously wasn't an option. Buck swallowed, closing his eyes for a hard moment. Did he dare pray? Did he even remember how to mutter worthless words from his strict Presbyterian upbringing? He softly muttered the lines from one of his scenes in a movie from long ago under his breath, and climbed onto the top of the balcony rail to the left of the doors. If he could only get away, he'd be able to hide. That was all he had to do for the immediate future. He'd worry about surviving more after that, if he survived. He couldn't think. Taking a deep breath, Buck pushed off from the rail. The air rushed by him, and in his anxiety, he jumped too hard. Landing on his shins and knees, he fell forward. His forehead slammed into the grass as he absorbed the impact. Oomph! Buck rolled to the side, holding his hand to his knee. What had he done? What had he broken? If things were as bad as he suspected they were, he wouldn't get help at a hospital or a clinic. He couldn't afford to get hurt, not without a way to treat anything. Everything hurt. He couldn't help thinking he was making all the wrong decisions. How was that possible? He wasn't supposed to deal with these types of things. He was rich. Well, kind of. He should be safe in his home. Lying on his side in dew-dampened grass and slippers after just jumping from his balcony, Buck didn't feel rich. Did he need more of a clue that he was losing it? Did you find anyone? A loud voice called back to someone through the open balcony doors. Buck's eyes widened, and he sucked up the desire to sit there and cry. He rolled further to the side, suctioning his body up against the stucco wall of his home beneath the balcony. He clamped his teeth on his lower lip, knocking his lower shin on a water faucet protruding from the wall like an afterthought. Leaning his head back, Buck tried to calm down, listening for a clue that he was in the clear. A drawer from his dresser crashed onto the concrete only a few feet from his position. White and black silk boxers sailed through the air in slow motion as a breeze caught the sections of material and tossed them around. This guy was a loser. Who did you say he was? Another voice, tainted with condescension and malice, drifted down amidst the clothes as another drawer was tossed out the window. Hey, see if you can reach the pool with this drawer. Buck closed his eyes. They were destroying his place. Nothing was sacred anymore. He couldn't go back inside his home and feel safe. They had taken that from him. A spark of anger curdled in his gut, and he ground his teeth together. Don't be an idiot. I want to swim in that later before the algae takes over. The man paused, and then another drawer clattered to the ground, spilling Jean's feet from Buck. Did you ever see that zombie series? The one that got really big there before the outbreak? That's this guy. He didn't sound impressed so much as bored. Yeah, that one chick was hot. A crystal vase hit the concrete, shards of glass flying in an arc, and striking Buck on the arm and chest. The other man laughed maliciously. I'm bored. He doesn't have any food or gas. There's no one here. Let's go to the next house. I thought I saw candles there last night. I'm not going anywhere. I've wanted in here for a while. He has more stuff that we can gather and trade. Come on, before the other guys beat us to it. The voices faded, but not the marauder viciousness they left in the air. Buck sighed, his stomach tight. He was hungry, and his anxiety only made it worse. If he wasn't careful, he'd probably get sick and throw up food he didn't have. Could he make it to the trees? He had to try for something. Who knew when they would start down to go swimming, like they'd said they wanted to? Taking a deep breath, Buck pushed off the wall, half crumpling to the side as his knee tried to give out beneath him. He thrust his hand to the side, touching nothing but air, yet still stabilizing himself from falling to the ground. Stabilized for the moment, he stumbled forward. He had to take the chance that they weren't looking out the windows. He couldn't look back. If he did, he might fall, and if he fell, he wasn't getting back up. His slippers whispered over the texture lines in the concrete and then across the grass. He ducked beneath the low-hanging creosote and crouched close to the trunk. Closing his eyes, he pulled his knees close to his face as he leaned back on the bark of the trees protected from view by the brush. Another window shattered, and a hoot of laughter carried out into the night. His home. They were tearing his home apart. It might not have been warm like the house he'd grown up in where his mother had made cookies and baked bread, but it was his, and all he had. With his hurting knee, he'd never make it back to the garage before they did. He'd never be able to get to the things that were worth anything. His hidden stash of guns may or may not be discovered. He wasn't sure. Buck was tired, too tired to think correctly. He was hungry and scared, and unprepared for anything. He winced at the sound of more things breaking. He looked around, scanning for the presence of anyone else. If no one was around to see him, Would it still be considered crying? Chapter 51. Manson. Margie fell in the dark, her head thudding against the car before landing half on and half off the cement. Manson knelt down and felt along the line of her neck for a pulse. It was there, and strong. Good. He'd only knocked her out. He wasn't ready to kill her yet. No, she still had a purpose. He gripped the crowbar with both hands and studied the dark around him. He wasn't used to just knocking people out with the tool. He preferred taking care of people, killing them and being done with it. Keeping Margie immobile and blaming the attack on someone in the neighborhood would be a lot simpler. Manson liked simpler. He didn't want her dead yet. Kelsey, on the other hand, he wanted her dead and couldn't wait to do it. Having her in the seat behind him all that time, and there was nothing he could do about it, had driven him nuts. If he hadn't had to worry about Cady or Riker, Manson would have sat up, taken the pointed end of the crowbar, and driven it through Kelsey's chest while she slept. He'd imagined it over and over while he'd laid in that dang bench seat. He had to hurry back to take care of Kelsey, and then he might be able to make it back to wake Margie. That would help cement his trustworthiness in her eyes, rescuing her and Riker from whatever attacker was out there. As it was, Manson was done dealing with Kelsey. He didn't irritate easily, but she'd gotten on his last nerve. He gripped the crowbar, reveling in the cool metal. He glanced around, searching the open parking lot for Riker. That kid was all too observant. He listened, but didn't speak much. His behavior creeped Manson out. If Manson could deal with Riker at the same time he took care of Kelsey, it'd be a productive day. Maybe he could set it up to look like Kelsey killed Riker and Manson killed Kelsey to defend the boy. That would make things more interesting, and Manson loved interesting. He rounded the front of Skate Plaza, slowing his steps to listen for Kelsey's position. Where had the old broad gone? Shadows blurred as the clouds moved across the moon. Manson's eyes adjusted further, catching a glimpse of light on the glass of the door. The front door had been pulled open. It must not have been locked when things had changed. Or maybe Kelsey had broken in, or someone else had. The theaters were too far north of the lot for Kelsey to have gone there. Manson's gut told him she was in the plaza. Glancing around, Manson ducked inside, crossing through the small foyer and into the black interior. He propped the door open with a loose rock and blinked in the complete blackness. Would his eyes adjust without any light at all? He would have to use his other senses to find the little witch. A sound to his right caught his attention, and he turned his gaze as if he could see something just because he looked that way. Manson stepped further inside, and then to the left, pulling his silhouette from being the only thing in sight. She was in there. Manson knew it. He could feel it. But where was she? And why was she hiding? Did she suspect he was after her? Prey could usually tell when they were being hunted, but he'd just started. Had she picked it up that fast? How did he play this? He hadn't been rude to her at all. Maybe he could play the friendly route and see just how far she would push him. They were supposed to be traveling together. He could be the comrade rather than the killer. "Kelsey, is that you?" He called out. Hopefully no one else had hidden in the cavernous building. His voice echoed back to him, and he swallowed. Yeah, he had to kill her and get out of there. He felt like he was in solitary confinement, and that wasn't going to do anything to help his state of mind. A scrape from the far side and to his right pulled his sightless gaze. "Kelsey, if that's you, let me know. If it isn't, I don't mean any trouble. I'm just looking for a friend." He gripped the end of the crowbar with steady fingers. He wasn't scared, but he didn't want to just swing into the dark either. Her snort made him smirk. Kelsey's nasally tone was easy to recognize. "We're not friends, Manson. You're just trying to irritate me. Is it working?" He hardened his voice, but didn't take the congenial tone out. There was no reason to be mean to someone you planned on killing. No reason at all. There was etiquette even in that. The lioness wasn't mean to the zebra. She just ate. Everyone had to survive. Kelsey flipped on a small flashlight, something he didn't have. Another reason to kill her. He wanted to take it. The light beam immediately drew his attention to her, and he moved forward. Oh, good. You have a light. He smiled in case she thought his movement was threatening. He hadn't put his crowbar down, and that wasn't going to happen. All he needed to do was get close enough to hit her with it. Then, he could go back to his plan. First Kelsey, and then Riker. The end wasn't looking too bad anymore.
Chapter 52. Bailey. The gunshot startled Bailey. She cut the generator and rushed to the door. She stood there staring, watching in the dark with the door only open a few inches. She cradled Jessica close as if Bailey could protect Jessica from reality. Who was going to protect Bailey? The expression on Beth's face as she looked at Cady, the fury in her eyes. It hadn't taken very much light to see the anger in her expression. Beth had killed that man. Her injury hadn't stopped her. Bailey couldn't believe it. She'd rushed back to the door of the garage and stared out at Beth drop the gun. Bailey had to put Jessica down. Her arms hurt, and her upper back felt like she was going to be permanently curved around the child. What was she risking if she set her down? It could be everything. Nothing was normal. Bailey didn't know what to do, and her fear at the uncertainty was all-consuming. Softly closing the door so not to attract any attention, Bailey carried Jessica through the garage and into the house. She couldn't see well, but she moved mostly by memory. At least her house hadn't changed. At least she had that. The comfort of the room she'd grown up in. The smell of home that was a mix of cinnamon and varying essential oils her mother kept in a diffuser. In the living room, Bailey settled on the couch, sighing with relief. Jessica's small lips moved in her sleep. Not all babies were so calm. Bailey would give anything to know how Jessica's first days on Earth had been. She seemed happy as long as she was fed and held. Leaning to the side, Bailey used her free arm to pull a throw blanket from the back of the couch. Leaving it folded, she turned and rested Jessica's small form in the center of the makeshift bed. The baby softly moved her face to the side but didn't wake. Resting her head against the back of the couch, Bailey took a deep breath. There was another dead body in the front yard. Between Jason and the newcomer, the bodies were a definite deterrent to leaving the house via the front door. 2 people had been killed at her house. No, 3. Cady had killed Kent, not that long ago herself. The truth slapped Bailey across the face. She lifted her head from the cushion on the back of the couch. Staring out the window that showed the night, she chewed on her lower lip. Beth was a killer. The look on her face as she'd stared at Cady could have frozen fire. Did Cady know what Beth was capable of? Bailey leaned her head back again, her adrenaline weak compared to her exhaustion. Nothing was going to help her move much. "Bailey, are you in here?" Her mom's whisper seemed to shout through the lower level of the house. Did she suspect? Was that why she whispered? Bailey lifted her head again and nodded while speaking. "Yeah, Mom. In here. Please, don't bring Beth with you." Cady rushed into the living room. "I can't be very long. I need to get some bandages for Beth. Listen, you need to be ready to leave. Get everything together that you have to take with you. But don't fill more than one of those bins. I'll grab the 72-hour packs and put them by the door." She glanced around, as if searching for someone she didn't trust. Did Bailey's mom know something Bailey was only starting to guess at? Mute. Bailey nodded. She'd never be able to voice her thoughts, even as she screamed at her mom that she couldn't leave from the safety of her mind. How could Mom just say they were leaving so calmly? Didn't she see the baby? Didn't she know what was happening out there? Everything was falling apart, and Mom just wanted to leave. "I'll be right back. I need to get something on her wound." Cady stood, muttering, as she walked away. "I think I have some quick clot in the first aid supplies." She was hard to see in the shadows as she walked away, but she left behind a sense of scattered urgency. Bailey felt like she'd been slugged in the gut. How was she supposed to survive anything if she wasn't at home? Her dad had built so many things there. She had so many memories of them, her family, at her home. What would Dad think if he knew they were running from their home? Was that what her mom really wanted to do? Leave? Nausea worked its way up Bailey's throat. She couldn't leave her home. It was her home. Wrapping her arms around her waist, Bailey rocked forward, closing her eyes. She didn't want to leave. Her mom had to change her mind. Maybe she was just cautioning Bailey to be ready in case they needed to leave. She hadn't actually said they were leaving right then. She said, "Be ready." What exactly did that mean? Moaning from the kitchen startled Bailey from her thoughts. "I don't want the clot stuff." "Cady, I'm serious. It hurts." Beth's rejections ended on a scream and then panting. Her words slurred, and a scrambling sound as if she tried to grab for something on the table echoed in the dark. Bailey pressed her knuckles to her teeth, smashing her top lip. She swallowed her whimper. "Just let me die. Do you hear me?" Beth's voice was rough with pain and anger, the same anger Bailey had seen in her posture. "You don't mean that. You're just in shock. Remember? You said you were numb." Bailey's mom spoke as if she were terrified to do anything else, but was resolute to continue. "Hang on, I'm doing the back." She didn't stop to give Beth a minute to catch her breath. "No, please. No." Beth must have slammed her hand or head on the table because of the loud crash followed by more groaning. After a moment, she fell silent. More sounds of someone moving around and picking things up, and then, suddenly, Bailey's mom was kneeling in front of Bailey once again. Glancing back toward the kitchen, she kept her voice down. "Beth won't be able to go with us. She passed out, but unless the bleeding stops, she'll have to stay here." She looked away from Bailey as if leaving behind her friend was one of the worst things she could do. "Mom, she killed that guy." There were too many things to focus on, and Bailey blinked at her mom like that was the most important thing to think about. "I know. He's the one who made the virus." Her mom avoided her gaze, nodding to confirm the questions in the air. "Then he did deserve to die. Why hadn't her mom done it?" "He was dangerous. He'd only sent them one vaccine dose." "How was that fair?" she continued. "Plus, let's be honest, I've killed someone already. That would make me a hypocrite to worry about what someone else is doing, don't you think?" Her gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness. Bailey shifted her shoulders on the back of the couch. Did Cady know Bailey had killed Jason? Was she judging Bailey for what had happened? Or was she suggesting Bailey not worry about judging Beth when they were all guilty of something? Her mom cleared her throat, reaching up to rub the top of the baby's hair softly. Blood flecks spotted the back of her hand like black spots in the dark. Her skin was so pale. Why hadn't Bailey ever noticed just how pale her mom was? Bailey grimaced, but didn't avoid looking her mom in the eye. Do we really need to leave? Would her mom hear her need to stay in her voice? Would she care that Bailey was terrified of leaving her home? Would she care that she just wanted to crawl into bed and sleep for the next couple weeks? Her mom sighed, dropping her hand to her side and rocking backward on her feet. "Yes. I'm sorry. I know this is your home. It's mine, too. I don't want to leave either. But..." She glanced toward the front window as if there was something out there that scared her. "Where would we go?" Bailey followed her mom's gaze out the window. She didn't want to think about the things they'd dealt with in the last few weeks. The loss and the challenges and the struggle to survive and keep the house stocked when they had to leave anyway. Her mom's voice pulled Bailey from the memories. Grandma's house. That reminded Bailey about what her grandparents had said. What if Grandma comes up here? What if she makes it? She said she was coming, but Bailey's voice trailed off. Part of her didn't want to face that her grandparents probably weren't going to make it back. Even if her grandmother had promised, it didn't mean she could control everything. "I don't think she's going to make it. We have to go. We can leave her a note to head back to her home." Bailey's mom didn't even try to smooth things over about her own mother not making it back. She was tired, and it was evident in her tone. Was that going to be good enough? A note on the front door? In a small voice, Bailey asked, "What do we take?" Was she giving in? Was it a certainty that they were leaving? She didn't want it to be, but at the same time, she didn't want to get left behind or leave something she needed because she refused to listen to her mom. Only the important stuff. She glanced at the baby one more time, then struggled back to her feet. For the first time, Bailey realized just how tired and weak Cady looked. She hadn't fully recovered from the sickness, and there she was, talking about running away. Would she have enough energy to get them where they needed to go? Did she have any idea what was out there? What was Bailey facing? And did she trust her mom enough to follow her anywhere? Chapter 53. Beth. Where was she? Beth's emotions flooded through her, amping up her exhausted body with adrenaline she didn't have enough blood for. She remembered rolling to her side as Cady rushed inside after Bailey. Why was Cady ignoring her? She kept passing Beth by. She allowed her head to sink onto her arm, her cheek on the cool wood of the dining room table. How many times had she sat at the oak table with Cady and talked about essential oils and their first aid applications, or herbs and the things they could do for a person? How many dinners had she had there, seated amongst her family and Cady's as they ate and laughed? Even Beth's husband, Stephen, had enjoyed himself once or twice. The memories made her current situation ironic as she lay there bleeding onto the dining table. Because wasn't that what she was doing? She blinked, trying to remember. Why would her best friend ignore her injuries? Beth's wounds were serious. Her extremities had started going cold and numb. Her eyelids were heavy, and she knew it was only a matter of time before she bled out on the porch. They hadn't even been there that long. She'd found the energy to kill Jackson and exact revenge. But it wasn't enough. Somehow she had to find the energy to kill Cady. Wasn't that what she needed to do? There wasn't a justice system anymore. Beth had to enact what was fair, what was just. Jackson's death was mild compared to what he deserved. Cady's would be equally mild. Beth shoved the mild regret to the side. Her children were dead. Her husband. All of them gone, and it was because of Cady. Cady and her self-righteous idealism. Was that a word? She blinked, staring at the reflection of the moon on the wooden floor by the slider. How had she gotten inside? Why was she slouched on the table? Did she even have the energy to move? She remembered pain and telling Cady no. But why? Breathing deeply, Beth held her hand to her shoulder to keep pressure on the wound. But which part? What was she doing? Suddenly, as if her angry thoughts had conjured Cady, there she was standing above Beth, worry in the furrow of her brow. She was suddenly easier to see in flickering lights from candles someone had lit. Blinking back tears, Beth shook her head to the side, slurring her words as she tried to speak. Don't pretend to care. Are you kidding? You mean more to me than you'll ever know. Cady reached up and cut off the torn material she'd ripped away earlier of Beth's sleeve. She pushed the shirt to either side of Beth's torso and adjusted Beth's hand, holding pressure to the side. But why not patch me earlier? What was Beth saying? She blinked, and then a sharp pain ripped across her shoulder, and she cried out, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. No, no, no more. The quick clot isn't working. You have to stop. She shook her head, stopping as she turned her head to the side to stare at her injury. A pile of white granules mocked her in the shifting candlelight, enough to see, but not enough to make out details. What is that? Beth whispered, licking her lips. Sugar. And you want to know why I haven't done anything? Because I wasn't sure you would make it. I guess I kind of thought that if you made it for a few more minutes, then you had a chance. I've lost too many people in front of me. I didn't want to watch you die slowly, Beth. Cady clenched her jaw. Her eyes narrowed as she smoothed the sugar pile over Beth's wounds. The sugar wasn't as painful as the clot medicine was. Beth sought Cady's face through the hazy fatigue pulling at her. Had Cady really just told Beth that she waited to see if Beth would be worth saving? Slowly lifting her head, Beth glanced from the white, grainy mess on her shoulder to the table. The gun she'd swiped from Cady's kitchen sat unassumingly on the surface, not far from her. She blinked slowly. Could she lift her hand to grab it and train it on Cady and shoot? Would she be able to do it before Cady knew what was happening? A candle placed in the center of the table cast light upon the metal weapon. The glint was mesmerizing as the flame danced. Sadie administered bandages and more cleaning to Beth's shoulder in silence. After the stinging seemed to have abated some, Beth focused on Cady's face. How had she never truly seen her for what she was? Pulling a chair in front of Beth, Cady pursed her lips and studied her friend. She reached out and grabbed Beth's hand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could have known what was going on back then, or even more notice than I had. She shrugged, shifting her gaze from Beth's face. Honestly, I'm not sure what my role is in this entire thing. Beth didn't say anything. What would she say? Even the smallest role in the destruction of the world was more than unforgivable. Cady had to see that. Had Cady's apology meant anything? Not really. Not when she was offering words to atone for the deaths of Beth's family, her children. Jackson's death should have made some of the ache disappear, but instead, there was a deeper emptiness Beth had to try to fill. Maybe she wasn't going to feel better until she'd made Cady suffer? Maybe. Look, the bleeding has stopped. I'm going to get things together, and I'll load you in my rig so we can leave. I think you're going to be fine. She leaned forward and grabbed Beth's face in her hands, tears in her eyes. I'm not sure what is holding you together, but I need some of it. I feel like I'm breaking into pieces. You have to try harder, not to care. Beth's words came as a whisper as she realized it didn't matter that Cady had apologized. Beth's pain didn't fade. If anything, it skyrocketed, reaching heights she hadn't realized were possible. She waited until Cady disappeared from sight before gasping at the emotional pain tearing through her. She was thawing out, her numbness fading, and she didn't know how she was going to be able to survive. The truth stared her in the face. It didn't matter what she did to Cady or to anyone else. The pain wasn't going to go away. She wasn't going to be able to make it, not continuing like she was. Her physical wounds were nothing compared to the pain in her soul, deep and dark and lost. Beth's gaze focused on the gun. She reached up with her empty, uninjured hand and wiped at her eyes. She had to regain her goal. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Was that right? Had she learned that correctly, back in her church-going days? Was it okay for Beth to want to push the timeline along, though? Get people to the Lord faster so he could enact vengeance? She'd seen a Marine billboard stating that once, after 9/11. Something about sending the terrorists to see their maker. She couldn't remember. All she could do was what she thought would make her feel better. She needed to feel so much better. What if she killed Cady, like she had Jackson, and the pain didn't go away? What if it intensified? What if the pain just grew and grew until she gagged on it? What if she woke up from her shock and realized her children were never coming back, that she'd killed people for nothing? Beth struggled to her feet, clumps of damp sugar falling to the floor at her feet. She was so weak. She paused, hanging her head for a moment and breathing deeply. The movement as she gulped for air sent sharp twinges of pain up and down the injured side of her body. Would her nerves ever stop hurting? Gathering strength from somewhere deep inside her, Beth set her jaw and lifted her head. Reaching out, she wrapped her fingers around the butt of the gun and dragged it across the tabletop to fall beside her hip. The weight was comforting, soothing in a way she couldn't describe, and just wanted to take for granted. Turning, she made her way to the back slider leading to the porch. Limping was phrasing it nicely for what she was doing. Somehow, though, she made it to the porch, slid open the door, and pushed outside. Cool air increased the chilled feeling in her fingers, but didn't hurt. Beth slumped onto the Adirondack rocking chair, feet from the back door. Panting, she closed her eyes for a minute. The chair rocked forward and back softly, as the weight of Beth's feet on the deck kept it from going crazy with the motion. The rocking increased her pain, and Beth tried to stop it from moving. All Beth wanted was a break from the pain. Just a small break. What could she do? Had the bleeding stopped? If Cady wanted her to go with her, there would be bouncing and more pain than Beth would be able to guess at. She stared at the gun in her lap, grimacing. Just what did she expect to happen? Chapter 54. Cady Beth was going to die. That much was obvious. Even with the sugar to act as an osmotic coagulant, Cady's friend had lost a lot of blood already. No thanks to Cady. She'd promised to take her with them, but there was no way Beth was going. Cady would have to leave her with food and water and hope for the best. Cady pressed at her eyes with her fingers. Beth had gotten shot because they'd taken her from her home. Maybe she'd still be okay if they'd left her alone. Maybe Jason would still be alive. Maybe Scott wouldn't look so broken. Maybe everything would be different if Cady could get a couple hours of sleep. Her decisions weren't strong, and she was making bad choices. But none of that mattered now. Sadie couldn't change any of it. All she could do was get their things ready and pack everyone up and go. She stumbled out the front door, sinking to a sitting position on the steps of the porch. Leaning her elbows on her knees, she rested her chin in her hands. Yawning, Cady stared morosely into the dark. Everywhere she went, it was dark. The candles she'd set up in some of the windows and on the tables didn't do much to dispel the darkness. Maybe it was a feeling inside her, instead of the actual physical presence of light. Straightening her leg, she pulled her flashlight from her pocket. She'd left the candles inside for Bailey and Beth. She wasn't sure what to do, but she had no doubt leaving the house was going to be the safest bet. She had no idea where Scott had gone off to. Flipping on the meager light that penetrated the darkness even worse than the candles, Cady flinched at the sight of Jackson's fallen body about 10 feet from where she sat. She blinked back frustrated tears. Not at his death. She didn't care about Jackson. Not his loss. There was so much she would change, if she could. Certainly not his death, not at this stage, but maybe something about their dynamics before it got too far. Something about his plans and the way he interpreted the things she'd written. Was she really to blame for encouraging the things he'd done? Was he dead? Cady bent her leg again, staring at the body. What if he wasn't actually dead? What if he hadn't died? She'd watched him fall. He didn't look like he'd moved, but that didn't mean anything. She weakly pushed herself from the steps and approached Jackson as he lay there face down. Cautiously, as if she expected him to roll over and scare her like in one of the worst B-movies ever, she bent over his body. Slowly, wishing she had gloves on, Cady pressed her fingers to the side of his neck, finding no pulse. She moved her fingers back from his carotid area, feeling with her fingertips for any sign that he was alive. Registering the presence of pox-like bumps along the curve between his neck and shoulder, Cady froze. She didn't move. Her breathing shallowed to soft pants. No. Pox bumps? No. That didn't make sense. She flicked the beam from the ground beside her to focus on the flesh above his collar. Pulling on the thick material, Cady yanked the edge of his shirt down to expose more of his back. She gasped for air, breathing through her mouth instead of her nose in fast bursts. The angry pox rash glared at her. The white heads pushed up like many mountains on a map, some pus-like. How had he been able to drive or move forward? How had he gotten as far as he had and not been bedridden? Cady released his shirt collar and plopped backwards onto her rear. She pushed the button on the flashlight, returning her to the dark. He was sick. Jackson had been sick. He'd taken the vaccine, though. Wouldn't the vaccine have protected him from the virus? In theory. And the fact that he'd withstood the virus for that long showed that it partially worked. Was it strong enough that it would have killed him if he'd lived long enough? What did that mean for Bailey? Bailey hadn't gotten sick yet. She hadn't been exposed initially, though. Her exposure had only been recent. Would she contract the virus? And if she did, would they know about it? Would she have the same symptoms as Cady and Scott's? Or Jason's? Cady shook her head, rejecting the new discovery. The one thing she'd been grateful for that had carried her through was Bailey having the vaccine. Lifting her hands, Cady pressed her fingers to her temples. No. No. She had given the vaccine to Bailey to protect her. She hadn't exposed her to the virus and the effects of the vaccine, only for her to get sick still. Lifting her eyes, Cady clenched her hands into fists. She wanted to kick and strike Jackson's body, but she knew it would be pointless. He wouldn't feel a thing. There was no other reason to beat someone, to cause pain. Cady wanted revenge, but that had been taken from her. A sob bubbled from her lips, and she leaned her head back, wrapping her arms around her bent knees. Of course, she didn't have time to revel in her grief. If Bailey was going to get sick, then it was only a matter of time. Cady had to get her out of there before she was too sick to move. They couldn't wait until morning to leave. They couldn't rest before leaving. No, they had to leave. Cady had to get them out of there. She was too weak herself, too tired. She rubbed her hands down her face, too tired to even cry. A gun blast erupted through the night. Adrenaline shot through Cady, and she climbed to her feet, gripping the flashlight. How much more could she endure? Who was after them now? Had the fencemen found them already? Reaching for the gun, she kept at her waistband. She searched the darkness for danger. The shot was close. The blast still echoed off the trees. Were others already coming? Already approaching? They had to get out of there. They'd lost all the time they could waste.
Chapter 55. Manson. I knew you were too calm. Margie was a fool. Kelsey's voice echoed off the walls in the acoustic interior of the skate building. With his left arm out to feel for any obstacles, Manson stopped as his wrist hit a large cement-like post. He grinned. He hadn't had this fun stalking anyone in a long time. Normally he had to be sneaky and kill his victims before they knew it. At this pace with Kelsey, she had to know. She had to sense he was after her. She kept moving around. The light flicked on by the bathroom sign that was illuminated for a moment before she turned it back off. She was going into the restroom to hide. Not smart, and yet pretty smart. He'd have to look through each cubicle after somehow finding his way there. He could do that. He had no problem searching for her in the dark, especially as she turned on the light every few seconds. How long did he have? Margie's timeline had changed since he'd knocked her on the head, but that didn't mean she wouldn't wake up soon. Manson had to find Kelsey, kill her, and then find Riker before he could return to Margie. He had quite the to-do list. Manson moved across the floor. The squeak of his boot sole on the skating surface gave him pause. She would know where he was, but he had a feeling she was in the bathroom, hiding from him, like he wouldn't be able to find her. A thrill shivered up his spine. He would kill Kelsey, and Riker, if he had time. If not, he would keep Riker and Margie alive for a little longer. Maybe he could get up to her daughter's place and hide out there. He could kill the rest of the people. He wasn't worried about that. He was up north enough that he could start over, and judging from the things Margie said, her daughter's place was set up for surviving a long time. He whispered into the darkness as he walked with a hand outstretched. "I'm going to get you, Kelsey." A thud pulled his attention from the straight line he was trying to follow. The sound was off to his right, but kind of behind him, close to the door. He spun to the side, listening more intently. Holding his breath, he closed his eyes and focused on listening. Had she tricked him? Was she trying to escape but had set him up to think she was going into the bathrooms? Breathing again, but softly, he stepped to the side, following the direction of the sound. He couldn't risk it. If she got to Margie, they'd leave him there or try to kill him. He was the only one with a weapon, but they had the car and the keys. The whisper of a shoe on the matted carpet told him she was on the run to escape. He'd almost let her get away. Anger filled him. He wasn't going to be made a fool. She was going to pay for trying to trick him, for almost succeeding. The stupid woman. He would make her regret it. He picked up the pace, ramming his hip into the cement half-wall, separating the skating rink from the table area. The impact brought a grunt from his lips, giving away more of his position. He tucked his chin and trained his eyes on the rectangular doorway that looked lighter than the rest of the black around it. Where was Kelsey now? He had to get back to the door. It was the only way in or out. He focused on the only shift in color in the whole sea of darkness, but with a lighter shade of black. He blinked, trying to see in the dark, but it was hard to see anything in the virtual nothingness. He had to get there before her. He had to, and when he did, he was going to make her regret trying to run from him.
Chapter 56. Margie. Margie, Margie, wake up! Someone whispered frantically at Margie while shaking her shoulder with a pleading grip. Head throbbing and the back of her neck feeling like she had a crick from hell, Margie slowly blinked her eyes open. The darkness didn't help her identify where she was, but it didn't give her a headache either. Her forehead rubbed against a hard, smooth surface. In the dark, she couldn't tell what she was up against. She moaned with her mouth closed, deep in her throat. Shh. Margie. Come on. We have to get out of here. The familiarity of the voice finally clicked. Riker was crouched beside her, trying to wake her. Why was she sleeping? The cold ground penetrated the sides of her legs and the back of her shoulders with a deep chill. She was lying on the ground beside a car, half on and half off a concrete driveway. She swallowed against the pounding in the back of her head and blinked at the dark spots in her vision. I'm awake. Give me a second. Cautious to shake her head or move too fast, Margie shifted herself to her elbows, lifting her torso carefully. She tried not to breathe as fast as she wanted to. If she did, she would pass out again. She looked around the small yard. What happened? Margie hadn't been moved from beside the festiva where she'd fallen. Her eyes adjusted and she studied Riker for clues. Riker stood and held out a hand. He scanned the area around them as well, paying particular attention on the trees in the direction they'd come from. Keeping his voice low, he gripped her hand and pulled to help her up. Manson. He hit you with that bar and you went down. Then he went back to the building. I think he's looking for Kelsey. Kelsey? We need to help her. Margie stood, leaning heavily on the car and closing her eyes at the wave of nausea encircling her. He'd hit her hard. Releasing Margie's hand, Riker moved around her. Did you get any gas? Riker reached down and grabbed the cans, shaking them side to side. He looked up sharply at the lack of sloshing sound. No. He hit me before I could siphon anything. Margie reached out and grabbed the tube. I can get some now. It won't take very long. She breathed out on a slow whoosh. She had to get her equilibrium back. Slowly it was coming, but how long would it take? And would sucking gas fumes help? If he's going to kill Kelsey, that won't take very long either. Riker's grim words struck something inside Margie, and she nodded, yanking the tube from the tank. Gritting her teeth, she nodded, slowly. She had to suck it up. Who cared if her head hurt? If Manson killed Kelsey, what would stop him from getting them? Or worse? Kelsey didn't deserve to die. Margie was mad at her. She didn't hate her. You're right. Lead the way. Let's get to the van and see if we can find Kelsey. Maybe she went back there to wait for us. If that was the case, then Manson would be nearby. He couldn't get anywhere in the van without the keys. But what if he held Kelsey hostage in exchange for the keys? Pushing past the shrub branches that scratched at her clothing, Margie scowled. She was mad at Kelsey, But she wasn't heartless. She didn't want her dead. She just didn't want to travel with her anymore. They were two entirely different things. Riker glanced back at Margie as they walked, trying to move fast, but Margie fought with nausea and a headache moving in. She reached out, trailing her hand along the cement block wall of the skate plaza exterior for balance. The clouds moved and more light from the moon shone down on them, illuminating their environment for a moment until another cloud crossed the path, muting the light but not diminishing it completely. A rainstorm looked like it worked its way across the sky. Soon it would be raining, and they didn't want to be caught outside the van in the downpour. Riker carried the plastic containers, and as they neared the front of the building, he slowed, holding the cans behind him as he stretched out his neck to peek around the side. He pulled back, his shoulders against the building. His whisper barely reached Margie. "I don't see anyone. There's no one around the van, and the back hatch is still open." Pulling her act together, Margie chewed on the side of her tongue to center herself. After a second, she nodded tightly. "When we go, go fast. Put the tanks in the back and climb in through the open hatch. I'll close it when I get there, and I'll climb in the front. If nothing else, maybe we can lock the doors and wait for Kelsey." She didn't mention the crowbar and the damage to the windows Manson could cause if he wanted to get in. No, why state the obvious when they needed encouragement and not fear? Riker nodded, pressing his lips together while he studied Margie's face. After a moment, he turned back and peered around the side of the building. He paused, and the moment felt like it dragged on forever. Before Margie could draw another breath, Riker rushed toward the van. He held the cans out at his sides to keep them from knocking together or hitting his legs. He quietly tossed the plastic containers into the back of the van. As if he'd absorbed every direction Margie gave him, and then some, he climbed over the stacked items in the back without making a sound and disappeared into the cave-like depths of the van's interior. He'd done it so fast. Margie wasn't ready, but she knew she didn't have time to sit there and recover. She blinked, trying to look around and ignore the bright circles blocking her vision. If she could get into the van, she could sit down. Driving would have to be the only chance she had to rest. If she were sitting, she could at least catch her breath. She just needed a minute she didn't have right then. The night was silent, so quiet. Margie wondered where the other people were. From far off in the distance, a shot sounded, but more like the hollow blast of a shotgun. Had she imagined that sound? There had to be plenty of people out there. There always were. Many had died, but a good number had survived the virus and the cure that had been distributed for it. Running into the wrong people would be worse than the headache Manson had left her with. Margie's pulse quickened. She had to hurry. Every second she stood there, Riker sat in the van, like a mouse in a trap. He wouldn't be able to get away unseen by anyone. She had to get there and get them away from Manson. She'd been right to suspect Manson. Why hadn't she sooner? He was out to hurt them. There was no other reason to hit someone on the head and knock them out than to hurt them. Manson didn't have a gun, but that didn't mean he was without a weapon, whereas Margie was. She had nothing to protect herself with. But Margie had the van. She reached into her pocket and dug for the keys, clamping her fingers around them tight enough to have the sharp edges bite into her skin. Pulling them out, she held the keys in her palm and didn't let them make a sound. She took a deep breath, pushing aside the pounding pain in her head. She would have to recover later. Stepping out, she walked slowly toward the van, swinging her arms to move faster. No matter what she did, she couldn't get herself to run. That wasn't happening. Reaching up, she grabbed the plastic loop handle hanging from the bottom of the hatchback door. Margie met Riker's wide eyes with her own gaze before slamming the door shut. She didn't wait for anything else and rushed the few feet to the driver's side. She opened the door, lifting her foot and placing it on the runner to climb in. A scream rent the air, as if the dark wasn't a shield for anything but seeing. Margie half turned back to the skating building, her eyes wide as Kelsey broke into the moonlight from the darkness of the building. Pure terror covered her face, and she ran at a desperate pace. Spying Margie, Kelsey waved her hands frantically and moved as fast as she could, screaming, "Get in! We have to go!" Kelsey glanced over her shoulder. Margie didn't wait for another prompting. She slid into the seat and stuck the key into the ignition. Turning the engine over, Margie caught her breath when worked. She kept expecting it not to. Glancing to the side, Margie gasped. "Hurry, Kelsey!" Manson appeared behind Kelsey. His calm, average man appearance drastically altered as his eyebrows had been drawn close together and his lips pulled back in a sneer. He enjoyed the chase. His laugh bounced off the blacktop in a strange echo. Shifting into gear, Margie yelled, "Run, Kelsey!" She would get Kelsey away from Manson. They'd deal with the travel arrangements later. From the back seat, Riker whimpered, "Hurry, Kelsey!" The older woman set her jaw, running with her arms flailing at her sides. Her strides were weary, but long. She had to make it. She just had to. Manson lengthened his own stride, pulling back his arm which held the crowbar. Margie screamed at the same time Manson swung the bar down, slamming it into Kelsey's back. The thud reached Margie, and Riker cried out at the same time she did. Kelsey fell, her arms spread out in front of her as if attempting to catch herself, but unable to coordinate the right movement. Moonlight shone off skin patches under the shortly shorn hair. Skidding to a stop behind Kelsey, Manson hit her back again with the crowbar. The crack as something broke filled the night. She rolled to the side, holding up an arm and swinging with the other at Manson's legs. She cried out, "Go, Margie, go!" Their eyes met for a brief second, and then Kelsey closed her eyes as Manson swung the crowbar again. Her scream ripped through the night. "See you are..." Margie didn't wait. She bit her lip, ignoring the narrowed gaze Manson shot her direction. She closed the door and shifted into drive. Putting her foot on the gas and spinning the wheel, she pulled out of the parking spot she'd parked in earlier. She didn't have to go fast. As Manson leapt from Kelsey's unmoving body and raced after the van, Margie careened out of the parking lot, holding her breath until they sped down the highway. She wasn't going to slow down until Manson was just a speck in the rearview mirror. Riker sobbed, gasping as he crawled over the seats to sit beside her in the passenger seat. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again, staring at Margie with more questions in his gaze than anything else. Understanding his desperation for answers and the fact that the images in his head wouldn't go away no matter what anyone said, Margie shook her head and reached out. Patting his shoulder, she whispered, "Don't think about it. Just don't." There was nothing to think about, nothing to say. Find out who survives another day and look away. Book 5 in the 180 Days and Counting series.